world once stood, a kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watches fire, a light on this dawn. The cohost watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church to bring the fed. A mortal's no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Thinking truth from the wreckage, lazy thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon. Shove and declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bed. On his growl rips through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Shooting keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to pretend. Strong against the darkness, rising in defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that controls the doors. And signal of reason with the ball-crushing block. If his bull runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open. Usher it up. So read the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
Alright, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's party. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are we doing? We got Lone Wolf and Cub in the building. Shout out to HR Death Poet. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, man, guys. We got another good one tonight. You know that Fridays can be a little bit hit or miss. And, sometimes it's a banger and sometimes it's not. And tonight is a Friday banger. So obviously you guys know the Culture War airs on Fridays, but Tim wasn't there. I don't know where he's been. I don't know if he wasn't in doing IRL last night either. But anyway, Andrew Wilson stepped in to host the Culture War about feminism and communism. I feel like I don't even really need to say much else. Let's just get into it. As always, guys, if you can hit the video, please do let me know.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to dive into the topic. Before we do, I want to go around the table, have everybody introduce themselves, kind of tell you a little bit, just briefly about themselves, where you can find them.
Hi, my name is Straighterade, aka Aaron. I go I'm live on Twitch, YouTube, doing React stream political commentary Monday through Friday.
And then there's an empty chair over there, but the reason for that is because Ian never brings anything to any conversation, so I sent him to get me coffee. Over here.
Yep, we've got Ian for the Culture War. I never thought I would be excited to see Andrew Wilson and Ian Crossland going back and forth. But from what I saw, it's great.
I'm Jennifer Gallardi. I'm a senior policy analyst at the Heritage Foundation. But for the purposes of this conversation, I was a former feminist, 20 years in California, kind of got brainwashed and then saw the light around COVID, started questioning things, and finally came back to being a normal woman, I'd like to say.
It's super hot. Be careful. You might want to take the lid off and let it cool down for.
Why, thank you, Ian. Ian, do you want to give your introduction?
Yeah, I started making YouTube videos in 2006 because I was like, what would Jesus do with this? I was having all these.
And remember, guys, Ian Crossland has been on this channel. If you search The Indian Jesus, Ian Crossland, he will show up.
Epiphanies about like saving the world, you know? Like communication. If we can communicate, we can overcome almost any issue. Almost like humanity's pretty good track record of overcoming most of our issues, even with global internet and stuff. So it's like the manifestation, man, 20 years later, I'm glad we're doing something like this. This is great. Let's go.
How's it working out, though? Is YouTube saving the world?
A charmed life. I could never, I mean, it could be better. I could be a billionaire throwing money at this and that, and I didn't, AI is another issue, you know, in the mechanicization of the universe could be like the dehumanization and the roboticization could be a problem, but
I mean, let's not call Ian a Democrat. Like, he's not that bad. He's just a little out there. He's a little what's the word? I wouldn't necessarily put him in a different category than Guantek, who says he just loves magical thinking. One and the same? You decide.
You know, I don't know. I'm not a Luddite, but I think it's
how many drugs, Ian?
It's the best time to ever live as a human. Is that even debatable?
But a lot of drugs?
A little bit of drugs.
A little bit.
I'm wired on caffeine right now.
Of course, Andrew. Well, you said something that doesn't sound super normal to me, so it must be drugs. Come on, Andrew. Really?
So, Aaron,
that's how we're starting off.
You're a communist.
I'm a communist. Yeah.
Okay. Dive into that a little bit.
All for the stateless, classless, moneyless society, promote social equality. But I do think
she has that SSRI, like, and I think like that, it's like the most important thing in the world. It's like, I can't feel emotions anymore because if I do, I'm going to neck myself. Shout out to Nick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Remember, guys, if you are on the vertical stream and you don't want to be on the vertical stream, I will always pin the link to the landscape regular video stream to the top of the chat. So come on through. Rage Page, welcome to the party. Hey, you gotta be here to get the inside jokes. You gotta be here. Welcome. Let's dive right back in.
The stateless, classless, moneyless society, promote social equality. But I do think that politics is more than just what we say we are. I feel that's like an ideological tenet of mine that's kind of in my brain. But as far as like,
who's Rocky Dennis?
Like the actual change that I effectuate in the world, it's pretty unexceptional and boring. I'm not out here organizing general strikes and tenants and trying to get like a tenants union or anything like that. For the most part,
Mort, what are you doing? How did he get? You would not even believe. There is a big screen TV blocking the little hallway from the living room into the rest of the condo, and he somehow found his way. I don't know. Okay. Now we gotta take a side quest. Who the fuck is Rocky Dennis? Rocky Dennis. Wait. Oh. Okay, so what's the relevance here?
What?
I feel stupid. I don't know what we're talking about. But I have to look up the definition of feminism. It says Dick Johnson to give a vote. Fair enough. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, he's wily. His enlarged heart does not slow him down. All right. Yeah. I mean, here. Oh, I shouldn't have closed that. Will the history be here for me? Come on. No. All right. Well, good joke. My bad. I messed it up, but you're right.
General strikes and trying to get like a tenants union or anything like that. For the most part, I advocate people engage in electoral politics, local politics at, the municipal, state, federal level. I generally align with Democrats on most things, and some I'll be like an independent or whatever.
I will say, I am a fan of the polo look when you got the heavy.
But I realize I'm further left than the majority of Americans. But as far as like what I can achieve now or whatever, it's like,
But you're promoting,
I'm pushing for like a utopia here.
You're promoting it as an ideology, though. You would say,
yeah.
Okay. And you're pretty unashamed about.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And I would say that a lot of people that identify themselves as socialists are communists, but because communism is like a dirty word in America due to the Red Scare, people generally in America not being so far left or whatever.
Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see ya. No money equals no freedom. Exactly. They say money doesn't buy happiness, but it sure as shit will buy you freedom. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
They say socialist, but these are used largely like interchangeably.
Well, how do we distinguish between what's a socialist and what's a communist?
I never saw that.
I think it really comes down, honestly, to self-identification. As far as most socialists are more
As far as
interested in,
ideology.
as far as ideology, they're more interested in preserving, some state apparatuses, have more, I think, priority over the sort of short term, but there's not really a major distinction between them.
Okay, gotcha.
Which is why if socialists call themselves communist and communists call themselves socialist, I don't really think that's...
So part of the prompt...
Shout out to Warehouse Junkie. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Said like and subscribe. Yes, guys, we are live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So make sure you hit that subscribe. And you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well hit the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party. We also got Jason said small government equals less corruption. Bingo. Yup. And, I'm kind of coming off this libertarian kick where, I think that libertarianism and like the non-aggression principle and all that, it's a great ideal. And that is what we should be pushing towards. But I'm starting to run up against some practical aspects of the world where it's like, okay, I guess we can't just always abide by that. But we can't get into that. Lumwolf says she wants you to vote for the people with guns to take all of your stuff because the state owns everything now. Sounds like a commie to me. Sounds like a commie to me. Liberty said socialism is just the stage between capitalism and communism. Fair, and I think she essentially says as much.
Themselves short-term apparatuses have more, I think, priority over the sort of short term, but there's not really a major distinction between them.
Okay, gotcha.
Which is why if socialists call themselves communist and communists call themselves socialist, I don't really think that's...
So part of the prompt is feminism reviving wokeness, and is it reviving communism? Would you say that, would you self-identify as a feminist?
Yeah.
Okay. And then do you think that it's bringing back communism?
No. But
No.
I don't think there's ever been communism, unless you can think of a communist society.
So is it moving us towards that or helping
Yes.
to move us
Did she say we've never been a communist society or there's never been a communist society?
towards that? Okay.
Actually, no, I do want to see.
And do you think that it's bringing back communism?
No. But I
No.
don't think there's ever been communism, unless you can think of a communist society.
So is it
So, okay, that's obviously some like esoteric argument because obviously there's communist China, there was Leninism, there was all these different places that had communism. I'm sure her argument would be, well, that wasn't real communism because it was free market or some shit like that. All right, that's that. I'm assuming that's where that is coming from. Shout out to T, the viewerski, with the big $10 on the PayPal. Thank you. I decided, sorry, birdies, I'm not moving the camera anymore. If you want to see Morty, you got to come on over to the landscape stream. Thank you. So very, very much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much.
No. But I
No.
don't think there's ever been communism, unless you can think of a communist society.
So is it moving us towards that or helping
Yes.
to move us?
I'm going to assume that that's where she's coming from because Andrew didn't just jump on that. Maybe he's like, all right, we'll deal with that later. But I feel like he'd be like, hold on, what do you mean there's never been communism? So we'll see.
Towards that? Okay, ideologically. Okay, so that's not in dispute. And then do you think it's reviving wokeness?
No. But what do you mean by wokeness?
Well, I'm asking you from your metric. Whatever you think wokeness is.
I mean, generally speaking, like wokeness is kind of this catch-all term that I feel like people just play fast and loose with. Sometimes they mean kind of the excesses of social justice. Other times it means kind of literally any promotion of social equality.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably closer to my understanding of it or what constitutes like woke ideas. And in that sense, yeah, feminism is moving us closer toward the more woke society.
Okay, I feel
Okay, so we're not even disagreeing that, feminism is bad. It leads to communism. If you don't want communism, then you don't want that. Oh, shout out to Warehouse Junkie with a $2 make you holla. Thank you. So very, very much is calling out to the birdies. Said, come to the landscape side we have cookies. Indeed, we do. Indeed, we do. TV saying horizontal supremacy. If you can see my arms, then you win. Then you win. Warehouse said the real nuance is in finding what aspect of each belief system best protects against corruption, then layering them to form a real defense against tyranny. Well said. I don't know if that's directly related, but on the landscape side, we do have the running poll. Is there any positive aspect to feminism? And I'm kind of surprised that we have 83% of you saying yes. So I'm going to ask about that in a little bit. But if you disagree, make sure you get your vote in. Yep, that I was just talking about it. I was like, I never thought that I'd be so excited to see Ian versus Andrew. I saw a little bit of it, like I always say. I like to bounce through the video to make sure that we got something good. But I want to have as fresh of a reaction as I can. And oh yeah. And then again, if you missed it, search TheIndianJesus and Ian Crossland. He was right here. Lone Wolf said, ignorant commies think because I didn't implement communism, there has been no real communism. That's yep. That's about right. Yeah, like what are we talking about? What are we talking about? And I'm not either, brother. I am not either. Hey, shout out to Angry AMUT. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. He said, I bet Andrew converts Ian. I bet you he doesn't. This is the thing about Ian. The thing about someone like Ian is that Andrew is the type of person who is going to go in knowing exactly what he needs to say and exactly how everybody else is going to respond. A lot of his power is in setting up the conversation and framing it the way that he wants. But Ian is a very different type of thinker. So I don't know that, and again, you guys might have seen more of this than I have, but I don't know that Ian is going to fall victim to the same types of traps that other people do when Andrew throws them out there. But we will see. Shout out to Mel. Welcome. So there's some things okay with it, not all of it though. Nothing wrong with being an independent woman and able to handle things on your own, but it's not okay to kill babies and treat men bad. Bingo. There you go. That is, I think, the only right answer, right? Welcome. We got CMDN. Welcome. I was just wondering if it squirts when you bounce on it crazy style. $50 super chat if you want the answer to that. I don't even know what it means. All right, now I'm back in.
And in that sense, yeah, feminism is moving us closer towards a more woke society.
Okay, I feel like we understand the ideology a little bit. And then over here, let's dive into the same questions, exact same ones. Okay. First, feminism. Do you identify as a feminist?
No.
Okay. And then is feminism assisting with the revival of communism or moving us towards that ideologically?
Man, she's like, nah. We're like, whoa. What are we doing here?
Yes, the communists use feminism as a tool to further communism. So the first International Day of Women was founded and formulated by communists.
And then is it reviving wokeness?
I didn't ever see wokeness really die. I saw maybe a kind of moving away from it in the past, 3-4 years, but I don't think it's dead. I think it's alive and well.
So yeah, let's just jump into this now because I kind of set you guys up for a trap. I'll leave the poll up for just another minute. I see people still voting, but I was hoping that you guys would be like, no, feminism is all totally bad all of the time, and it's like, I mean, agreed, but there are aspects to feminism that are just kind of basic things about life in the sense that, men and women deserve to be treated equally under the law. Like, that's a good part of feminism. There's a lot of other more bad things that make it an overall negative. But, to say that there's nothing, I don't know. And we just hit 50-50. So again, if you get your votes in, I am very excited to see what you guys have to say.
3-4 years, but I don't think it's dead. I think it's alive and well.
So since wokeness is such a nebulous term, and both of you have kind of agreed that that's a nebulous term, let's leave that off of the table for the purpose of the debate, and we'll focus on whether or not feminism is destroying America.
I am kind of mad that I missed that. I mean, maybe it's not the healthiest thing or the most moral thing or anything like that, but Had to be a good time. Had to be a good time. Hey, we got Rather Reason in the building. Welcome. Very good to see ya.
Off of the table for the purpose of the debate, and we'll focus on whether or not feminism is destroying America and whether or not it's moving us towards communism. And if that's a good thing, you think it is, you think it isn't. So with that, I'll open the floor here a little bit so we can get kind of back and forth into this debate. So it's the pro side for feminists. You can go ahead and open.
Pro side, I see a lot more upsides and downsides to the promotion of the social equality, economic equality of women alongside men. I largely think that this promotes, better social attitudes and relationships between genders, the sexes.
Am I wrong about the SSRI voice?
Better social attitudes and relationships between genders, the sexes, however you want to, whichever lines you want to divide it amongst. I see more participation in the economy as a net good, but overall, I also really care about, and I think most feminists care about, personal liberty, personal freedom. And the primary thing I'm always concerned about is people just being able to have the ability to kind of make the choices in their life that they feel comfortable with.
What do you mean? You don't know Straighterade? Straighterade! That's apparently who this is. Let's just actually see who this is. Straighterade. Let's see. So, got him. Internet princess with perfect opinions, streaming on Twitch, all that kind of stuff. Of course, we got to pin the bait. First, what the hell? What? All right, this is the most recent video she posted. What do we got here?
I was busted for the crime of reporting. A Daily Beast headline, a Columbia journalism professor, all yelling at me. And it's true. I met once for coffee with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, 8 years later, a Columbia journalism professor is using that coffee in my polite email as some gotcha, trying to spin me into a conspiracy with the man. I can't quite understand the logic of it all, other than sort of gross, you emailed Epstein and sounded normal. Yes, I certainly did. I'm not sure how Columbia journalism school professors teach students to email sources, but if anyone reading this is considering journalism school, let me save you Columbia's $91,854 annual fee. I promise you'll get more information when you sound nice and polite.
Okay, I mean, hey, I expected something bad. We only watched one video, but all right, pretty based, saying that you can learn a lot without having to go to school. So she's got that going for her. But other than that, I don't know. Random people. We got two random chicks, Ian Crossland and Andrew. Mel said, some are married and do not treat each other good at all. That's sad because it's not okay to treat your partner bad, including cheating. Cheating is not okay, period, in any relationship. Great. What was it? Men and women treated equally under the law, so women can be drafted in war times? Yes. So 50% of men end up with the child they split apart? Yes. So, like, if that's what, even though that's not what feminists are fighting for, technically that is an undergirding principle of feminism. The fact that feminists suck in like 100% doesn't mean that feminism is 100% bad. Just about like 90, 95. Probably. And so she's a feminist. She shouldn't be able to do what she's doing without showing her chest. Wasn't that the point? No.
How dare you?
You're body shaming or something. She's an independent woman and she can dress any way that she likes. And she just happens to leave the top 4 buttons undone because it's more comfortable. Libby said, I hate the feminists use libertarian language when they're a complete opposite. And then Andrew can get up and be like, libertarians never argue for duty, just freedom, which is just wrong. And responsibility and freedom are two sides of the same coin. I agree with that. But yeah, there's a lot of bastardization of the libertarianism. All right, let's dive back in here.
Just being able to have the ability to kind of make the choices in their life that they feel comfortable with. If that means embracing motherhood, the family, being a stay-at-home mom, that's great. If that means working and raising a family simultaneously, that's fine. If that means solely working and you're not interested in kids, I think all of these things are fine. It just, I just want women specifically, to largely be able to be in charge of the decisions that dictate their life.
I promise I'll let you get into it. Before you do, you might have a little opening that you want to give there too, kind of in response.
Well, I think the opening is kind of pushing back on all those points, because feminism never was about, well, we're okay with you doing what you do and you do. It was very antagonistic towards women who wanted to stay in the home, especially if we want to call it second wave, sexual liberty, whatever it was. It was, you're a slave, it's enslavement, the drudgery of motherhood. It was constantly framed as.
I don't know why she's saying was. This is still the common zeitgeist of motherhood in general.
You are trapped by motherhood. Motherhood is a trap. So to say that feminism promotes, oh, it's just you do what you do, that's a good choice, that's a good choice, that's not.
Speaking of libertarian terms, speaking of libertarian language, exactly. Saying, oh, you do you, I'll do me. Not really what we're talking about. Shout out to Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party.
Say that feminism promotes, oh, it's just you do what you do, that's a good choice, that's a good choice, that's not. It did value women's independence over other choices. And it saw children as burdens, which then gave rise to more abortions. And it really wanted to, I think, make women a superior sex to men.
Yep. And again, she said wanted, as if that's not currently how it is thought in the general, I guess the general narrative is that, well, women are just automatically so beautiful and amazing, and a man has to provide in order for blah, 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 blah. But she keeps saying was. Like, this is what it is. You don't, maybe she's not on TikTok or YouTube Shorts or whatever, but you can see an endless stream of women thinking that just by virtue of being a woman, they are better than every single man. I mean, I agree with her, but I don't know why she's saying was.
Make women a superior sex to men. It triumphed independence over everything else, over codependence, over roles.
Triumphed or trumped?
So I don't think that that's true. That feminism is all about just choice. Then I think you also.
Shout out to Waco Mind. Welcome to the party. We got Morty over here. Thank you. Let me say, if you think you need to find the perfect person in order to get married, you probably won't get married. And if you do, when the person changes or inevitably go through tough times, you will just hurt them. Getting the big stuff out there. Yeah, I mean, that is a definitely a social thing, that like a pop culture idea that was really ingrained into everybody, not just women. But like I've told you guys before about how now I've grown out of like all the red pill manosphere stuff, and I see how stupid it is. But just like we're talking about feminism, just because feminism is retarded and feminists are retarded doesn't mean there isn't anything there that if you didn't already know it or you didn't whatever, that you can't gain from it. And so I was one of these blue-pilled, Disneyland thinking motherfuckers that was just like, oh, women are sugar and spice and everything nice. And if I just be myself, then the perfect woman will just fall into my lap. Doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. And so there's now obviously you shouldn't just marry the first person who shows interest in you, but that balance is a lot more complex than people make it out to be, right? What are you guys saying here? You know what? I'm actually jealous. Dead ass.
Think that that's true. That feminism is all about just choice. Then I think you also have to define what freedom is.
Well, the first thing we should do is make sure we get both of your definitions of feminism so that we're not speaking past each other, right? So starting with you, how would you kind of define it? Now, I understand you're not going to be able to give me an Oxford definition, and I'm not asking you to. Just even a proprietary one so we understand where you're coming from the worldview.
I would say the promotion of social equality between men, women, sexes, genders on economic grounds as well.
Everyone. What do you mean everyone? Everyone!
And prioritizing liberty, independence for women. Within that, obviously, I think it's not really, the characterization you just gave of what you understand to be feminism. There
That's not real feminism, just like there's been no real communism.
I find a lot of people that push back against feminists or like feminist goals, feminist aims, kind of have this caricature of what they believe the goals of feminism are, which
And why do you think that is, Straighterade? Is this coming out of nowhere? Or maybe there's some truth to it. Shout out to Mike is making stuff. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Put Morning over here. What? What does this mean? Lomo said feminism is stupid. They say they want equality, but they really want to keep all of their previous privileges and acquire new privileges. If it was about equality, then things would equally suck.
Bingo.
Yep. Why would I do that? That's the only good thing about her.
goals, feminist aims, kind of have this caricature of what they believe the goals of feminism are, which is supremacy to men, supremacy over men rather than equality. And I think to the extent that you can make that argument, the promotion of social equality between the sexes might
But
in
hang
fact,
on. Let's just start with kind of a summarized definition that we can work from.
but just
Women.
generally, yeah, promotion of social inequality, yeah,
Okay.
but not supremacy over other genders or men.
To me, I mean, that's fine. We can even look up. I mean, if we want to look up what the
Well, I mean, I think in general maybe, but the fact that Andrew and Ian are there, but it is two women talking about feminism primarily. So again, I haven't seen most of this, but we'll see.
I'm
dictionary
fine
says
putting
about
up a
Yeah, I'd love to see
dictionary
it.
definition.
But-
you don't have to use a proprietary one, but just
But it doesn't. The thing is it doesn't matter. It's how has it played out,
Mhm.
right? The definitions at some point don't matter. The technical
Okay, but for the conversation, if we have to know what we're talking about. Andrew, this is your thing. Get them on. Come on, wrangle the cats in.
definitions with something with a movement, right? It is what people think it is, and it is what the consequences to society has been.
Okay, so define that. That's as far as we've gotten so far. Just define that. Neither of them have been able to do that. Hey, shout out to Tag. Welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Oh my goodness. Thank you so very, very much. Again, you guys know that stuff really helps, and it doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you share just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see it. They will show it to more people. Stay safe, motherfucker.
What people think it is, and it is what the consequences to society has been. And the consequences have been taking women out of the homes,
Mhm.
trying to, it's weird because feminism says it's for women, but what it's resulted in is women becoming more like men and almost regarding men as the superior sex. That's how it's played
Very
out.
quickly, maybe we can summarize this easily then. The official definition here,
Yep.
the advocacy of women's rights on the basis of equality in sexes, I think that that's up for dispute. I would just add that it's a movement towards egalitarianism, right? And the attempt to deconstruct the patriarchy. Would
You can tell inside Andrew's already like, oh my God, this is going to be such a long conversation.
you agree that that's
I
about
think that's
right
generally
in
yes.
summarization?
I think that's important. The,
Yeah,
the deconstruction of the patriarchy.
So now
is
we've
an important term.
established kind of something that we can both work off of here for the purpose of the debate. I'm sorry we had to caveat this a little bit, but I want to get to the heart of the issue, or we'll never be able to debate.
And
it
even
out.
to segment this into four more complex things, is there's 4 waves of feminism up to this point, and they're all different. And they use the same word, feminism, but they have a different definition in every era that you see it. Like the women's
But I-
right to
Kind
vote
of.
was a big part
The
of the
thing
second
is,
wave,
though,
for
is that she just said the advocacy of women's rights on the basis of equality and
So she speaks a little bit faster, even though she's super monotone. So I'll try to slow her down a little bit. But everybody else,
deconstruction of patriarchy.
At least when we get to the
So
meat.
they're
Stick with that, Jeff,
operating
for now.
Well, they're
Yeah.
operating off of this worldview, regardless of the wave. And so, if that's going to help us get to the heart of the matter, then let's use that to get to the heart of the matter. And I'm going to kind of open the floor here a little bit for you
The other
guys.
thing is that what we consider first wave in America, feminism, which wasn't really the first wave because it goes back further than that. But in America, the first wave, the suffrage movement, the
Where's Ian?
the right
We
for women
lost
not to
Ian.
be defined as property, they didn't identify as feminists. They didn't call themselves feminists. Now I can argue that I didn't even believe that their understanding of taking over the page.
Hey, I always watch TV with subtitles. It's just better. All right. You're not, especially if there's accents, if there's anything else going on, you are missing half of the shit if you don't have fucking subtitles on. Subtitles forever.
Patriarchy was correct. However, that term came to them retroactively. So that's one thing.
Yeah, you did say something earlier, like Andrew was saying, just like broadly, we've agreed upon this definition for the purposes of the debate. But as Ian mentioned, there have been different iterations of, first wave feminism, which is primarily what you talked about, women's suffrage, political representation via voting. And then you had like second wave feminism. And that is where you actually did see more attitudes where feminists were speaking out against women being confined to the family. You have feminists like Betty Friedan who talked about,
it's almost like I am better at figuring out what's good than you are.
the problem that has no name, and
He was
how
a communist. by the way.
suburbia and these sorts of things end up, while they may promise a kind of dream life for women where they have the nuclear family, they're raising their kids, they're supported by a husband, these don't actually fulfill or live up to what they promise, and they leave women feeling alienated, depressed, etc. And then you have, third and fourth wave feminism that are more often than not coming in contradiction now with second wave feminism, as they're more interested in expanding equality for women beyond the basis of sex solely. You see
But you
the
would
inclusion
agree
of
they're
like
all
trans
moving
rights,
towards the
etc.
same goal,
but they're
right?
all broadly moving in the same goal. But there are a few times where you do see differences, like second wave feminists more likely to identify as like TERFs, the Andrew Dworkin and whatnot,
Because they see how they protect women in a different way from their
Yes.
view, but they're still attempting to deconstruct the
That's what I'm here for, baby.
patriarchy on behalf of egalitarianism, right?
Yeah, correct.
You would agree that each wave has this in common.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we can consolidate that a bit. Go ahead.
So you said that the promise of marriage, family wasn't fulfilled. Women at home weren't fulfilled. I would say the opposite now.
I said that those feminists
True. People who are women specifically who are just girl bossing are not happy.
and second wave, like Betty Friedan, argued
Right.
that.
So how's that working out for us now? Because the promises that those women made, that you'll be happier when you're independent. You'll be happier when you can work like a man, when you can make money like a man, when you can have consumer purchasing power like a man. It doesn't seem to be working out so well. There are upwards of 60% of women on SSRIs. We
Called it.
see this war between.
I wish they would have shown her. I wish they would have shown the other one when she said SSRIs. She's like, talking about me? Talking about me?
Upwards of 60% of women on SSRIs. We see this war between the sexes. Men and women are not dating. They're not reproducing. They're not happy. They're miserable. Look at the women out in Minnesota right now. I've never seen angrier women in my life.
Bars. I mean, dilly fucking dilly to that. I have never seen white women. The awfuls. I've never seen the awfuls be that fucking awful. Guys, on the landscape, don't forget about the poll. We are still stuck at 50-50. Is there any positive aspect to feminism?
They have no direction. They have no purpose.
And they're fat.
And we
The
can
women,
make an
I'm telling you, the
argument
women
that
in
Bring back low-rise jeans. Mike said, am I the only one who's checked out of the entire female relationship market? Nope. Same. So I'm not an incel. I know incels say that. I was in a marriage 29 years, and I will not go back to prison. So I personally would love to be married. It's the dating part that I'm not interested in. So the fact that you have to go through that is the issue. I want to be married. I want to have a family. I want all of that. But like what we're seeing is not conducive to that. So I don't think you are the only one by far. Liberty said, original feminists and current feminists are pawns of the occult who believe in destroying the duality of this world. Good and evil, man and woman, adult and child. Makes sense. It makes sense. Well, so I'm very happy I live on my own and so relaxed. I mean, while I definitely would like to have a family, that would be a big adjustment. I love living by myself. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Let's dive right back in.
Purpose.
and they're fat.
And we
The
can make
women,
an
I'm telling you,
argument.
the women in
Low-rise
Minnesota,
jeans.
the
There is
seed
an
oils,
anger.
man.
There is an inherent anger at the way God has made women. They are rebelling against what women would see as God, as the patriarch. They are rebelling against their own form and function, their wombs, their innate design. You can call it God. You can call it natural law, whatever you want to call it. There's just this anger for themselves at who they are and what they were made to do.
I think I would agree with you that the social ills and issues that you're talking about with increased loneliness that pertains to women and men alike, economic anxiety, people not feeling like they have the ability to start a family, etc. I don't disagree with you that all of these problems persist throughout society. I think
the drunk part might be a little bit specific to you, but fair enough. And yeah, same. It's just too easy to be happy right now. It's too easy to be happy right now. And I think for men, especially where we don't have that biological clock, it's like I got another 20, 30, 40 years to be able to conceive children. So, and I'm short and I look young, so I'll be in my 50s. Easily picking up younger chicks, 30, 25, whatever I want. And because I'm not spending all that money, I'm gonna be a rich bitch.
disagree with you that it's the result of feminism, largely to the extent, or like when you talked about there being higher instances of use for women like with SSRIs. Like, what do you believe is the reason for that? Do you really think it's just feminism?
I think it's a big part of it. I think it's they believe the lie that independence is the primary virtue for women. I think that, men and women are meant to be complementary. They're meant to support each other's strengths. I don't think men and women are equal. I think they're equal under the law. I don't think they're equal under natural order.
Called out the same thing. I was like, okay, the heavies, they outweigh the SSRI voice.
Well, I think they're equal under the law. I don't think they're equal under natural order. And I'll play devil's advocate. I've been in a hospital with my mother the past week, and I have to say the women doctors, I enjoyed them more because they weren't so offended when I asked them questions. I know enough about the medical field to be dangerous. And when I would ask them questions, it was like their ego wasn't bruised, right? So I like their bedside manner more. So there are certain careers that I think women and men can both excel in. But when it comes to a surgeon, I don't care what his bedside manner is. If he's working on my mother, I want him. And what I don't want is unfair. They're being hired based on their sexual characteristics, right? Not on their merit, right?
Well, you said talking more. If we just tell her to shut up, but we keep the camera on her, I think that's ideal.
So anyway, I kind of I veered off a little bit with that, but all that to say is, like, I'm not saying women can't work.
Obviously she's a little bit older. She's not fucking stacked, but I wouldn't go kick her out of it. How old do you think this lady is? How old do you think this lady is? I'm not going to look up. I'm going to get her name off screen. I want to hear ages. How old do you think this woman is?
What I'm saying is the second wave feminists, what they promised has not come to fruition. Just like you said,
Nope.
What the family promised. And I would say the family, the main cause of women being kind of depressed, needing mother's little helper, right, in the 50s and the 60s, was because it was the industrial era. Everything used to be centered around the home. The whole economy that we used to have with agrarian culture was almost like communist. It was sharing.
All right, let's see what you guys think. How old is this lady? And you guys, we got 43, we got 48, we got 47, and 22. Dixie Insider, welcome to the party, but definitely we're talking about this one, not the other one. We're talking about this one. I don't know if you're just fucking around, but welcome to the party. Yeah, right, classy. Gotta keep it classy. Is it classy that we're all fucking looking and we're pretending that we don't? Or are we just gonna be honest, right? Thing said 43, and TV's giving us a range, 45 plus or minus 2 years. Who was the closest? Ooh, I'm gonna give it to Guam Tech because I have not shown it yet. 52. I'm 36. I'm not looking for a 52-year-old woman, but I'm saying, remember we were talking about them low-rise jeans? That's where pants used to go. Your hips are here, and they were right there. That's what pants used to look like. That's what jeans used to look like. Not anymore. Not bad for 52. Not bad for 52. Mel said I have 2 grown kids, married men now, and widowed. Never been happier. Although I do miss the 70s and 80s. think most people who were alive then probably do. Liberty said, if she's rich or poor, is she rich or poor? If she's poor, she's 40-something. If she's rich, she's 50-something. She was on TV, so good catch. Yep. Guam Tech takes it. Yeah, probably. Yeah. That ain't natural. But again, I'm just saying. Wouldn't be mad at it. Anyway, let's listen to what they're saying.
Agrarian culture was almost like communist. It was sharing.
It was communitarian.
It was communitarian, right? And
well, I saw the second wave in like the 2015 era, but no.
So when the Industrial Revolution took the men out of the home, I understand why women felt burdened. They lost their partner. They lost their mate. So we're going to have to shift. Like I'm not saying there can't be changes to how the family functions, that we need to go back to the agrarian. We're not going back there, but I don't think you can deny the fact that a family unit, a mother and a father in a loving relationship with children is the best to build a society.
I do think that the most important thing is that children feel supported. And right now, given the current economic order, dual income households are necessary for people to be able to adequately support all children that they have. But returning to a claim that you made earlier, you said you don't believe that men and women are equal, right?
Not by design.
Not by design. But you did say equal under the law. Mm-hmm. Do you support repealing the 19th Amendment? Do you think that women ought to be able to vote?
Yes, repeal the 19th. I just had a tweet about this. I don't really. I don't even. What did I say? Let's pull it up because I haven't been tweeting lately just because fucking they don't do jack shit. But yeah, just as someone who comes from the default liberal position, I used to think the call to repeal the 19th was archaic. But seemingly every day I see something that further convinces me that women voting is something I've merely been indoctrinated to believe is principally a good thing. I don't know. Every day it gets stronger and stronger and stronger. I want to be, like the good guy. Oh, we want to, but I don't know.
Support repealing the 19th Amendment. Do you think that women ought to be able to vote?
I think that can be up for debate about the pros and cons of it. The fact of the matter, again, it's definitions. It's never going to happen. It's not politically viable.
Hang on.
Nah, I prefer brunettes.
I know it's up for debate, but that's what we're here. We're debating.
Right, but I also don't want to get off. I don't want to go down into the weeds into this. It's not going to happen.
It's not
political.
I don't think
it's not politically viable.
Are we though?
Don't think it's the weeds to ask the question. It's a fair question to ask. Repeal the 19th or no?
I can see benefits from it. Yes.
So yes.
So yes, you support.
Oh my God, this is so female coded. Just fucking get into it.
I haven't, to be honest. I would need to think about it more because I don't give.
Okay, so Mel, this is exactly what I used to think. Of course, women should be allowed to vote. Why wouldn't women be allowed to vote? Can you give me the reason as to why I should maintain that position?
Support it.
I haven't, to be honest. I would need to think about it more because I don't give.
You haven't thought about whether women ought to be able to vote?
Yeah, no, I've thought about that, but I can see the pros and cons of both. I do think that, as a single woman with no children, married couples, men and women, have more skin in the game about what happens to this country when you have something to pass down. I would say I'd like to see things, but it's not as visceral for me. I don't have children. So what happens to this country after I'm gone? I can say, yes, I care, but I'm not passing anything down. My kitty's not going to outlive me. I love that cat to death, but the truth is, so I can see why that only married couples with children should vote. Now, assuming they are
50 said you cannot be pro-Constitution and not believe women should have the right to vote. Why is that? So again, we have two claims, and I'm not challenging you and saying you're wrong. I'm just asking for the reasoning behind your claims.
Only married couples with children should vote. Now, assuming they are looking after the best for the whole country because of they want to see this country thrive. I want to see it thrive too, but I don't have skin in the game as much. Let's say I don't have as much skin in the game as parents. So I can make the argument. Would I really want it to happen? Probably not, but I can understand the argument.
So why wouldn't you want it to happen?
I didn't say women shouldn't have any rights. I just said specifically the right to vote should not necessarily be an automatic thing. And I don't necessarily think all men should have the right to vote. So again, the question is, why is it directly constitutional before we added to the Constitution, like according to the Bill of Rights? Like what does that have to do with voting? Shout out to conservative Danker. Welcome. Said women shouldn't vote. There is no right to vote. It's a privilege. True. But I mean, at the end of the day, if we really want to get philosophical about it, depending on what you can do, they're all privileges.
But I can understand the argument.
So why wouldn't you want it to happen?
Because I like having a say in what happens. But I was out in California completely apolitical. Well, not apolitical. I kind of got brainwashed and tugged along. But I didn't vote for years. Nothing changed.
Do you vote now?
My life, huh?
Do you vote now?
Yeah.
And you voted, who did you vote for in the most recent election?
Trump.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it's unclear to me why you would view that as selfish, when I think the principle being, no taxation without representation is generally defensible, and I don't see that.
Okay, but why? I understand your position. I'm asking, why is that your position?
As any more, particularly self-interested or selfish. I do think it's reasonable for participants in a society, regardless of their sex, gender, etc., to want to be able to vote and have representation within, representative or constitutional republic, representative democracy, etc., within the United States. But
I mean, we did get the Patriot Act. I'm more with you than I am with what Waco said. But we did get the Patriot Act for 9/11. Is that fascism? Debate. But I think the point stands.
Say a lot of
you
the policies.
You wouldn't push for it, right? Not only because you think it's unrealistic, but I think that you also seem to believe that it would be more unjust than just to push to repeal the 19th Amendment.
I just don't see the policies that would come down from from institutions of which I voted for, and they actually don't change my life a lot. I mean, maybe taxes, but
yeah. So, Mike, I'm just asking to understand. Are you saying that you don't think that someone can hold the position that we should repeal the 19th, and also that women do in fact contribute shit that women can be brilliant and all of that? Do you think those are can you hold both of those positions, or do you think no, they're mutually exclusive?
Voted for, and they actually don't change my life a lot. I mean, maybe taxes, but let's say for medical care. I don't know. I've always kind of lived outside.
I'm not saying women shouldn't have any rights. I'm specifically talking about the right to vote. I'm not talking it's about taking away all rights from women. The 19th Amendment is specifically about voting. We're just talking about voting. You still have all the rights everybody else has.
Medical care. I don't know. I've always kind of lived outside the system. So personally, I don't think it would really matter to me. But again,
it wouldn't matter to you if you have the right to vote, or if the 19th Amendment were repealed?
I don't think it would change how I live my life one way or another.
I think it would change your life significantly. And I do think that you believe it's important to be able to vote because you participated in our last political election.
I did.
And since you don't believe that, if you believe that women's role should primarily be relegated to the home, what are your thoughts on the Trump administration having an unprecedented amount of women in power?
I didn't say both.
How dare they? How dare they have women in power? I thought that was your whole shtick, that you want women in power.
Both the first and second term. Like the first term, he appointed Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. Mm-hmm. That nomination went through.
So Trump's not a sexist? Misogynist?
No, I didn't go that far.
So he's a sexist misogynist who put...
What do you mean? Whoa. Like I said, I think we should keep the 19th. Now, encouraging them to fulfill their role in society is on us. We don't give them a reason or incentive. I think that is I don't agree with this premise at all. Because now the voting and the way that they are behaving is being turned on how the vote is, and so the parties are catering to women. So it doesn't have anything to do with me or you. It's a matter of now they have the power, so they don't need us as much anymore, and because they don't care about the same sanctity as your average feminist, then I don't think that's I don't think that follows. So all right, give us enlighten us again. aware that's your position, just asking why. Angry said that's why people need to make sure they keep eyes on the power and vote. Yeah, but you can't force people to do stuff. And the people who are, very animated, as we see from all these protests, are liberal women. They are very easy to indoctrinate. And so I don't know that that is a good thing. Now, I'm not saying that women should not be able to vote. What I'm saying is that it shouldn't be an inherent right.
The sexist?
Misogynist? No, I didn't go that far.
So he's a sexist misogynist who puts women in power?
No, I don't think those are mutually exclusive. Do you?
Yeah, well, I don't see a lot of misogynists who are sexist putting women in power. No.
But so you think it's mutually exclusive?
Can you name for me the most?
Yeah, I mean, you could. There are so many downstream effects from feminism. So many.
Women in power. No.
But so you think it's mutually exclusive?
Can you name for me the most sexist misogynist person you could think of who's like, I love having women in power?
Can you tell me if you believe it's mutually?
Don't answer a question with a question.
Sexist misogynist person you could think of who's like, I love having women in power.
Can you tell me if you believe it's mutually exclusive?
Answer the question
first?
Before you ask one.
I asked the question first, and you never answered mine. I said, do you believe that it's mutually exclusive?
I asked the question first, and the question was, do you see a lot of misogynist sexists putting women in power or not?
And I asked my clarifying question first to get an understanding of where you're coming from.
Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm so confused. Which part of this are you not understanding? Do you see a lot of misogynist sexists putting women in power or not? Anything in there you need to find. Hang on.
Yes.
Anything in there you need to find, I'll define for you.
I like to answer your question.
Okay,
yes, I do
where?
The Bush administration, his Secretary of State was Condoleezza Rice. I don't think that George Bush would identify himself neither as a feminist nor...
Is that even the question that he asked? You see a bunch of wait.
Do you see a lot of misogynist sexists putting women in power or not? Anything in there you need to find. Hang on.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Anything in there you need to find, I'll define for you.
I like to answer your question.
Okay,
yes, I do.
Where?
The Bush administration, his Secretary of State was Condoleezza Rice. I don't think that George Bush would identify himself neither as a feminist nor somebody who
Did
really
George Bush put a lot of women in power?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't think that he had quite the amount of appointees, of female appointees, and women within his cabinet.
So we just generally.
I am so lost as to how this could possibly come around to feminism good. It seems like even the worst people in your mind, what is her name, Straighter 8? Even the worst people in her mind are still putting women in power. So yeah, like what are we talking about? I agreed. Yeah, like if she's gonna that's a much better example. At least it's a much more recent example. I think that regardless of whether you think that Trump is just kind of a sleazy guy, or if he's like, oh, he's all over the. Regardless of that, I don't think it's that much of a stretch for a feminist to think that Trump is a misogynist. But what a weird argument. What a weird argument. Let's see where it goes.
Of female appointees and women within his cabinet.
So we just generally look around at like corporations that put women as boss CEOs and things like this and go, those fucking misogynists. Or does that usually mean something different? Like, for instance, do you think that maybe that would mean or give evidence towards they're not actually misogynistic sexists? Wouldn't that be better evidence for that?
No,
that's what I was thinking. But no, of course not. The evil men who put all these women in power hate the women. What?
I don't think so. I think because it would be very naive to think that just because you're appointing or elevating women to positions of status and authority, even ones as great as like political authority, secretaries, etc., that means and you're like presupposing.
SSRI voice. I cannot feel emotions, so I talk like this because I don't know how to feel anymore.
There's like political authority, secretaries, etc. That means and you're like presupposing that those women in those positions of power being appointed are fine with the social equality of women.
Those sexist misogynists always empowering women.
Yeah, right. What is
that's
this
like
argument?
A contradiction in terms.
I don't think so. I think
it's a contradiction
empowering
in terms.
Women that have very rigid ideas of what womanhood and what women ought to be doing with their lives.
Okay. Now I see. Okay, so the evil men of the patriarchy are just pretending by putting the evil women who are actually for the patriarchy to make it seem like they don't hate women, but that's exactly how we know that they do hate women.
What? Stupid.
Okay.
Have very rigid ideas of what womanhood and what women ought to be doing with their lives. And in those
Which
ways,
is what? Girl bossing in the administration, the most powerful positions in the world? Those damn misogynists?
Do you think that it's mutually exclusive, that you could be sexist but also appoint a lot of women to positions of power?
I think that it's logically possible, but practically improbable.
I would say it's logically possible, but practically very probable.
Positions of power?
I think that it's logically possible, but practically improbable.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, so do you agree with me that Superman's logically possible?
Yes.
But practically impossible?
Correct.
Okay, great. Glad we got that cleared up.
Yeah. So sometimes it takes me a while to form my arguments. So I do want to go back to your the voting thing.
All right, she's finally figured out what we're talking about.
I do believe that any policies that consider children first will be fundamentally good for all of society. So if the people that are voting for those policies have a vested interest in the continuation of our country as a free democratic republic.
Well, maybe if you just pray hard enough. All things are possible through God, no?
Like, if they consider the children first, I think that's good for everybody. So that would kind of be my argument for that. And then you asked me about his administration being women. I didn't say women can't work. I didn't say they will only be fulfilled by a family. Like I said, I'm single. I don't have a family. I just think, for the most part, for most women, the lie that they were sold. And I guarantee if you ask any of these women in the administration, if they were asked to give up their job to put their family first, they would. I know Caroline Leavitt would.
She's probably the worst example you could have picked. She had her baby and then declined to have a maternity leave. I think after maybe 2-3 days after giving birth, she was right back on the job because she said it was her duty to do this because Donald Trump had faced, I can't remember if it was 1 or 2 assassination attempts at that time.
Sounds pretty responsible. Sounds pretty, pro-feminist. What? I don't understand what the question is here. What are you arguing? It seems like you agree that women are doing just fine. That should be a sign to you to say, well, of course, look at all of this stuff that feminism has led to. Allow this woman to not only have a front-facing government job where she's right by the president, but also have her baby and have a family. She's still mad. They're just mad. They're just always mad.
This because Donald Trump had...
You can't tell because of the SSRIs, but she's mad.
Faced, I can't remember if it was 1 or 2 assassination attempts at that time, but that's an example of a working woman that actually put her motherly duties secondary to her professional life.
But she's also working for someone that she sees that is going to secure the future for her child.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the fact that she is prioritizing girl bossing it up and going to work and her.
You don't know what's
welcome.
You don't know what's. You don't know why.
Inferences based
you're
on what
drawing
she's
inferences,
saying.
but you don't know why she's doing what she's doing. I bet if you ask.
Wait, Mel said women were not working in the old days. Now they force women to have no choice but to work. Who do you? Well, let's go through the timeline. Women were not working in the old days. Then something happened. Now all the prices are so high that women have no choice to work. What's that middle piece? Feminism.
Her, she would say, I want to secure a future for my child that isn't going to tell me that my daughter can become a boy. And it's temporary.
Sure
her job is only 3 more years.
Yeah, I'm sure that's her cope answer. I do think regardless
her job
of
is 3 years.
Her subjective intent, when you analyze the effect that she's having on the world, her actions, she's putting herself first.
I really hope this is true because I know there's going to be a time very short, maybe not very shortly, but eventually I'm going to be posed with do some blow. And I've been out of that world for so long that I'm scared. I'm scared. I want to do some blow, but I mean, there might be some fat in there.
Analyze the effect that she's having on the world, her actions. She's putting herself first over her domestic duties of being a mother when she.
No, I feel like you had a bad experience with like a few men, and then you're acting like we're all like that. Didn't I just say that what I want more than anything is a family specifically? So am I not a man, or am I just one of the good ones? We have plenty of fathers in the chat. I'm sorry that like bad things happen to you, but in the same way that we shouldn't be misogynistic towards women, we also shouldn't be misandrist and just say things like this. Do you know most men? How many men have you ever met in your entire life? This is misandry, and this seems to be the heart of feminism. Most of what you said in the last 10 minutes is something that I would expect to hear from a feminist. Let's go.
Yeah, she's putting herself first over her domestic duties of being a mother when she could have taken that maternity leave. She could have done that, but she chose to
Didn't you say
get ahead in her
earlier?
career.
Didn't you say
I'll let you guys take that one.
earlier that you have to, by necessity, have a two-income household?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. If
Yeah,
you want to
then
have
what-
the
then
best
I don't
outcomes,
understand if it's the case that women need to have a two-income house.
Okay, and so what? Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not looking to reject your experience, but what percentage of the plenty is the whole? Of all the men that are alive right now, how many have you? What percentage of plenty is that? Would it be fair to say things like women just don't care about men? They just care about foodie dates. They just care about filling up their roster. Plenty of women do that. But that doesn't mean that that's how women are. As Mike and I were discussing before, like, yeah, there's enough of it that we've decided, we as men who do genuinely want a real relationship and a family, have taken a step back because of that. So yes, there are bad people. Okay, and how much are you comparing that to what women are saying and doing? This is my point. This is female solipsism. You're only seeing the world from your perspective and assuming that that's everyone's perspective. Well, there you go. There you go. So it doesn't have to do with men, and it doesn't have to do with women. It has to do with other things, largely politics.
And
Have the
then
best
I don't
outcomes,
understand if it's the case that women need to have a two-income household, right? Then aren't they being forced into work situations? And if that's the case, how can you say that her subjective intent is not to put her family first if the requirement to feed her family is to work?
I said that I think that that's her cope answer because it just seems to me incongruent given the types of beliefs
Yeah, but it seems
women
like
like
your
Caroline
answer
Levitt
seems like your answer is
espouse
P and not
is
P.
kind of rules for thee, not for me.
Yeah, sure,
Like
but
she will make the prescription that other women ought to, focus on raising their family, their domestic duties, being a good
yeah,
wife,
maybe. Let's
etc.
assume for a second.
But then she
She's got
doesn't
her
live-
kids.
hang on,
Have
hang
you
on.
seen the
Living
White
her
House
Let us
lately? She's got
assume-
there's kids
Shut up, bitch. The men are talking. Oh, I didn't even mean that way.
all over the
Let's
teeming
assume
that
for a
place.
moment you're right, and she's a total hypocrite and completely wrong.
Right.
That does nothing for your position.
No,
Your
I'm not
po-
saying it
your
does. I
position-
was only saying
Hang on,
it's
hang
the
on,
worst
hang on. Let me
example she
finish.
could
Let
have
me
brought up.
finish. I'm just saying that does nothing for your position because your position's P and not P. It's like, yeah, we require two incomes in order to raise a family, but look at her girl bossing out there working, not prioritizing her family.
Wait,
that would
Andrew.
be P and not P.
Andrew, I'm doing an internal critique. I'm saying that based off of Caroline Levitt's espoused personal
Mhm.
values, that her actions are at odds with that. Now, I personally don't believe that there's an issue with a woman who is able to provide for her child via hiring.
How's that working out for you, pal? How's that working out for you? Angry amputee said I got married young just to have a family, wanted out of my house, and wanted my own family. So you didn't look for love? You didn't look for the person that put butterflies in your stomach? How's that working out? Genuine question, Mel. Or not, excuse me, not Mel. Angry. Genuine question. How's that working out?
Don't believe that there's an issue with a woman
Oh, don't worry. Ian's going to come in and save the day.
who is able to provide for her child via hiring nannies, private childcare, if her husband, et cetera, returning to work and declining to have an extended
Well, let me do
maternity
the
leave.
internal critique
Go ahead.
back. So
Sure, go
then
ahead.
if she's out there and she's working, right, you would say that she is prioritizing family values.
Well, yeah, under my belief system, I don't think that those are mutually exclusive.
Okay, well then the argument that you have then is pretty weak here, isn't it?
I agree with this to an extent. Like, the fact that they're all PDFs matters to me, but, like, being mean, being a cheater, I don't care about that shit. Run my fucking country.
Okay, well then the argument that you have then is pretty weak here, isn't it? Because
How's that?
isn't your argument here that women who are in a position where they're forced to work, right? They have to in order to take care of their families.
Everybody has
Call me Jelly.
to work.
That's not actually a feminist ideal then. That's no longer within the domain of feminism, is it? Because it's a force to work rather than a choice to work.
I mean, I would agree. Yeah, but then that gets
Well, then
into
you're arguing from
that gets into, but that gets into criticisms of like our economic system and the fact that we don't do more.
Maybe, but we're talking about
don't do more
feminist
to
values
support,
right now, and you can't say that it's a feminist value now that women work because by your own logic they have to.
It sort of I think supports the claim that feminism has or is
Here we
destroying
go.
the United States, in that it in the 50s they were like, hey ladies, you should go get a job, don't feel like you have to be stuck at home. They're like, okay, great. So they went and got jobs, and then there was two incomes for the family. Then the economy formed around that, and now we're in a position where like it's not even feminism anymore. Like if you don't have two incomes, you better be making twice as much as, you know, it's you're like in the 1%. I don't know what the
It's almost like doubling the workforce was not a good idea. Wow. Should I leave it for one more vote? Or do I stop at 20 votes 50-50? We'll give it 2 more votes. If 22 votes ends up at 50-50, then I'll end the poll. I just need 2 more of you to hit that poll. If you're on the vertical, come on over to the landscape. The link is pinned to the top of the chat.
you better be making twice as much as, you know, it's you're like in the 1%. I don't know what the
well,
what the
it
numbers
can
are.
even be argued. I mean, it depends on what you value. There's plenty of families that have a lot of children, and they just, again, is it ideal? But what's your priority? Is your priority vacations to the Bahamas, vacations to Florida? You know, there's plenty of families that sacrifice to do, better and best by their children, which
I agree with you, Mel. It's just that the defensiveness comes from when you're saying men do this and men go home and drunk and yelling. It's like, hold on. That sounds like a you thing. That doesn't really sound like it applies to men in general. And so, yeah, when we back out and say that both men and women, some men and some women, maybe too many men and too many women, are not respecting the sanctity of what family is supposed to be, what community is. That's a much more fair statement that we can then get into what are the aspects of that, instead of, it's the men, it's the women. That's the way I prefer to look at it.
do, better and best by their children, which means a mother at home. So I think it depends on where you live. If you're insisting on living in New York City and raising a family,
right,
then you're going to need a 2-income thing. But if you decide to live in, traveling here from,
No, they're saying at this point we all are forced to have dual income households because of the prices of stuff. Not saying that like by law everybody has to work. They're saying you are forced, if you are going to buy a home, to have multiple incomes, obviously, unless you're fucking rich. But most people aren't.
2-income thing. But if you decide to live in, traveling here from West Palm Beach, I literally went coast to coast to Florida. The middle of Florida is nothing like either side.
Yeah, but do you see that her criticism of you now no longer makes sense?
Yes,
because
I do. Yep.
from her view,
Wait. I still have issues with the way that you're characterizing it.
Okay,
Sure.
and then you can respond, I promise. But within your view, if she's out there working and girl bossing all day to bring home that paycheck, that's not a feminist ideal. You criticizing women for working?
Is that how it works? You just get a better paying job?
Is now no longer on the plate. How can it be on the plate if you say that it's a requirement?
Well, just get a better job then. That's what Mel said. Just get a better job.
For working is now no longer on the plate. How can it be on the plate if you say that it's a requirement for survival? So they would be prioritizing family first. It has nothing to do with
boom and solipsism once again. Well, I saw this happen, therefore it must be the case for everyone. This is I need you to look up solipsism. This isn't like I'm saying that you're a bad person. This is a common thing with women. The inability to grasp theory of mind, and the fact that you did something doesn't mean everybody can do the thing. That's essentially the entire point of this entire argument. That just because this happened in one situation doesn't mean that's every situation. That's the point. I'm glad that your kids seem to be doing awesomely well, and I'm sorry that whatever men you dealt with, didn't treat you well. I'm sorry that happened. But that has nothing to do with the larger conversation that we're talking about. You're just talking about your own personal anecdotal experiences. And those don't not matter, especially to you. Of course they matter, but that's not what we're doing here. We're not talking about what is Mel's life. We're talking about how is feminism and communism, unfolding in society. Shout out to equality and deference because vagina. Welcome over on Rumble. Said liked and shared. Thank you so very, very much. Again, guys, that stuff is free. It's easy. It takes seconds. Well, really just 1 second. 1 second each. And it doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you share just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it. They will show it to more people. Thank you. Welcome to the party. Equality said, so communism is a form of Leviathan nation state, and Andrew doesn't like. I don't fully really know what that means, but no, Andrew doesn't like communism, and neither do I. Larry said the Federal Reserve is the reason for this. Not men, not feminism. The government using actual force to make you use their currency or go to jail is why people can't get ahead. Not understanding economics should be illegal. Okay, yes, you are right. But the fact that things went that way is not unaffected by the public perception of women and voting and money and all that stuff. You are correct, but that's only part of it. Shout out to Brandon. Welcome. So I wonder if narcissism and communism go hand in hand. Probably. Yep. And that's it's a common thing to, whatever the immature or like not yet mature, like you're still getting there. We all go through phases of figuring things out, and nobody is done figuring things out. But realizing where you are lacking is huge. It's huge. Most of us grow out of it. Do most women grow out of it? I don't know. There you go. I say he's a big government guy, so I'm mocking him. Fair. All right, let's dive back in.
If you say that it's a requirement for survival, so they would be prioritizing family first, has nothing to do with feminism.
Well, I think there's a difference between what I'm criticizing is that, yes, under our current economic order, if you want to maximize the outcomes for your children, be able to provide for them adequately, dual incomes is ideal. But for one, I also champion change to be able to support young people, families, etc., being able to have access to paid paternity leave, not have it all fall solely to the mother.
Doesn't change the fact that they have to work.
Well, if I could just finish, paid maternity leave. And as far as, yes, Caroline Leavitt has to work, but does she have to be part of the Trump administration? I do think that there's a difference between a woman getting
yeah, so she should just choose whatever job, and like she was offered this job, but she wants to work a job, but do you have to work at that specific job?
What?
There's only one president, honey. There's only one president. So yes, if she's going to be a press secretary, she has to work for Trump.
Stupid.
Well, I said solipsism is the philosophical position that only the self can truly be known. It's not selfishness. That okay, but the manifestation of thinking that you're the only one has the right position is is what I'm alluding to. That's what I'm alluding to. Only the self can only self can truly be known. Okay, well, I mean, maybe that's the textbook definition, but the way that it's used not as a position but a mindset is it's solipsistic to think that, well, I another example would be well, I made $1 billion, so everybody should be able to make $1 million. I didn't say it necessarily has to do with selfishness. It has to do with a lack of breadth to understanding the world and how people work.
Does she have to be part of the Trump administration? I do think that there's a difference between a woman getting a job.
So now you get to pick women's skill sets, or
she's already there.
I think there's a difference between a woman getting a job just because she needs to be able to survive, and then trying to allocate the majority of her time, like minimize the amount of professional time that she needs to spend working to earn an income for her family, and then maximize the time in the home, versus Caroline Leavitt, who is going out of her way to maximize the time that she spends outside of the home,
so
and advancing her professional career.
So she needs to be a part-time waitress.
No, she doesn't need to be, but
does she need to get back? Does she need to get back to the kitchen, Aaron? Does she need to get back to the kitchen?
But I think under Caroline Leavitt's personal worldview, these are the sorts of things that she would be saying that women ought to be doing.
No, women ought to.
Would she though? Would she though? Oh my goodness! Shout out to equality and deference for the big $5. Thank you, guys. I don't have the ads turned on the landscape stream. As long as you guys are keeping it going, thank you so very, very much. Very good to. Oh, you were already here. I mean, very much appreciated. That is what 17 out of 75 and 3 out of 15. Let's get Marty his treat. And of course, every $2, if we hit the goal, is another push-up that I've got to do. Look how puny I am. Oh, I'm so fucking puny. Just help me. Thank you. Quality.
Does she need to get back
but
in the
I think
kitchen?
under Caroline Levitt's personal worldview, these are the sorts of things that she would be saying that women ought to be doing.
No, I
Women
think
ought to be relegated
Yeah,
primarily
but-
to the home, taking care of their kids'
but
domestic
if
life.
that's the case, and you're saying there's no avenue to do that because you need 2 incomes, then she's she's congruent with your worldview without being a feminist right this second.
Yeah, she's the SSRI girl is saying, well, feminism is good because the patriarchy is forcing women to work. But then it's also about having everything and being able to do whatever you want. You can't. She's talking out of both sides of her mouth. She wants her cake and eat it too.
Do you really think that there's no weight to the fact that
you think this?
No, I'm about to ask you thoughts on my position. Do you think that there is not sort of any tension that exists between Caroline Levitt's stated views or our guests' stated personal views as like contrasted?
Did she say our guest? Did she say our guest?
Stated views or our guests' stated personal views as like contrasted
Main
against their
character
choices that
syndrome.
don't align with what they espouse. Do you think that there's not a tension that undermines their own ideology there?
Yeah, but all you're doing at that point is saying that the prisoner doesn't like the prison food but eats it anyway. And that's what your view now has reduced to. The prisoner doesn't like the prison food, but he eats it anyway. It's a terrible argument.
You're also
that's not
assuming
an argument at
you
all.
know-
It's a descriptive observation for one. And for two, my argument is that
wait,
we ought
no,
to
it is an
expand programs
argument.
so we can support people doing these things.
It is an argument because you used it as support for feminism. That would be an argument, one. And two, you can make observational arguments. That's the second thing. You know this from philosophy. I've seen your videos. You know at least basic philosophy.
Sure. Yeah, you can make descriptive observations, but I think what we're more interested in is exploring the normative claims surrounding these descriptive observations.
Well,
that
we
follow
haven't done any normative claims. That means moral. We haven't gone into any moral anything.
We're not there yet. We're just talking about the political results. Shout out to Glowing Dark. Welcome to the party.
Wait, yeah, just let me say something. I think that the idea of
Andrew, right?
Of people who kind of what I call myself is after feminism, a world after feminism. It's not going back to women not working. But I do believe, again, there are biological difference between men and women. You can discuss what different professions, where they're catered toward. She has a very kind of feminine role, like press secretary a lot of the times is a woman. And you don't know how often that child is with her in the White House.
That's the other thing I was going to say. Like, I genuinely don't know, but like we got over the 23 votes. So we'll get to that in a second. But I was wondering, like, I genuinely don't know, but how much time does it actually take to be the press secretary? Especially if you're not like Kayleigh McEnany, where you have the book and you're like, boom, 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 boom. Like, you're just up there kind of bullshitting. Like, you get the one sheet of all this stuff. And I don't know. Is there more to it? I don't know.
Woman. And you don't know how often that child is with her in the White House. They've been extremely accommodating to children in the White House. There's a lot of people
Does she bring her kid to work?
Yeah. They
I
bring them
didn't
in the
know
White
that.
House.
Yet again, am I not a man? He talked to me.
Do you think that children ought to be in the workplace?
Just wait, let me just finish. Why
Hell
not?
yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Put those little bastards sweeping the chimneys. Do it immediately.
But
I'm 4 years
we gotta
old.
bring
I
back
want
Shout out to Larry. Luckily, we already know how that goes. But remember, the feminists greased it up.
Coal suit on the
But
face.
no. This goes back to home economics. Children used to work on the farm. They used to be they were part of a valuable economic structure of the home. So maybe that's shifting from the home to the workplace. Maybe they're not providing economically, but why not? Why not be flexible about having children when mother can breastfeed? Why not be accommodating to having children around every night? It's not just take your daughter to work one day a year. And again, there are roles.
Yeah, I'm absolutely for abolishing at least as it stands, child labor laws. I don't. Yep. Because prior to 80 years ago, that's what kids essentially were for. And now we don't need kids to be in mines and doing farming and stuff. Why is it that you can't stock shelves at 12 years old? Then we have all of these issues about, when you get of age to be working, then you have to, start at some bullshit job. You got to get the experience. You got to get the references, all that stuff, and you're already broke. Many entry-level jobs, especially if you haven't gone to college. I mean, I don't know if this has changed in the last 10 years or so, but a lot of there are entry-level jobs, but they require 3 years of experience, all that kind of stuff. This is how children learn to be adults. There's a study that just came out. Let me see if I can find it. Millennial IQ versus Gen Z IQ. All right, from Money Control. Gen Z became the first generation to be less intelligent than millennials as IQ dropped. So, let's see. Recent studies suggest that Gen Z is the first and only generation to be less intelligent than the one before, making millennials the only generation to outperform the younger generation that followed. Yes, we have the highest IQ of any generation of anyone in mankind. Dilly dilly to millennials. There you go. And yeah, what are you guys saying about fucking Angry saying bricklaying at 14? Why wouldn't we want 12-year-olds to work? Again, I'm not talking about going into a coal mines. I'm talking about stocking shelves at Target. I'm talking about fucking just basic fucking shit, computer jobs, coding and stuff. Some of these kids are better at just learning this shit on their own. But what do? They fucking create AI bullshit pranks and go on Kick and do that shit. Why wouldn't we want those people working? Why wouldn't we want them working? Actually, the waste, and we can see from the actual. Let's see if it gives any the specific study. Give me the fucking study. Let's see. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Gen Z dumber than us. And I think it has a lot to do with the shift. Even millennials, of course, we were not working like that. Gen Xers, you're saying, yeah, you were working. But we still had that mentality that when someone was cool, like when we were 15 and we were looking at some dude who's 23, oh, he's so cool. He drives. He could get alcohol. There was an aspect of, oh, this is an adult who is contributing to society. Maybe not consciously, but that's lost. And where has that led us? It's abusive to children. I don't have an issue teaching them to work. Taught my kids to work before playing. There you go. Quality said, and the rug muncher under Obama Yo Mama didn't even bother answering questions. What? Oh, the other chick? And then Colin said, child labor laws are gay as fuck. Quoting Jesus Christ.
Work one day a year. And again, there are roles I think that are going to be more feminine, that I think that are more conducive to a women fulfilling than a man. We can talk about construction workers. You want to go down in a manhole and do that job?
No.
Right.
I don't think most men want to be doing backbreaking labor either. Hopefully we'll get to
then why do they go get that job?
where we can automate beyond these jobs, but yeah.
But
Well,
they're
that's
more
incorrect.
physically built.
That's actually objectively incorrect.
What's
They're
okay?
more physically built for those jobs.
Well, it's not just a matter of more physically built for the jobs.
All right, again, guys, if you are on the landscape stream where we want to be, new poll: should minor children be allowed to do any kind of work for pay? Yes or no? Again, if you're on the vertical stream and you want to come over to the good one, just hit that pinned link and come on through. A high five for the little baby Jesus. Getting it right.
physically built for those jobs.
Well, it's not just a matter of more physically built for the jobs. Men have preferences also to work with their hands.
Yeah.
Oh, so he has to
working
go
man
underground.
A minor. Nope. Minor with an O.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's physiological, not
Men
just
much more often have
Okay, what reason? What's the reason?
they have preferences towards physical labor
Well,
and working with their hands.
maybe because I wouldn't just say working with their hands because you can do a lot of things. You can
Oh, I feel like that's a straw man because I specifically said not jobs like that. And I specifically said stocking shelves at a Target. So you can engage with what I said, or you can just kind of say things.
create art with your hands. You can.
That ain't working with your hands.
That's like some guitar. It's
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of.
Get down with a face mask when you're
talking about
welding
getting
in a
dirty.
food. That's
yeah, but
that's
you're
working with your
talking safety.
hands.
You're now putting your. That's not so much working with your hands. You're talking about safety.
Anything a
And
man
So Larry, so there's another aspect to this. There's a massive power dynamic between employer and employee. Minors' prefrontal cortex isn't fully developed, and they will be generally easier to exploit by the employer. And I think that just has to do with further oversight. I think if we're getting children, and again, maybe not 5, 6, 7 years old, but if we're talking about 13 and up or something like that, 12 and up, then there are ways to address that. There you go.
Men are
is
more
doing
willing
that's
to
working with their
tolerate.
hands is going to be a safety hazard. Anything.
I think men are more willing to tolerate high risk jobs, right? Coal mining.
Well, it's not
digging
tolerate.
trenches.
They're capable of doing
And
it.
capable.
And
Fine,
women,
that's
women
both.
don't have the same physicality that men have.
Correct.
and if the guy dies, the girl can still go give birth. But the
Now,
guy
Aaron,
can't go
this
give
is usually
birth
where
if
the
girl
argument
dies.
from Outlier comes in, where you say some women can work on the oil rig.
Yeah, they can, but generally women are not
generally they can't.
choosing to do
To
that.
answer your question, Jen, why you wouldn't bring kids into work if they disrupt the work environment, if they create a vulnerability.
Okay, so then how about we just make the law no factories or nothing that requires a certain level of OSHA whatever. I mean, you're saying this can't work because it's not allowed. That's not an argument. Larry said if we lived in a more socialist economy where we had unions to fight back against corporations, it would be different then. But we're ruled by a bunch of pay to. Well, I don't see how that changes anything that I said.
Like they might get sick if so there's a lot of reasons why.
Correct. And nobody has said why what I said is wrong about child labor laws.
Well, children should not be around a work environment.
I'm not saying 24/7, but I'm saying what I'm saying is we don't need to go back to the agrarian age to make more accommodations for family-friendly policies.
I agree with you on that. I do think that this more, as like society is becoming more secular, I think that's something.
Right. What do we think children should be learning when they're 16? What's more helpful for a child? Algebra or learning about taxes? They yearn for the mines.
I agree with you on that. I do think that this more, as like society is becoming more secular, I think that's something that has kind of been lost, but would be a positive thing to reintroduce, would be more communitarian values. And I do think it takes a village to raise a kid. And, if workplaces want to be more accommodating to young families,
But it's not-
to
it's
be able
not-
to help assist them with childcare, et cetera, providing them support for childcare, or, some offices I know have like childcare centers where their employees are able to bring their children while they're working. I think these sorts of things are positive changes.
Doesn't take a village to raise a kid.
Takes a
And
mother and a
kids
father.
are generally raised by parents and extended family, and that's always been the case. And I can tell you why it's always been the case. I can prove it to you. Do you agree with me that once upon a time there were
Oh my God, you guys are strawman factories talking about factories. Did I say don't teach them algebra? Or did I ask you which was more important to learn?
Less human beings on the world, and they were spread out much more.
Yes.
And so on these plots of land that they had, they were usually cross-generational, right?
Yes.
That was not the village. That was the extended family who was taking care of their kids.
Exactly. What about, shoveling snow? Oh, the humanity that was children out doing work. And put a 1 in the chat if you have an issue with children going around their neighborhood after it snows and asking for 10, 20 bucks or whatever to shovel a driveway. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that it should be illegal.
Yes.
That was not the village. That was the extended family who was taking care of their
Andrew,
kids.
when I say it takes a village to raise a kid, did you believe that I was saying it literally?
Yeah, we didn't get that. But remember the first time you got a paycheck and you were like, where's all my money? That is kids learning. That is kids focused on learning the things that actually matter. There we go. The Heavies. Welcome. How is that not a job? What do you mean that's not a job? Have you heard of a landscaper? Tell that to the snowplow guy. Tell it to the snowplow guy that that's not a job. What are we talking about? If you do work for pay, that's a job.
A village to raise a kid. Did you believe that I was saying it literally takes a village, or did you what sentiment did you think I was expressing?
Due to the fact that you're a communist, yes.
Okay, well,
I literally think that that's what you mean because you're a communist.
I think
you're a collectivist by nature.
That's a rational inference, but to clarify that I was not really using it in the most literal sense of the word. I was just saying that, support where necessary beyond just the mother and father, I think is largely positive, and I don't think that's something to be discouraged.
Do you think childcare is equal to?
But I don't think you need an entire community of people to literally raise a children, because as you're saying, we have plenty of historical examples where 1 or 2 people is more than enough to suffice to raise a child.
Yep.
And do you think childcare is of equal value to an auntie or a godmother or a grandparent?
In what sense? How do you mean?
Of taking care of a child.
Like somebody else's child? Do I think it's like as personally valuable to them?
You have a child. Would you rather put that child in daycare, or would you rather have them taken care of by an auntie? Are they equal? Are they of equal value and worth? An auntie, a godmother, a grandmother.
Well, I personally would do this, but some other women might.
Is it better for Consuela down the street to be taking care of your kid, or you,
or your own family? I think. Well, she asked, just is it better for your own family, as opposed to like nannies, etc. I'd say yeah, I would agree with that. But I think so long as children are being supervised and watched by adults that are capable of providing for them, that's adequate enough. But if we're asking about like what the ideal is, then I think raised primarily by their own family is good.
There's a point made earlier I wanted to kind of poke a hole in. So you guys think that both parents have to work? That was kind of a claim. It was like 100%. We've agreed. This is the situation now. This is the need.
I didn't agree.
For most people.
Then you kind of disagreed with it. You said you could have 6 kids and live at home and stitch together. You didn't say this, but I'm thinking stitch together clothing for the kids.
Hang on. What actually happened there was a sequence of internal critiques. I had her position. She gave an internal critique to her position. And then I gave an internal critique based on her grounding foundational position.
So notice how nobody said they had any issue with kids shoveling snow. We had a deflection that's not a job. Disagree. But so, okay, then maybe we don't have children do jobs. We just have them do labor that is appropriate for a child in exchange for money. Fair? Exactly. So you think about it and you're like, oh, I don't like how that feels. So nuh-uh. But then when we dig into it, you do actually agree with it. As long as children are capable of being watched by adults that can take care of them, is exactly how we get the so long as children are capable of being watched by adults that can take care of them, is exactly how we get the indoctrination we see now. What? I don't know what this means. Can you read this? Reword that?
To her position, and then I gave an internal critique based on her grounding foundational position, that it largely requires 2 incomes. Meaning that if that's the case, then women who are working, this is not due to a feminist ideal. This is due to forced labor.
So should we,
from your view? From your view. So if that's the case, then we can take off the table that women working right now has anything at all to do with them being feminists.
Wait.
Yeah,
that's
with
this
them
is where
being
we,
feminists.
that's where we can get. Oh, with them being feminist, sure, whatever. In some instances, I guess.
Not in some instances. You can't say that they're feminist because they're working. That would be a contradiction to your view that it's necessary that they're working. So the thing is,
girl boss.
is like, again, that whole worldview I think is built on sand, but it is your view that almost all women under your communist, and you're using a Marxist lens for analysis, I'm guessing, right?
Sure.
Okay, so under your Marxist lens, right now what's going on is that the proletariat is being exploited by the evil bourgeoisie and forcing these poor women who would rather stay at home with their little kids suckling at the teat into the workforce, where
Well,
they
not
must
necessarily.
slave away in order to help their capitalist overlords so they can bring a paycheck home when they'd much rather be at home.
No, I'm not saying that absent and
So he's going. So let's see. Guamtech originally said, so long as children are capable of being watched by adults that can take care of them, is exactly how we get the indoctrination that we see now. I'm going off what the feminists said about childcare. It's basically saying just taking care of them is good enough. Gotcha. So this is critiquing her and saying that this is a silly argument to say that as long as we make sure that the children are being taken care of, that it's inherently going to lead to bad things. That don't make no sense. Good catch.
At home when they'd much rather be at home.
no. I'm not saying that absent any economic coercion that you wouldn't see women opting to not have kids or still participate and do labor, et cetera, throughout their day. It would just depend on that individual person at that point.
You think?
Well, they're
But
doing
you would
labor
be,
regardless.
I think you would be able to see people being able to actually like live true to their values absent this like massive economic
Yeah, so we
coercive factor.
can't
that's
say it's
doing it.
defensible that because a woman's working, it's contrary to her values of being an anti-feminist. That just doesn't make any sense under that analysis.
But as I said, I think that there is a
Equality.
Being an anti-feminist, that just doesn't make any sense under that analysis.
But as I said, I think that there is a tension there that exists when you're going so far as to maximize your professional outcomes as opposed to doing the minimum that is necessary to be able to provide for
That
yourself.
doesn't make any sense under that analysis either. Why would you not try to maximize your earning outcomes if it's required that you earn money in order to give your kids a better life in this particular environment?
Because there's
More money equals better life for child, which should be the primary goal.
Of course you're going to maximize
there's more to
those.
life than money, just because I think
Is there more to life than your children? Because it's not about the money. It's about what the money can do for your children.
it's rational for people, women included, to try to maximize their professional achievements. If you really truly believe that a big part of your life ought to be centered around domesticity, then I think that there would come a point where you would deprioritize taking every single professional, step, promotion, et cetera, to maximize those earnings and say, if the entire point of
Yeah, but
working
that's
and the
arbitrary.
entire point
It's
of
just arbitrary.
earning money is to be able to enable, a domestic life that makes my family happy.
Yeah, but that's just
So, Guamtech, I'm getting the, I thought you'd be on my side. It sounds like you're not on the side of putting kids in appropriate work. The issue is that when we put them in these indoctrination centers, it's not a surprise that they're being indoctrinated because there's nothing else going on. When they're out working, then they're out working. And so they get to see what the world is and engage in the world, and they don't have the chance to be as easily indoctrinated because they have their own experiences. And when you siphon them away in a room and say, this is how the world is, this is how the world is, that's how you get indoctrination. When you let people do their own thing and discover things on their own with the proper guidance, that is how you avoid indoctrination. So sounds like we're all in favor of child labor.
To be able to enable, a domestic life that makes my family happy.
Yeah, but that's
But
just
this is-
feel-
I
but
don't
that's
need
just- but
to
that's
go
just
so far as to
feels-
become like the press
Yeah,
secretary
but
for the
that's
United
just feels
States.
and vibes. You're just like, I feel like now it's too
But
much.
you're also getting into
where
the-
do we get to the actual threshold here? How many promotions can she take before
God.
now she's a feminist?
God
Do you just have
damn.
to feel it and vibe it out or what?
Isn't this a continuum fallacy?
Well, it's not a continuum fallacy. If
No,
it's
because
the
you're
case that
asking
your
me-
position is you become a feminist at X point, when is that point?
I don't even disagree with you that a lot of it does come down to what you're saying is vibes, but I
It's
would say
vibes.
kind of subjective or arbitrary lines. But just because something is arbitrary doesn't mean that we couldn't introduce some sort of like subjective rubric to try to see.
Great. What's the subjective rubric? I want to hear it.
Well,
Why are-
it's a diminishing return on
Oh, here we go. Here we go. What's the standard? What's the...
see.
Great. What's the subjective rubric? I want to hear it.
well,
Why are-
it's a diminishing return on work. Like if I need income, it doesn't mean I need to max.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Turn on work. Like if I need income, it doesn't mean I need to maximize all the way, because there's exhaustion that comes in. So you have to, there's like there's resistance that picks up the more you do.
Can we just look at the practical aspect? Because you're picking on Caroline Levitt, right? You're saying she's a terrible example.
You brought her up.
I did, but you said it.
That's a good point. You did bring her up.
That's fine, but you said she's a terrible example. I will say she's not a terrible example. That woman had a career before she got married and had children. That was the That was her trajectory. Would you rather her go just work at a restaurant now or do something that she's not good at?
I think Caroline Levitt is fine making the professional choices that she did.
This is the trajectory she's on. Right? Whether the way I see it is God's given her talent. She is using the talents and treasures God has given her to the best of her ability to provide for her family. There is no reason she should start a new career because, if she can manage. She also was obviously healthy enough to get pregnant. When you talk to a lot of women in the workforce, and if we want to go to the fertility thing, they will tell people, women who want to get pregnant, I'll get pregnant in a minute if I quit my job. It's the stress of that workplace environment, trying to act like a man in the workplace environment, that doesn't allow them to be feminine. Somehow she's kept her femininity. She's still getting pregnant. Her health is still there to allow her to have children. And she happens to be on this career trajectory. Let's come back in 3 years and see what decisions she makes after this job is finished. Again, her job is temporary.
Great point. Great point.
And you look at someone like Susie Wiles. This is kind of like late stage careers. She's had her children. They're out of the house. So this is good for her now. I truly believe, women can work. It's just they can have it all, but not all at the same time. Right?
Interesting point. I like that. The women can have it all, just not at the same time. And this lady isn't great at, articulating her arguments, but she is kind of highlighting how flattened, ironically, just like the emotions of the other girl, the other girl's argument is. It's just very flat. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't fully understand what the feminist communist is actually arguing, other than feminism and communism good. But the notion that it depends on the timing. Like, okay, you can't have it all, meaning you work 80 hours a week and you're the perfect mother and you're cleaning the house and cooking and do. Okay, but you can work earlier on, or you can have kids earlier on, and then you can work later, or or vice versa. Interesting point. So one said, I totally agree with you. Okay. My criticism is that parents just being okay that their kids are taken care of led to their kids being raised by woke crazies currently. Right. So and I think that it's not inherently, it's not the parents that are watching these kids. It's what the people who are watching the kids are saying and doing. And when you have an industry, an entire industry that's just about like, all right, let's take your kids and fill their time. With what? With their dogma. Versus, again, if they go to, if they're at a job, they have a job to do. And it's not like you're maybe some of you, and obviously me, most of you, I would assume that your job, like politics doesn't come up that much at your job. So I think this isn't really much to do with like a left-right culture war thing at all. Why wouldn't kids work?
Right. And so Megyn Kelly talks about this, her career kind of skyrocketed after her children were a little older. So I just think that women can do different things at different times. Different jobs are more conducive to different periods of women's life. You can't get away from the biological constraints that women are under.
So I want to ask you to clarify what you meant by like women shouldn't try to act like a man in the workplace. What do you mean by that?
I think it depends, again, on the job. If
she started with that one. Well, there's never really been communism. Okay, sweetie.
The time and dedication and stress it takes to become a good lawyer is a lot more demanding, right? So if a woman wants to be a lawyer, that's going to take a bigger toll on her physical health than, say, if she wants to, be an artist or have something that's a little softer. But the fact of the matter is law, medical fields, they're kind of dog eat dog if they're based on skills, if they're based on skill set. If you're going.
Yeah, hey, y'all been keeping up with the pit? Dr. J, got a little uncomfortable with Ogilvy. Shit's real.
by
medical field. But you just said that when you were at you said a hospital, you were recently visiting your mother, that when you were interacting with the female healthcare professionals, that you actually found them to be more suitable to those roles.
Be nice in the
I
chat.
didn't say more suitable. I said
what did you say? I don't mean to.
They had a better bedside manner. So that is one of those roles.
Were they
I also don't
physicians or
judge
nurses,
women.
or what roles were they in?
Both. But all of the nurses were women.
Interesting.
Right.
But you did have a female physician that you felt had exceptional bedside standard, and you did trust with your mom's care, right?
Yeah. I'm not saying she's not able to. And I also don't judge her for whatever choices she's made. I don't know her family life. Again, so this is where, like, I think the debate comes of
Quality said the Christo groupies and the commies really love their no true Scotsman. Yup.
What is good for women, but they've made their own choices. But I don't think
feel like
it's at odds with feminism.
About Andrew saying that, like, he feels that too much of
Okay, so I'm sure I caught it once in a while. I'd seen ER, but I don't know ER like that, and I can almost promise you it's not. My dad was an ER doctor, an ER surgeon. The way that every other show, and again, I have not seen a lot of ER, so maybe if it is, then I'll definitely have to go back and watch it. But the way that all the other medical shows are just like, oh my God, she's gonna die. What should we do? Like, The Pit is like, it's more of a dramatic recreation of like a documentary than, I mean, it's not like that, but it's The Pit is awesome.
But I don't think it's at odds with feminism.
Andrew saying that, like, he feels that too much of my, internal critiques or whatever rely on sort of cutoff lines that, like, vibes and arbitrary red lines that I'm drawing.
Even if it's not as good, that would mean that ER is fucking brilliant. But even if it's not as good, check out The Pit. Oh,
outlining really does sound very vibes based, which is that you're fine with women, taking certain professional roles or whatever. And every time I ask you for specificity, you're kind of like, well, it's really going to depend on the individual.
Well,
and
it does depend. It's almost like people are different, right? It's almost like people aren't a one size fits all. It's almost like the thing that you like that works for you doesn't work for everyone.
Life story, we don't know.
I think the medical field
and it
is
just
different.
seems like you're incapable of kind of making work.
Look, that's a fair critique. That's a fair critique.
I get it.
It just seems like you're
and real quick, I didn't know that it was really like that. And so I'd seen Dr. Mike cover it, and really cool about how they're doing this stuff, very accurate language and everything. But it wasn't until I actually watched the show that I was like, oh, it's like that. It's like that. And if you're not familiar, each season of The Pit is one single shift. So episode 1 is 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Episode 2, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. And the whole season is just one shift. And so last season, there was like some crazy thing that happened that overloaded them. And now this season is on 4th of July. And as my dad always said, he hates working on 4th of July because people will blow their fucking hands off. Anyway, diving back in.
Of kind of making work.
Look, that's a fair critique. That's a fair critique.
I get it.
It just seems like you're incapable of making kind of broad prescriptive claims that don't lead to a bunch of examples that you will say, well, that's an exception that worked in that case, and that's an exception that works in that case. But then just how many more examples would you need to what I need to introduce to you before you're like, maybe these standards that I've outlined just really don't hold up to scrutiny. And it's a lot more complicated than just saying women ought to be doing this, but not up to that point, because now it's just coming down to like your vibes versus my vibes.
No. I think it's complicated.
Wait, Equality, if you're still here, was there anything different with the finding the video?
But I do think, again, if that woman chose not to have, I don't know anything about her, just like you don't know anything about Caroline Levitt.
I don't know her personally. I can only look at what she does and go from there and try to make, draw inferences off of her behavior.
And by doing that, I know exactly what she thinks and does and all of the time.
Right, but I think that's dangerous to just draw inferences.
Why is it dangerous?
That's how we do everything.
I would say we can't make observations about what people do and then make judgments from there. What's dangerous?
We can, but when you are then taking that to the next level and saying this is how it is, when you don't know this is how it is, yeah, you can speculate all the fuck we want. I mean, we've been sitting here saying you're probably on Adderall and SSRIs. But it's when we go and say Straighterade absolutely is on SSRIs and Adderall, we should probably know if that's true before we go on a podcast and talk about it, right?
Just about that.
You can make a judgment, but I think
is it dangerous? Why is it
Well, I
dangerous?
mean, it
Okay.
can be like, for instance, if I have a rolling chair at my house, and I usually make the inference that if I sit back a certain way, it's not going to fall over, and sometimes it does, and that can be dangerous. So, yeah, I mean, inferences can be dangerous, but I think generally that's how we reason things out
Right.
is through logical inference. So the critique she's making is fair, right? My criticism to her was, look, you can't be using vibes. I was attacking the foundation more than anything. That was the end where I was moving into. You can't just use your vibes as an arbitrary metric. But her criticism to you is also equally fair under that metric. It's like, well, when do we get to the specificity? So to move this kind of debate along here.
Well, let me kind of answer that. I think it might have to do with low dose cortisol in the workplace. If a woman goes into a job that stresses her out, it's going to cause fertility issues. But that's kind of up to the woman. Like, depending, some jobs are like, is she getting stressed out as a nurse, or does she love her job as a nurse?
That still sounds vibey, though.
It is vibey.
yeah.
because
It
it's
is
different
vibey.
girl.
So it's almost like it's not a blanket rule, and we have to go case by case, person by person.
Is going to have a different experience in the job. Some jobs, a woman is, no matter what, going to the military, you go to the front line, you're going to have cortisol.
Yeah, but a subjective experience that's largely based off of self-reporting and vibes.
Yeah,
At
totally.
what point you decide to invite like medical intervention?
No,
or to
she's
say, like,
right. I
this
mean,
is
that's
too
still
stressful, it's vibes.
that's still vibey, right? And so,
But it's not. He points out something a little more tangible is cortisol levels and how those things affect. I mean, again, there are a wide range of women. I don't think women have to be all one thing. I don't think all women have to be mothers. I
agree.
Yeah.
Feminist.
Do you though? Do you though? Do you though? Because it certainly sounds like you're saying this one's bad because she's not acting the way that I want her to act.
Disagree with you. Yeah.
That's fine. But I do think there's a better model for society to thrive.
yeah, but the patriarchy agrees with her too.
In what respect?
That all women don't have to be mothers.
Yeah.
Okay. In that
Yeah,
sense, yes.
That would be like, so the thing is like,
So I'm a feminist, but I'm pro patriarchy. How does that work?
like utilizing this idea that, feminists want this for women. Feminists also want to deconstruct patriarchal systems.
Right.
So let me give you a logical argument here. Okay.
Okay, so Larry's saying, I don't understand this whole not real communism thing people keep replying with, because those same people respond with, that's not real capitalism whenever you point out the problems with capitalism. So I see what you're saying, and there's people who will cope for one thing or another, but there's a difference between just just brushing off the entire discussion by saying, oh no, that wasn't real communism, versus saying, no, well, we live in more like an oligarchical post whatever corporal capitalistic world. I don't think that people are saying it's not capitalism. I think people will say it's not true capitalism, and by that I think people just mean the letting the invisible hand of the market dictate things. But there's different there's different ways to apply. Well, that's not really what we're talking about. And so if I'm talking about the difficulties that I experience having a pet who barks a lot, then you might talk about how you have similar issues with your cat. That doesn't mean that you're wrong, but I'm still in the position to say, well, that's not a dog, and I'd be right, and you'd say, well, it's still a pet. You see what I'm saying? Like it depends. Again, it depends on the situation. It doesn't mean just because some people say, well, that's not a real thing, but that is a real thing, doesn't mean that anyone is right or wrong. It depends on the situation.
That, feminists want this for women. Feminists also want to deconstruct patriarchal systems.
Right.
So let me give you a logical argument here, okay, that I'd like you to respond to. How can feminists do that without appealing to the patriarchy? How can they take down the patriarchy without then appealing to the patriarchy in an infinite...
You can't, bro. You can't.
regress?
How do you mean?
Well, I would
No, Morty's hungry, guys.
argue that men have the monopoly on force.
Okay.
Overwhelmingly, they have the monopoly on force, and they always will have the monopoly on force.
Oh,
My proof and
we're getting into force doctrine.
evidence is half of the world. Half of the world right now, if they decide women are enslaved, and did, they were. And women could never appeal to anybody except men for their rights because they don't have force. So because that's true, you tell me how it is that women, feminists, how it's actually logical for them to say we're going to dismantle the patriarchy, even though via the force metric, they're going to infinitely have to appeal to it for their rights.
So, I mean, that's fair, Larry. I don't say that's not real capitalism. So I can't speak for the people who do make that argument. And if that's the argument that they're making, then I guess that's not good. I don't agree with that, but I don't think it's as common as when you hear communists say, well, that's not real socialism, that's not real communism.
I think there's kind of an to address your question, I'm not trying to avoid it. I just will say that like I do take some issue with the framing that maybe you could help me clarify.
Sure.
I do remember you presenting this in a conversation that you had with Max Carl.
Mel, thank you for hanging out. Very good to see you. Please do hit that subscribe. Anybody who is new here, I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe. And you know, YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well hit that bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. You have a great night.
Person, where you laid out this general premise, the force doctrine. This
Who's
is
Max Carson?
Mr. Girl.
Oh, yeah.
And I largely agreed with his view, which
I hate that I know who Mr. Girl is because I was watching Destiny at the time.
is that he feels that you would set up a system that presupposes that there is sort of this like unity that exists between like among men and among women very, very neatly. So you're saying like if all men wanted to enslave women, like they would be able to do it because men are stronger than women, etc.
Like half the world.
Right. But he
so it presupposes how most of the observable world actually operates.
In that respect, that's not what I'm taking issue with. The part that I'm taking issue with is just that it would
I don't like it.
break along these lines very neatly.
No. That's not the argument.
But what he presented to you is just that it would be like saying, like, if you have a group of people whose names start with the letter A, and then you have all the people whose names start with the letter B to Z, and all of those people work together to overcome the people whose names start with A, then yes, almost by definition, they would be able to like overcome the people with A, probably.
No. Well, yes, but also no. So let's copy out a few things.
So I think Andrew has a better handle on, because there was a lot to unpack there.
First and foremost, do you agree with me that there have been many revolutionary fights and slave revolts?
Yes.
Okay. Can you name any of them that were led or fought by women ever in history?
No, I don't believe so.
Ever in history?
I don't believe so.
One time in history?
No, I don't believe so.
So then what's going on?
Boudica, the Celts, they fought the Romans.
No,
Yeah,
that was men, guarantee it.
No,
we can look it up.
Was a queen.
I mean, like they were.
Hey, can we just dream here, bro? Can we just dream here, bro? Welcome to the party. I don't know. Let's see. We looked up how old the other chick was. How old is this chick? Straighter age. Based on information available, there's no widely known prominent figure, content creator. Did I get that wrong? I thought it was. I'm pretty sure it was. Straighter age. So well, let's we do the magic trick when you don't know. Oh, there it is. No, you just I'm scared to click on anyone specifically. All right, let me just make sure we're good. Okay, it's not here. I don't know, but she looks probably about. All right, guesses, guys. How old do we think?
Romans.
No, I don't.
Ever in
No.
history.
Yes.
Not with me, but
Definition that would be able.
How old do you think she is? And what percentage of the beauty of them is the bra? Yep. Ian definitely does not show his best today. That's why I was like, you know what? Let me just make sure. Let me just make sure. So, Jay said 29. David said 25, 26. I'm probably, I would say 23 to 25. That's what I'm guessing. You got to remember that not only are millennials smarter than Gen Z, but we also look better. So those of you who don't have TikTok may not know, but there was a trend going on for a little while where both millennial and Gen Z women would just post a video of like, how old do you think I am? No makeup, no filters, blah, 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 blah. And you saw very commonly that the millennial women who were in their 30s and 40s were getting ages of, in their 20s. Then the Gen Z women who were, in their mid 20s were getting fucking 40, 45, 38, all that stuff. So I'm going to go under. I'm going to go under because she does look just off rip. She looks like 27, 28. But again, with the brain chemicals and all that stuff, it ages them. So I think, we don't, we just got to guess here. But shout out to the text that millennial men have to wear beards because we look so young. Facts. English to 27, possibly. I don't know. But even still, at that age, are we talking about flapjacks? Maybe there's some gravity. Well, I don't think she's at flapjack level yet. That being said, if you've seen what some of these bras can do, it is very possible. It is very possible that everything under here is just the bra. It is very possible. I don't know.
So like overcome the people with A, probably.
No. Well, yes, but also no. So let's copy out a few things. First and foremost, do you agree with me that there have been many revolutionary fights and slave revolts?
Yes.
Okay. Can you name any of them that were led or fought by women ever in history?
No, I don't believe so.
Ever in history?
I don't believe so.
One time in history?
No, I don't believe so.
So then what's going on?
Boudica, the Celts, they fought the Romans.
No,
yeah,
that was men, guarantee it.
No,
we can look it up.
Was a queen.
They were
having a queen. Hang on. Having a queen there doesn't mean that the people who have the monopoly on force weren't men, because it's always men who have the monopoly on force.
It's almost like the queen is in charge of the men.
And so the reason she can't point to any time ever in history that slave revolts and things like this were ever in operation.
Interesting take. Does anybody agree that the older 52-year-old blonde woman has a better rack than the young one? Where did we get that? Can we fact check this? I'm not saying I don't believe you. I just want to,
By women. Women can never successfully take their freedom back from a patriarchal. Hang on, let me finish.
Okay.
They can never take their freedom back from a patriarchal force without appealing to a patriarchal force. Ever. Not that queen, not any fucking queen, not any person ever in the history of all mankind.
Like you said, because it hasn't happened, it can't happen.
It can't.
But that's saying the only justification is because it hasn't happened yet.
No, the justification is that men are much, much stronger than women.
But guns are
overwhelmingly
for that purpose.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Show me. Let's get 10 women in a room and hand them a magazine and watch what happens.
But the great equalizer, the ballistic. Is
it's not a great. It's not.
Hey, like we said, picks or didn't happen.
Great equalizer.
Just
Ian,
like with the monkeys, the biggest, strongest monkey would be the alpha.
Yeah,
to kill him.
What happens is with these equalizers is men take the equalization away from women because they're much stronger, which is why you see all these police officers getting disarmed and women in combat getting their asses stomped. That's why you don't see female Navy SEALs. That's why you don't see any of that, because they can't do it. They're physically incapable of doing it. Now, even if I grant you an outlier, even if I grant you G.I. Jane, who never came to fruition, G.I. Jane never existed, never came to fruition because they can't do it. But even if I granted you a G.I. Jane, an outlier, the exception would prove the rule. So the thing is like the reason she can't name a single time there's been a successful slave revolt or women gaining their rights by force from men without appealing to men is because it's never happened and it can't. So because of that, my argument is simply this. How do feminists ever take out the patriarchy without appealing to an enforcement arm, which is going to be necessarily patriarchal? How's that even possible?
Well, there could be robots.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there could be laser beams from outer space.
An enforcement arm that is not human male. Is that you're asking?
I can.
Well. Look at what we got here. Straighter Aid, also known as Erin the Commie Girl from UT, is a live streamer. Do we have an age? Nothing there. Okay, nothing there. But if anybody can find the age of Erin the Commie Girl from UT, let me know.
can logically grant that a powerful, all-powerful gray alien species comes down here,
drones,
and
I'm
then
talking
you're
about robots,
appealing to the
literal-
gray alien species to control
you're
the
asking
men.
for a type of force other than the human male that could be appealed to. I'm talking
who builds
about
all the drones,
robots
Ian?
and ballistics.
Yeah,
Who builds all-
exactly. Shout out to Godspeed, but shout out to Glomtech here for this column and that. 25. Both of these gentlemen are 25 years old. This was in the probably late 90s. Is that Don Fry? 25 years old, and is this Chase Hooper? But ain't looking good. But ironically, for women, it seems to be the opposite. I don't know.
For a type of force other than the human male that could be appealed to. I'm
Yeah,
talking
who builds
about
all the drones,
robots and
Ian?
ballistics.
Who builds all the drones?
At this point, more drones.
Who builds them?
What?
Somebody built some drone that builds more
Yeah,
drones.
who builds
now.
them, Ian?
I don't know. Somebody.
Men.
Could be
Men.
men.
Who
Could be
builds all
women.
the weapons? Men. Who knows how
Men
to
and
use
women
all the
working
weapons?
together.
Men. Who can carry all the weapons? Men. Who can load all the tanks? Men.
It's not
Who,
a
it's always men.
100% thing. There are women that also do that stuff.
But not the
That's not what we're talking about, Ian. Solipsism is strong on this one.
majority.
Well, that's
they're
not-
unique. Not everybody's
How
the
come-
same, but they're more
Ian, how come
outliers.
these badass women don't go, hey, I'm tired of wearing this really hot fucking burqa in the middle of this sun, and we got like, millions of us, so we're just going to take out this patriarchy. Why not?
Well, they are stripping their burqas off in Iran.
They're and
what's how's
appealing
that
to
going?
men.
This is why I was saying that it's not as simple as, Ian and Andrew are debating, so therefore it's going to go this way. Ian is an enigma. You have no idea where this man's mind is going to go. And that is what Andrew relies on, knowing what you're going to say next so that he can knock it down. You can't play that game with Ian Crossland.
Well, they are stripping their burqas off in Iran.
They're and appealing to men to come in and help them.
Yeah, I mean, ballistic force, appealing to the force, basically.
Appealing to the force.
And-
So
and there
force
are-
doctrine, unbeatable, always appealing to the patriarchy. So answer me this question. How is it that women, feminists, how is it even a logical position to say that you want to repeal the patriarchy with full knowledge that you'll always have to appeal to the patriarchy in order to enforce your deconstruction of the patriarchy? It's the most circular, stupid thing I've ever heard.
I think you have to appeal to force to
And who has the
overcome
monopoly
in
on
the
that?
current state, the human male.
Okay, so right this very second, if women want to deconstruct the patriarchy, who do they have to appeal to?
Right. Yeah.
Men.
Yeah. They
Can
vote
you steal man Ian's argument?
Yeah, Ian is saying, what if there was some technological marvel that equalized force?
like guns.
I thought I got the sense that I got
Didn't we already address that? About carrying, you actually have to carry these things?
from your arguments is that right now the domain of force is, and this is your view as well, one that is overwhelmingly dictated by, supported by, and led by men. But there exists a world potentially where women could get access to this domain of force that either, I don't even think you're saying entirely excludes, but leads them to have an upper hand over.
What are we doing here? Why does this one have like some kind of shape? And this is just like a line.
Men.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're saying all of this technology is basically the great equalizer, because between drones, tanks, guns, etc.,
Where?
if it's just a matter of
Yeah, maybe on an individual basis, but we're talking about a revolution. And that's why Andrew asked if it's ever been done before. It's not like women haven't been impressed, right?
Yeah, where?
no, I don't think that you're saying it's happened
No.
yet, but you're saying that we can't just say because it hasn't happened yet that it necessarily won't in the future.
And this
Well,
all
you
stuff
don't have a
originated.
Well,
a
hang
lot
on,
of these
hang on.
weaponry that I'm talking about originated because we had alpha
advocating-
male saying no one can stop me.
Sure.
I'm the biggest, strongest.
I'll tell you what
It's not
then.
the strongest that survives.
Hey,
it's the one that's the most adaptable.
I'll tell you what, then advocate for feminism in 200 years where it's possible, but it's definitely not right now. There's no world right this second which exists or has in the last 7,000 years where women can do anything but address their grievances to those who have the monopoly on force. That's always men. So you're necessarily always going to have the patriarchy. It's a
Yeah, but some women can, says Ian and the communist feminists.
vicious
No,
circle.
that's the fallacy. Saying it always happened, therefore it will always happen is a
Didn't say that.
misnomer.
I said you peel for it in 200 years then when it does happen. Or if we were asking about logical possibility, remember, Superman's logically possible. I can grant a logical possibility where aliens come down and put shock collars on men. And if they look at women cross-eyed,
Shout out to Hassan.
they get fucking zapped. That's logical. It could happen. Its possibility pragmatically is like fucking zero, though. So because of that, I'm going to look at this from pragmatic logic, practical logic. If I'm looking at pragmatic and practical logic, Ian, I'm going to ask you again right this second. If men want to appeal anything by power of law, who do they have to appeal to
Women.
enforce it?
Men.
Women want to.
If women do. Women do.
Yeah, generally the government,
Yep.
which is usually run by
Who's the
men.
enforcement, though?
Yeah, cops.
It's going to be men.
Usually men.
It's
big,
always
strong, buff dudes.
everywhere men. And if men decide to collect
Right now, this is my position on Christianity. I don't believe in the truth claims, but and I don't think it is the best that can be done. It's the best in human history. Fair enough for me. Still not proven true, but I'll give it kudos where deserved.
enslave women tomorrow, let's just say they
No,
did.
that I don't agree with. Because
Okay, I'm not saying that you agree that it's morally correct. I'm asking whether or not they could do it.
they could try, and then other men would
Oh
stand
my
up to
God.
defend against it.
So who are you appealing to
Men
again?
Still.
We would be appealing to ourselves.
You'd be appealing to men
it'd
again.
be men and
What
women
you just got
arming up
done
to
saying
defend
is,
against
if
psychos like
men
that.
came in and they tried enslaving women, men would
Other
stop
men.
them.
and women would
Brilliant,
stop them,
Ian.
and probably
I
kids
know.
would stop them too.
Yeah, but
Like,
who would those women and kids be appealing to for force?
So he's got to stop using the phrase appealing to, because that's not landing with Ian. And so he's saying, so what Andrew's actually asking, if you're on Ian's page, is who ultimately is doing the thing? Who ultimately, if somebody gives the orders and we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do that, blah, 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 at the end of the day, who is applying the force?
They're rifle. They're what are you talking about?
Men. They'd be appealing to the men.
If a bunch of dudes came to enslave the women in your neighborhood, and you and your wife and your kids grabbed their rifle.
Gravity hasn't been proven true, but it has also, at least in the context of the way that we understand it, it has acted the exact same every single time, given the conditions of the earth. So, would you bet me $1,000 that when I drop this, it won't fall down? It is possible that it could fly right up. We could be in a gravitational anomaly. Hasn't been proven. So $1,000. I'll bet you $1,000 that when I drop this, it goes down. You taking that bet? Didn't think so. Would have lost.
Rifles. You would all be appealing to what? Are you talking? There's no
They'd be
appeal.
appealing to the men.
You'd be to God. Your
Oh,
right
yeah.
to self-defense.
You're so-
What are you
Can I
talking
just
about?
say, if
Hang on,
someone comes
Ian.
after me and they have a gun, I'm going to look to my husband with the gun. I
Yeah,
mean, I
help
might
me-
have the
hang on,
gun,
hang on,
but
help me
I'm
out
going
here.
to look to my husband to protect me.
Hang on, Ian.
There gets to a point where he's going to hand you a rifle because the two of you are better shots than one of you.
Yeah, so 300 men, they invade a suburban neighborhood.
Wait, are you a flat earther, bro? You're not a flat earther, right?
That has 700 women in it. Are they going to win?
What is that?
Who are better shots than one of you.
Yeah, so 300 men, they invade a suburban neighborhood that has 700 women in it. Are they going to win?
What is the situation? So you're
Everybody's armed.
Wall-
Just 700 women.
compound that is
No,
only
700 women, and they're in a suburban
all
neighborhood,
unarmed?
and 300 men come in there, and they're like, we're taking
are
this
the women
shit.
strapped?
They're both strapped.
They're all strapped. Probably
Yeah.
700 people are going to wipe those dudes
Oh,
out.
come
They have
on,
they
Ian.
can shoot from windows. These guys are walking on streets.
Oh,
What
Ian.
tactical disadvantage? Are they trained killers? Who are these men?
Yeah, okay. Ian,
Just
let's
random
find
men?
out. Let's find out if this is true. Let's just take a logical exercise here. You are a prison warden, and you're offered two choices for those who can guard your prisoners. You'll either get twice the women or half the men to guard these prisoners. Now,
There's twice as many people, right, Ian? And this is, I saw this part. This is the, look at that freeze frame. Oh, yeah. This is the part of people saying things that they feel like they believe in. But then when you drill down on the specifics, they don't actually think that.
warden, and you're offered two choices for those who can guard your prisoners. You'll either get twice the women or half the men.
I'm going to assume you're, Jay, I'm going to assume you're laughing at the option, not saying you would choose it. I'm assuming that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
To guard these prisoners. Now, these are the worst fucking prisoners on planet Earth. They're big, they're mean, they're strong, and they're fucking awful. Now, remember, you're going to get two women for every one male guard. Which one are you going to choose?
The men.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. So anyway, back to the
They're
debate.
not shooting to kill, though, dude. If you want to give me 700 rifles and you take 300 rifles, I'll take 700 rifles.
Okay. How about
if your guys are trained Navy SEALs?
What if I
now
give
it's a
you
different
3
argument.
women per one man?
Are they armed? What are you talking about?
Hang on.
They have
All
rifles
things
to
are
shoot, to
equal.
kill?
In the guard towers, you can still have some women who are armed. The ones who have to patrol the floor, though, they're
Look, if I
women.
need dudes in hand-to-hand combat, that's its own thing. But
Exactly, Ian. Exactly, Ian. No matter which way you cut it, it always comes back to men. And it's not about, oh, I'm fucking tiny. There's plenty of women who are stronger and more capable, physically capable than I am. That doesn't, like, I'm just one guy.
If I need guards with guns, I'm going to take triple the guns. What do you?
Yeah, in the towers, you're going to take guards in the tower, triple the tower. I get it, but who's walking the floor, Ian?
Put some, I don't know, big burly dudes down there.
Yeah, that's right.
But that's not the argument.
That's
Your
right.
argument is
That
that
is the
men can
argument.
arbitrarily enslave women because they're strong.
So again, we see that he does agree with Andrew's position. He just doesn't understand that he agrees with Andrew's position and perhaps doesn't like Andrew's position, but he agrees with it.
I mean, it's
Yes.
it's almost like black and white.
Oh,
like,
uh-huh.
Let me ask you a question.
That's why we built guns to defend
Ian,
against that
Ian,
mentality.
Help me out. In Iraq, was there a right to own an AK-47?
I don't know.
There was. How come the women didn't overthrow the vicious patriarchy?
In Iraq?
Yeah.
Are you talking about Saddam Hussein?
Yeah. How come the women, even though the
Shout out to Philip K. Dick. If you guys enjoyed Black Mirror before it kind of, went downhill, Amazon Prime has this show, Electric Dreams, that's based off Philip K. Dick's stories. Not as good as Black Mirror, but it's an anthology show where each episode is a different story. But it's definitely better than the last 2 seasons of Black Mirror. But shout out to Philip K. Dick.
In Iraq?
Yeah.
Are you talking about Saddam Hussein?
Yeah. How come the women, even though you could have an AK in every home, how come the women didn't grab that AK and just go,
I don't know.
I want my rights?
Did they want to?
Did they, yeah, well, don't they want to?
I don't think
Would
they
you want to
wanted to
live in
overthrow
oppressive
Saddam.
heat with your burqa?
I don't think they wanted to
It's
overthrow
because they
Saddam.
fucking can't, bro. They can't do it. There's never been a female revolution ever using physical force against men, which has ever been successful or even really
The
tried.
French Revolution
Which was full of men who were
was started by
Come on.
women, dude.
Who was taking the men to the guillotines?
Who got the weapons out of the Bastille?
Who?
It was the women.
Bro, who was using them?
They all did.
No, it was
Dude,
the men, dude.
Are
Come
you
on.
unfamiliar with the women that started the French Revolution?
Ian.
This is specifically why I pick the things that are a little bit grating, because there is a lot to learn about how not to conduct yourself in these types of conversations, and we need more of these conversations. But the situation is you're in a home, you're a woman, you're in a home. There might be 3 of you because you can have multiple wives. There is an AK-47 in the home. The man goes to sleep. You can take the AK-47 and kill him if you wanted to. That's what's being presented. Not that, well, you didn't allow, obviously. Point is of revolution. That means not going by the rules. Shout out to Marilyn. Welcome, everybody. Say hello to God herself.
And dude,
Are you
come on.
unfamiliar with the women that started the French Revolution?
Ian, let's walk through the French Revolution. Who was taking the people to the guillotines?
I mean, I wasn't there.
Men.
But you're saying 100% men? Is this your argument? It was all men.
I think he says this.
Almost.
No women, all men.
Yeah, basically
No,
all men.
I cannot believe that's an extreme.
I'll tell you what. I'll just grant it.
Yeah, okay. I thought he was gonna. I was gonna say that, but I'm not. I didn't remember if I had heard him say it, and I did hear him say it, so I'll just let him say it.
You're saying 100% men? Is this your argument? It was all men.
Almost. Yeah.
No women, all men.
Yeah, basically
No,
all men.
I cannot believe that's an extreme.
Right. Okay, but hold on, guys. Nobody is saying why didn't the women take up arms according to the law that allowed to take up arms. We are saying Muslim women are being oppressed and not allowed to do X, Y, and Z like in the Western world. Now, whether they want to is a whole different question. But they, the feminists and communists here are presenting a situation where it's not society is not dependent on force and men. But we showed a clear example where there is likely to be more women in the house than men, and there are going to be guns in the house. And so, even though they're not allowed to, have it. I mean, again, I've never shot a gun, but I'm pretty sure if I wanted to neck somebody with an AK-47, I'd figure it out. No, we need this. We need this. There's too many people that think like this for us not to interrogate it. Am I wrong?
Almost. Yeah.
No women, all men.
Yeah, basically
no,
all men.
I cannot believe that's an extreme.
I'll tell you what. I'll just grant it. It's 5% women.
Dude, the women started the revolution, bro. Do you not know that?
I'll just grant it for you. That it's 5% women who
the women
who are
started
fighting.
the communist revolution in Russia, too.
Yeah, so what? It has nothing to do with force doctrine.
Overthrow of the
It has
government, bro.
nothing to do.
You just said there was
with
no
force doctrine.
successful revolution started by women ever.
No. With physical force.
That was
In
the
other
French
words,
Revolution.
No,
what are you talking?
dude.
They robbed the. Sorry to interrupt. Make your point.
Let's pretend for a second that you have 8,000 women in cages. okay, who are slaves. And then you have slave masters.
David, I don't know if that's not coming up on StreamYard here, but yeah, weird. Said, why do men of the same age look different now? Testosterone levels have been dropping steadily. Yup. And still, we look better than the Zoomers.
In cages.
Welcome.
Okay, who are slaves. And then you have slave masters. Okay. Can we point to instances in history where those all men who are in cages, right, have successfully overthrown their oppressors?
You said there's women in cages?
No, men.
Okay, so there's 800 men.
There's 8,000 men in cages.
8,000 men in cages.
Mm-hmm.
Has there ever been an instance in history where they've overthrown the dudes without external help?
No. Well, yeah, even without external help.
Not that I know of. I mean, people in cages, they're in cages.
The answer is yes. There has been many rebellions which were successful, led by men.
Oh, I thought they were talking about women. So.
Of all men. Not a single one by women. Hang on. Ever. Not a single one will you ever be able to point to historically where women were enslaved en masse by men and ever were able to successfully use force, stop, Ian, to get out of their enslavement. Not once. They always have to appeal to males. Always. Which is why when I gave her the example, she was forced to agree. There's no choice around it. You always have to appeal to male force. There's no way around it. You're talking about...
Do you guys, for those of you who saw my debate with him, my 5-minute bullshit, do you now understand why it's so frustrating that like he was trying to combat me when it's like, bro, I'm right there with you. I agree with all of the statements you're making. Let's have an interesting conversation. It's like, nope, I'm just going to win. All right, bro.
You always have to appeal to male force. There's no way around it. You're talking about women using like loudspeakers and propaganda and shit to start fights. Sure. But they're not fighting the fights is my point. They're always appealing to people who can. That's the point. And so if it's the patriarchy that we're talking about, it's always going to be those who have a monopoly on force. So women, these feminists, are always going to have to appeal to those who have the monopoly on force, thus creating a new patriarchy. It's just like an over and over and over again cyclical. It's just cyclical logic. It's bizarre. It makes no sense.
But I just don't think that the monopoly on force equals male necessarily.
Yeah, it equals male.
It usually does.
Okay, so then give the equation where force equals female.
Because men are physically stronger, but then we built guns. Yeah. It's a relatively new invention, and now you start to see like even men kind of don't have a monopoly on force. Like we have robots that can drone bomb shit. Like we don't.
That's not the framing that we're talking about. This is such a common feminist idea where it's like, oh well, men started. Who was in charge of the system? You know, I don't know exactly what you guys are talking about. Where was it? Let me just say, fuck. But something about the social contract and all that. Where was it? Yeah. So this contract that I didn't sign. I know you're talking about something slightly different, but it's the same principle. It's like, well, men decided this, therefore you are a man, and you are a man, therefore you are bad. It's like, I have never been in charge of anything but this channel. We've got 12 people on one stream, and we've got 7. We don't even have 20 people here. That's what I've been in charge of. So if you want to blame me for the way the world is, that's silly. And that's the same perspective that Ian is taking here. It's like, well, some men do this. That's not the framing that we're talking about. We're talking about the collection of men or the collection of women. That's it. Guys, we are coming up on that 2.5 hour mark. We got quite a bit left to go. If you would like to keep the party raging, guys, you know how to do it.
We don't have a monopoly on force. Like we have robots that can drone bomb shit. Like we don't.
The robots, do robots operate and build themselves or something?
Well, not yet. But we're starting to lose the monopoly on force as human men.
No, we're not.
I mean, dude, a whole village can get blown up by an airplane.
Yeah, you're talking about like clean warfare. Like largely a lot of it's happening from like the fucking sky because you have people just piloting drones. You don't have men like rushing out into warfare anymore. Yeah. Like always.
Unless you're in the Ukraine and you're in trenches and you're fighting combat and the women all fled. They all fled. Women all fled. They're all in different countries. They got the fuck out of there. They hightailed it. They're not in the trenches fighting, Ian. How come? That's really weird.
I'm not there, man.
That's really weird. Where are all these fucking? I
thought your point was that we're largely moving away from like the sort of trench
kinetic
warfare or whatever.
But
yeah,
we're not.
exactly. And we're starting to move towards like informational warfare, drone warfare, AI warfare, etc.
There will always be trench warfare. There will always be guys getting up in each other's faces. But yeah, ballistics have altered the way force is wielded and the way monopoly is drawn.
Oh yeah, is that so?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question. All things equal between a man and a woman, right? You give them both a gun. right? One of them has to watch your back. Who you picking?
The man.
It's such a vague question. I don't know that.
You don't know?
Exactly. You know nothing else. All the information you have is one is a woman and one is a man. That's all the information you get. Let's make that a poll. You can only pick one to secure you. And this is all the info you have. Which do you pick? You pick the man or you pick the woman? This hypothetical is specifically that, yes, maybe that woman is some fucking John Wick Navy SEAL. Maybe that man is little old me, has to climb up to reach the top shelf. But on average, is that going to be the case? Jay said the religion is based on force, stoning, honor deaths, etc. It's based on male enforcement. Definitely. Guamtech said the thing women don't understand about holding power in anything is that you're also held accountable when everything goes to shit. Yep. Allergic to accountability. Sam, I'll take the like. I'll take the like. Even if you're racist. Others of the feminists want to make all the rules but not be held accountable for their mistakes. Men have been dealing with that for thousands of years. Yep.
It's such a vague question. I don't know that.
You don't know.
Who are they?
You're just going to
What's the
pick
situation?
two. It's going to be completely random. You're going to push a button. It's going to be a random woman or a random man who shows up with a gun to watch your back.
We got 5 votes, guys. If you are, remember, if you are on the vertical stream, you can always come on over to the full landscape. I will always pin the link to the landscape stream where, it looks a little bit better and you get the good polls. Shout. Excuse me. Let's try that again. Shout out to Arrow with the $5. Thank you. So very, very much more. I can't get any closer to you. There you go. Thank you. So very, very much. And of course, that means that the party rages hard. Let's do it. Well, actually, what are you guys saying here? Sam said I'm half Mexican, half white. Therefore, I have no race, so I'm allowed to be racist. Fair enough. They said a lot of online leftists are just dipshits who complain about sexy women in video games instead of things that actually matter. True. David said 2 men can establish their roles almost instantly and be a team. 2 women can agree on nothing, and a woman will second guess and argue about everything with a man. Bingo. And that isn't that ironic? Because that's exactly how this debate started. Where they're like, well, I mean, I guess you could do this. Andrew's like, yeah, but we're here to debate that. So, like, debate it. It's like, well, I mean, you could think this and blah, 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 blah. When it gets to interacting with each other, the social dynamics don't work. They've tested this. They did, I forget what show it was. Come on, there we go. I forget what show it was, but it was like one of these survive on an island type deals. And they did men versus women. Women, I think, lasted like 2 days. Never got fire. Never got food. Never chose a leader. The men, they were just fucking... I mean, obviously they were surviving, but they picked a leader. They had fire. They had hunting. They had fishing. Again, I don't know all the details. But the men figured it out. The women did not.
Which button you pushing, Ian?
I don't know, man.
You don't know?
I don't know.
You're not sure?
Just pick the guy and get it over with?
Yeah,
like,
that's
what
right.
if Kamala Harris is
There
right?
you go. And Tony, I still don't really know what the jewels do, but thank you so very, very much. And yet again, we see that Ian has been in his emotions that I don't like the point that you're making. It makes me feel icky, so I'm going to argue against it. Yet, when we get down to it, you agree.
President, who would have the monopoly on force?
It's still always going to defer to the enforcement arm. They're always going to have the monopoly on
I'm
force.
sorry, you said they always look to their leader, right? They look to the one to lead them.
You
Who would
can
be
look.
leading them.
Here's the thing: you can look to leadership unless you get to overthrow.
Well, now you're just saying that leadership doesn't matter, and that's dismantles your initial argument that people
not saying
appeal to
leadership doesn't matter. I'm saying that men always have an option of force to change leadership, and women don't.
Yeah, that argument is saying then leadership doesn't matter.
No,
because we can just overthrow it anyway. So it always comes back to whoever
men
wants it
can overthrow it.
Shout out to Insight of the Ages. Welcome. Said Ian lost his mind a bit. I think he's trying to be combative for no reason. I don't think so. I don't think that's the way that Ian works. I think Ian is just a very emotional guy, and he feels very strongly about this, and so he wants to argue the merits of it, and he's willing to be like, okay, yeah, I mean, all right, you took me down, or I took you down this road, but you ended up being correct. That's why I mean, a lot of people hate Ian. I mean, I think all of us are a lot more like Ian than most other people we see on Timcast. I know we all want to think that we're the Tim Pools and the Andrew Wilsons and the... Not really. All of us are way more like Ian than most of the Timcast crew. Maybe not you specifically, whoever you are, but in general. He definitely... I normally agree. It just seems like he held on a bit too long. I like Ian. Well, I mean, that's the thing. That's why I do like Ian, because he will hold on to something because he feels strongly about it. And then also concede that, like, okay, yeah, like I said, I felt strongly about this, so I wanted to make sure that I'm wrong. And it turns out I'm wrong. We all need more of that. And yeah, women have their ways, but it's not as clear as men. Tony said, I hate that this guy's name is Ian. That's my youngest son's name, and he's very masculine, married, 4 kids, missionary in Israel. Well, not all Ians are the same, right? And before somebody says something about Israel.
But I don't know. Not women.
Women can also overthrow.
No, they can't.
People with weapons can overthrow systems of humans.
Yeah. Then when's the last time women did that ever?
I just said they can. I didn't say they did.
They can't.
I said they can.
They can't.
And
they don't have the physical prowess to do
the
it.
President and the issue for the drone bombs, it would have been much easier for a female to take some physical. I don't want to dominate this combo.
She's gonna use drones that men built in order to dominate her enemies.
Yeah, that's adaptability.
Yeah, what's gonna happen is this: is that if men want to change the conditionals of the state they're in, they have the option to, and women don't. And that's a fact. Mm-hmm. And so the thing is that if men universally decide that they're going to enslave women, there isn't a fucking thing in the world women can do about it. But if portions of men decide that they're going to enslave men, there's something men can do about it.
But the thing, no.
That's the most historically accurate fact on planet Earth.
Yeah, but you're saying if this total incapable thing,
right now is not
if all men come together.
Not all men.
This is your position.
If it's the case that
Ian keeps trying to throw all men because he's female brained.
In the Middle East, the Middle Easterners want to enslave women. Didn't they already do that?
Yeah, but that's
how come?
Different. Why didn't the theocracy, the Iranian theocracy?
So, yeah, well, any place you want to look at across the world where women are second-class citizens, can women do shit about that without appealing to men?
I don't know, but the point that you made is that...
Answer the question. Can women do shit?
I can answer the question any way I want to answer the question.
Ooh, getting spicy.
Yeah, but you have to actually answer the question I'm asking.
No, I don't have to. I can answer whatever
I want. I mean, you can
however I want. If you don't like it, that's still my answer.
Now, you could just ramble about shit, but I thought we were doing a show here about a specific topic. So you're right. You can do whatever you want, but if you would like to engage in the conversation that we're having that is being cast out to millions of people, you have to answer the question.
I can answer whatever I want. I mean, you can however I want. If you don't like it, that's still my answer.
Oh, okay. Well, then your answer is I don't like your question.
You like gish gallop 3 questions in a row.
I didn't gish gallop anything.
To disprove your first point.
I'm only asking one question I want actually answered.
Give it to me again.
Okay. The question I want answered is right this second in the Middle East. Okay. If women wanted determined to get their rights back themselves, right, without appealing to men, can they do it or not?
They'd have to appeal to like an external authority, similar to the American revolutionaries. They couldn't do it alone. They had to appeal to the French. Like when you're on.
Ian, do they appeal to French women or French men?
Under the boot, it's hard to get out without appealing to, but it doesn't have to be a man. It could be a queen, Queen Elizabeth or whatever. It could have been.
Or you got to flip people. You got to find defectors, like male defectors that are willing to fight on their side.
Males again. Back to males and
Well, I mean, females make the best spies.
yeah,
That's true.
but you're always appealing to those pesky men for force, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Those pesky men. Yeah, no, I agree that he is way off base. Yeah, exactly. He's not. And when Jay, when you say he just can't say it, I don't think that it is a matter of him being antagonistic. I think he genuinely is in an emotional space where he can't, he just can't get there. But Andrew took the time, and here we go.
Yeah,
That's true.
but you're always appealing to those pesky men for force, and there's nothing you can do about it. Every single time. And that's why force doctrine is an unbeatable position, because it's the observable fact of the world.
That I agree with. Force doctrine,
And how does that work out for him?
yeah, but I don't think it always has to be a male in control of it.
But it is always men who are
No.
in control of it.
Queen Elizabeth is an example of someone that was a dominating military force that was not
Of who? Dominant.
Queen Elizabeth, I was just out there with fucking double guns, and she was awesome.
Military force made up of which sex?
All of them.
Men.
Men and their wives, and they
Men.
were the dude going on
Men
boats.
and their wives. Really?
Let's look. Can we find out what percentage of her military was men real quick?
Yeah, but dude, earlier you were talking about how people appeal to their leader, like
I don't know. I kind of feel like all right, I'm not gonna say
the masculine that you're always
I'm
going to
talking
appeal
about
to.
who can change the conditionals of their leader.
The argument that strength gives you primary control is a fallacy. It is adaptability. Strength.
What's the fallacy?
Ooh, what's the fallacy? Shout out to Tony with a $2 make you holla. Thank you. So very, very much. I'll give you the tilt. Thank you so very much. That apparently Ian has a mangina. Oof. Yeah.
Control is a fallacy. It is adaptability. Strength.
What's the fallacy?
The stronger you are, the more likely you are to be in control.
That's not fallacious.
No, strength has diminishing return.
Yeah, but
and
that's
it also
not
makes you a target.
But that's not a logically fallacious argument. That would be a proposition. And so the thing is that propositionally, there's no fallacy there to make that statement, especially if it's observably true, and it is.
No.
Yes.
The strongest men are often the easiest to destroy.
Sure. By other men.
By guns, by people with guns. I'm not talking.
Wielded by men.
Hand-to-hand combat, dude. It still exists. But that age of like men can
Not.
strangle
You're
their woman
wrong,
until
Ian.
she does what he says is gone. I mean, you technically can, but there are cameras on you.
Okay.
Do guns require hand strength?
A little.
Yeah. Do they require you to be able to carry a lot of equipment with you? Do you have to feed
No.
yourself? Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. You don't have to. Well, yeah. If you're gonna
Wait, since you're on vertical, let me give you the full screen. Thank you, sir. I think this might be. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I know you. If I know you really well, I'm assuming that you are on the landscape. But I think this might be the first vertical super chat. And hey, starting the goddamn train. Shout out to Jay with a $2 make you holla. Thank you so very, very much. And Morty loves it too. Thank you so very, very much. Let's keep the party raging. Very much appreciated, gentlemen. Shout out to Guns and Cafe. Welcome. Said, Ian reminds me of the guy in every zombie movie that says maybe there's still some humanity in them. Spot on. Absolutely. Welcome. Thank you, both gentlemen. Let's keep the party raging.
equipment with you? Do you have to feed yourself? Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. You don't have to. Well, yeah. If you're going to use guns for the purpose of combat, you're going to be carrying a kit. You're going to be carrying a kit. You're going to be carrying food. You're going to be carrying all sorts of other equipment. Not to mention that
you just carry in Florida.
You're going to carry.
It's fine. I hear it every single stream. So I get. I like the more original ones, but y'all do your thing. Y'all do your thing.
Carry 300, 400 rounds of ammunition. You're going to carry it in a chest rig. Then you're going to carry a sidearm on top of that. Then you're going to have your helmet on. Then you're going to have body armor. You're going to have all this stuff.
I'm talking about carrying.
Yeah,
but
but
in Florida, bro. In your belt, on your holster. That's all you got.
That's
I'm not talking about joining the
that's
military.
not collective defense, or it's not, and it's not collective assault. That's not how that works.
Can I just say, even if I have a gun and a man wants, depending on positioning, a man can always overpower me. He can wrestle the gun from me. He can.
Yeah, I think this is better. This conversation, based on how the feminists, meaning the booby girl and Ian, the way that they're thinking about this, it just seems easier to keep it on an individual basis. then maybe if they can concede that, like, oh, okay, on an individual basis, men are always, on a balance of probabilities, men are going to, have the advantage there. Then maybe we move. Okay, so if that's the case, then when we increase the numbers, then statistically, that would only be stronger, right? That's how math works.
Depending on positioning, a man can always overpower me. He can wrestle the gun from me. He will be by brute force stronger than I will be in a certain position. Now, could I shoot him? I mean, I went shooting with my boyfriend the other week. He's just a better shot than I am. He's maybe if I practice more, but I do think no matter what, most men will be better shots than women.
Shout out to Guns and Cafe again. Thank you so very, very much. Again, Verdies, if you want to see the treats, come on over, hit that pinned link. Guns and Cafe, thank you so very, very much. The party rages on.
And then if I have a gun in that situation, it's just I will probably panic more. I will probably not feel as confident with a gun. And a man can overpower me, even with a gun.
So do you think that women should have Second Amendment rights?
Sure.
Yes.
Obviously.
It doesn't mean that they're not better at it, that they are not physically more capable of wielding it. Like he said, if you're in combat, there's a lot of other factors. There's like, you have to carry more. You have to carry rounds of ammunition. You have to be there's differences between men and women. And we can go swirl down in these arguments over and over and over again. But there's differences. And the more we deny that, and the more we deny that those differences have consequences out in the real world, in jobs, in the military.
So, I mean, here's the thing. Like, it's very clear that Sam came in here and was just like, oh, let me see if I can trigger this dude. And just said a thing, the easiest thing to say. And I took it in stride. I was like, oh, cool. All right, this guy can take a joke. I mean, I think that's the vibe that I'm getting here. It's the opposite of when Christians come in here and say,
How dare
your name is blasphemous. I'm like, just why don't you hear me out? I'm like, this guy's got some good shit to say. Pay attention to the message.
Consequences out in the real world, in jobs, in the military. It's just, it gets exhausting. I'm listening to the two of you and I'm like, oh my goodness, there's differences. And,
I would be
usually the
exhausted
men
as well if somebody denied that there are differences between men and women, because obviously there are. I don't dispute that. And
But
I think
then,
I would
okay,
be
so
on your
can we
side.
take it
Anybody who's
back?
I can't unsee it now. What is this? Why would you do that? What are we doing?
trying
feminists-
Like,
to
it'd be bad enough. It would be bad enough if they it'd be bad enough if they were both just like that. But that's her natural state, minus the makeup. But like, I don't know. Sorry, it's always a thing. If I notice your makeup being bad, that's bad because I don't really notice that kind of shit.
moron.
Because that's how we've gotten to this point where some people believe there are no differences, and a man can be a woman, and a woman can be a man. That feminists just paved the way for that.
I think that they recognize those differences because if you're talking about trans individuals, they want to transition because they recognize differences between themselves as men and versus
No,
as
they
women,
don't.
right?
No,
They're
I
actively
would say
trying to transition so they can go from being a man to being a trans woman.
there's no
So
there's no such thing as a trans woman.
With what
They're
you
a
just
man
said,
or
if
a
they
woman.
really don't believe that there's any difference, why would they ever transition?
Well, the argument is if you're a gay man, why can't you just be
How dare you?
a gay man? Why do you have to be
Well,
a
we're not
woman?
talking about gay men. We're talking about trans people. That's people's sexuality.
Right. And it's-
Same shit, right? Same shit, right?
if you
You're saying a trans woman, right?
I wanna
They
hear this,
recognize
okay.
differences between themselves as men and versus
no,
as
they
women,
don't.
right?
No,
They're
I
actively
would say
trying to transition so they can go from being a man to being a trans woman.
there's no
So
there's no such thing as a trans woman.
With
They're
what
a
you just
man
said,
or
if
a
they
woman.
really don't believe that there's any difference, why would they ever transition?
Of course they can. Are you racist or transphobic or something bad?
Well, the argument is if you're a gay man, why can't you just be a gay man? Why do you have to be
Well,
a
we're not
woman?
talking about gay men. We're talking about trans people.
And yet again, didn't even catch the fucking conversation fully the first time around, but kind of the same thing though, right? if left alone, kind of the same thing, though, right? In 89% of the cases, kind of the same thing, though, right?
That's people's sexuality.
Right. And if sexuality is just, so like, who do trans women want to have sex with?
That's,
anybody?
Again, sexuality. I'm only talking
anybody,
about,
right?
You said that there are these people that think that there's no differences between the sexes. And if that were the case, why would they be bothering to undergo a physical transition or a medical transition?
That's a question I've had for the last decade. That's a question that I've had for the last decade. If your gender is so fluid, why the fuck do you gotta chop your body up? Just be the thing. If it's a social construct, just do the thing. Just be who the fuck you are. Talking about the 90s, that's what the 90s were all about. It's okay to be different. It's okay to be weird. It's not okay to be not what you are. Truth and reality matter.
If they really believe, oh, men and women, there's really no differences between us or whatever, you wouldn't even see trans people if that were the case. Or to the extent that you saw it as a phenomenon, it would literally be refined to just like social transition and like cross-dressing and changing their names.
That's a dilly-dilly, and I didn't even dilute this. Everyone is trans on stolen land. That's a good one.
Phenomenon. It would literally be refined to just like social transition and like cross-dressing and changing their names. But they take cross-sex hormones, they take puberty blockers or whatever because they recognize that there's differences between the sexes.
But they're trying to be something they're not. They will never be
okay,
women.
But it's a separate argument from whether or not they believe that there are differences between the sexes. Trans people recognize that there are differences, which is why they want to transition.
Okay, so why does that matter? So you're saying that my gender is so closely connected to my gender, then I need to transition. Then it can't really be that disconnected from your sex then. Otherwise, what is the connection between transitioning and cutting up your body? There is no connection unless you acknowledge that gender is inextricably tied to biology. There's no other way that makes sense. If you can just be whatever, there's no surgery that you would need. You don't need surgery to go from being a liberal to a conservative. That's just an ideology that you have, so you just be that. You don't need a surgery to go from being a Christian to an atheist or an atheist to a Christian. If these are social constructs, then the question from Blondie stands.
Andrew, do you disagree with this? Or
Of course.
Obviously.
Yeah,
I
so-
did want to ask you
So
about,
let's-
really
well,
quick.
can
Can we go back to the
move
force
into
doctrine
we
thing
can't
really
move into
quick?
this argument now.
I thought you were like,
No, we can do it, but I had a
I thought
question
we were
about
about to move into one of my favorite topics.
No, I had a question about the force doctrine thing though.
Okay.
So given that this is your view,
Yeah.
how do you explain there being like social rights movements for women and like more
you
parity
can-
now between
sure.
men and women than there existed,
Well,
1,000 years
I
ago?
don't know about parity. That's a hard one to prove. What do you mean parity? Parity how?
Political power, suffrage, for example.
Oh, I see. So are you saying that can you appeal to men for rights? Sure.
No, I'm asking you, how do you explain different social
That
movements
women appealed to men
that
for
have led
rights and
to-
got them, yes. But they were appealing to men for them.
Right.
And now they want to deconstruct the patriarchy, which is the same thing they're going to end up having to appeal to again for rights. And it's just going to be a vicious cycle. They're going to appeal to men again, and then they're going to appeal to them again, and then they're going to appeal to them again, and then they're going to appeal to them again after that, because that's all that they can do. And any time collectively men decide to not let women appeal to them,
Seems like it, HR. Seems like it.
they don't have to. And there's nothing women can do about it. And that's the actual fact of the world. Now, you may not like it. You may say that.
Yeah, baby boomer is a generation. Boomer is a mindset. I didn't want to learn OBS because it was just new technology. That's boomer shit. I'm only 36.
Andrew, that's immoral. Andrew, do you morally support that? You can make all those claims if you want to. But this is a descriptive truth of the world, is that if men decide that you don't have rights, you don't.
If they do that, but I think that's highly improbable.
Why?
Like, if by what you mean, if they want to do it, is it logically possible for them to do
No,
it?
no.
Yes, it's logically possible
it's
for them
actually
to do it.
pragmatic. It's
Is it the
pragmatically
most
possible.
possible or plausible? No. in
Yes,
my
it
opinion.
is. Yes,
No,
it is.
because
And here
like Ian was saying that there would be defectors. You would see there would be plenty of men, and probably men that you would call like feminized cis men, etc. Gay men, men that don't see themselves as benefiting from patriarchy or whatever, that would be totally down to join this women's.
Can we please keep this up? Please keep this as a meme, please.
Liberation movements, and
I understand the
similarly,
argument.
you'd find women that are like, yeah, fuck this, I don't want equality.
But
I'm going to support men.
But can we point something out, which is also an objective truth, that it doesn't matter. It's not a guarantee of victory because you have some men who defect, and it's not a guarantee of victory because you really don't want it to happen. The fact of the matter is that we've had many republics in the past that have failed, and
no victory is guaranteed.
They end up coming back.
Hey, Tony, again. More treats for Morty. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. Very much appreciated. And of course, the doggy, the overlord, loves you for it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Party rages on.
That have failed. And
no victory is guaranteed.
They end up coming back, right? It ends up coming back to the idea of force. And then you have empires, and they end up falling because it comes back to the idea of force. And while all this great technology and electricity and all this stuff that women like to take for granted, which makes them believe in some crazy fucking world that they're the equals of men physically, which is the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard in my life, or that they somehow have equity with men or ever could, at least in that domain, right? Nope. I wouldn't say that they have less moral value. I would never make that claim. Only the claim that
gay men are still strong physically until you chop their balls off.
Can never be equity, and that's stupid, and it's based on the technological marvels which allow modern women to do any of these jobs successfully at all. And if men decide at any time that they want to take that away, women can't do shit about it. But men can, meaning if groups of men want to take rights away from other groups of men as collectives, men have choices.
Welcome.
There. We have revolutions. We fight them. We kill them. Right? Or
it's
they
not
kill
always
us.
as simple as like the stronger party winning, though. I was going to bring this up while you were talking, like an example.
But can you address what he just said instead of just listening for, oh, no, that part's wrong. Like, engage. I'm like, okay, fine. It's Andrew Wilson, but still. And again, look at the fucking, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Of like, okay, the Vietnam War, right? By all metrics, but previous to that starting, it would be rational to assume that the United States is going to crush the Viet Cong, right? But
they did crush him.
Yeah, there were tons of deaths, obviously, but the Viet Cong were able to make significant dents and cause high casualty rates. We had to have a lottery to conscript men to go fight in this war that they were not really interested in fighting. The Viet Cong had a ton of women in it, so it's not, even though you can,
Well, no, she's not listening. She's just hearing. Yeah.
Here's what actually.
You can have high likelihood that one party is going to succeed or another, but like, would you say like
first of all,
the
hang on,
United States
let's revise.
Well, I mean, remember that Serena was like, oh, whoa. Can we find that? I think I feel like this might be let's see where it's from. Playing let's see, play versus man. Let's see. There was, I don't remember exactly where it was from, but she did. Yeah. Okay.
Well, who would it be?
Well, I don't know.
So they're at, this is obviously the Late Show with the fucking, what's his name? And they're asking about playing with men.
Well, who would it be?
Well, I don't know. Let's say you would be the.
I was hoping you'd say.
All right, feminine side. And me.
And you. Oh. Well, actually, it's funny because Andy Murray, he was been joking about myself and him playing.
Baby letter. Thank you. Fuck, I couldn't remember his name. Thank you.
And I'm like, Andy, seriously, like, are you kidding me? Because for me, tennis and men's tennis and women's tennis are completely almost two separate sports. So I'm like, if I were to play Andy Murray, I would lose 6-0, 6-0 in 5 to 6 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, because
no, oh my God, you're so amazing. No. Shut up and listen to me.
It's true. It's true.
Honestly, really.
It's a completely different sport. The men are a lot faster, and they serve harder, they hit harder. It's just a different game.
Mm-hmm.
And I love to play women's tennis, and I only want to play girls because I don't want to be embarrassed. I would not do the tour. I wouldn't do Billie Jean any justice. So Andy, stop it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let you kill me.
I'm with you when it comes to tennis. I only want to play girls.
Shout out to Letterman. But yeah, that's the I mean, it's Serena Williams. But that's a rational take on something she's an expert in. An expert.
Let's revise a couple things. The United States lost our objective of the Vietnam War, which was to stop the spread of communism. That's true. I agree with that. We fucking crushed the North Vietnamese army and absolutely fucking destroyed the NBA.
Yes.
Okay. Brutally and quickly, and it wasn't even close. And if we wanted to level all of Vietnam in 3 weeks and kill everybody in there, we could have done it. We had a specific objective, which was a police action, and failed in that objective. The military is not designed to be a police force. They suck at it. Historically, all militaries have.
And that's precisely why we saw the situation with Renee Good and Alex Preddy, because we had the federal government dealing with low-level shit. That's not what their training is.
The army is designed as this big giant machine to roll over everything and fucking crush it into dust. That's what its job is. It's not there to police populations. That's what policemen are for. They police populations. The military's not good at that. Never has been. But if you're asking me if we're appealing to force doctrine, oh yeah, we could have crushed Vietnam like it was nothing. MacArthur could have invaded China and crushed them too if he had wanted to. The thing is like, ultimately it's always coming back down to the idea of force and who has the monopoly on it. And I've never seen any historic evidence ever that women have ever had the monopoly on it, nor ever successfully fought for any sort of independence or freedom where they don't have to appeal to men.
Does that mean that women are bad? No. Does that mean that acknowledging that means that you're a misogynist? No. Addressing reality is never, or speaking truth about reality is never wrong.
But I've always seen men do it where they never had to appeal to women. And so the historic standards on my side, the strength of force, and half of the conditions of half of the world right now is on my side for my argument. What you guys have is vibes, and maybe one day. Vibes, and one day, though, Andrew, one day, we'll be able to overthrow that evil patriarchy with fucking robots and shit like that. And it's like, I don't think so. But that's just me.
I think in regards to like maintaining authority, you need the strength to seize the authority, and then you need the wherewithal to maintain the authority. And that's more of the feminine energy of the leadership. You need wisdom. You need to see your own flaws. You need to admit when you're wrong. Like that's how but you do need strength to take it and to protect
and
it.
To keep it.
But
shout out to Akbar. Welcome to the party.
What's on the inside is where the women become very important.
Well, this is not what's in dispute here. What's in dispute here is not whether or not you can craft societies in which men grant women rights.
Progress.
Because I would argue that obviously we can see societies right this second. We live in one where men grant women rights.
God, I don't want to interrupt you, but God grants the rights in our society.
Oh yeah, does he?
Well, that's what the Constitution says.
Well, the Constitution operates on an axiom that all men are created equal under God, right? Mm-hmm. This is axiomatic. I'm not saying I don't think it's grounded, and I don't think it's well philosophically grounded. While I, as a Christian, would argue that there's some positive rights, or at least could argue that there's positive rights, from her view, there isn't rights at all. From your view, rights are a social construct, aren't they?
I mean, rights are whoever is able to enforce them.
That's right. So it's a social construct.
But I don't even really dispute with you about the force thing.
He tried to do the same argument with me that like the prompt. Again, if you're not familiar, I did. You've probably seen like the modern day debate things where it's like Angel Wilson versus 5. Angel Wilson versus 5. I think I was on the thumbnail for one. Yeah. So like I had there was a bunch of them. And so like when we did this, one of the I don't remember exactly which one it was, but the one of the prompts was rights don't exist. There's only force. And so I was like, okay, I agree with that. Because initially, this was billed as Andrew Wilson versus 5 atheists. And so, as an atheist, I was like, yeah, I'm in. But then he brought 5 political prompts. It's like, bro, I'm conservative. I agree with you on that stuff. I don't remember why I brought that up. Sorry. All right. I'm back in.
Social construct.
But I don't even really dispute with you about the force thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was just saying, I mean, I'm not fully sure what he is trying to, like pin her down with this. Because he tried to do the same thing with me, but I very clearly have different opinions than her.
Like, who determines a right? Is that by divine right, by God or whatever? But like, as far as like the practical reality of like who can enforce their rights, that really comes down to.
I just want to make sure we get this clear. Is a right a social construction from your view? We make it up. And then we have guns and say, do it or else. Or these people are allowed to do it or else.
Yeah, but just because you make something up doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It exists in a different realm. But, and so he's simultaneously saying they don't exist, but they are a social construct. So which one is it? Like, that I agree with. Doesn't mean he's making complete sense here.
There's something about my answer intuitively that wants to say, no, I don't believe it's just like a social thing or a social phenomenon or construct. I don't know, not divine command theory though, so I'm not sure.
So you can't ground it in anything, can you?
I guess not, no.
Yeah, because you just make them the fuck up, don't you?
What do you?
So do you?
Ground it in?
Well, I ground it in God, but I have a different.
Okay, prove it.
Different worldview than you.
Well,
and
you can't.
When we're debating
you
this, we're debating
can't,
it from the
bro.
system of our worldview. While I, as the Christian, might be able to grant that there are rights, why should I ever grant them to you, commie? You don't believe in them at all. From your view, if I take away all of your rights, we just made them the fuck up anyway.
I feel like it's a highly reductive way to characterize my arguments.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but how is it not the case that from your view, we just made them the fuck up and not grounded in anything? And if I take them away...
She already, I mean, I don't want to be taking her side. This whole time, we've all been on the same side. But she did just say, yes, I agree that it's not grounded in anything. I then was saying, okay, well, if you're saying you're grounded in God, then you must prove God. But without that, we're on the same page.
How's that even immoral?
You conceive of these things and look at them through lenses that I just don't find useful, or I have not thought to do so.
From the Marxist lens?
They could be useful.
Well, allow me to introduce you to the one and only Andrew Wilson, leader of the Crucible and the smartest man in the whole wide world. Because he thinks that because Christian, I'm always right.
You conceive of these things and look at them through lenses that I just don't find useful, or I have not thought to do so.
From the Marxist lens?
They could be useful. No, I'm saying from a Marxist materialist lens, yes. But like, I mean, my general opinion on rights is that they're useless if you only have them de jure, but you don't actually have a way to enforce them. Or similarly, it is, I wouldn't say equally as futile, but it's also a precarious position to be in where you can enforce your rights, but you have not actually secured the legal protections and the de jure actually gotten them ensconced in writing in a constitution, et cetera.
But how is it not the weakest sand on earth to say that we need to enforce these rights that I just made the fuck up? Because they're not grounded in anything. I just made them up.
And you think that them being grounded in God makes it more superior?
Well, I think that the only argument that
the only point of contention that you get with this specific aspect of Christianity is that, well, a lot of people agree that the shit that we made up is true. Until you can empirically prove God, it's grounded in what you believe. That is the same thing. I don't know if you're saying this sarcastically, but it really it does seem that way.
Can give to men the benevolency of the patriarchy is the entire.
Did you mean to say Christians aren't always right, but God's word is always right? I mean, I would love to be able to believe that, but somebody's got to prove it first.
Appeal from people with your worldview is to appeal to us and our view, who believe in rights.
This is the other thing he does now, because I had the same question as this fucking commie liberal girl. Now her and I are the same. Now her and I are the same. Come on, man. Even though I just spent the last 3 hours dogging this bitch for the dumbest fucking shit. And now I'm just calling balls and strikes, and now he's putting up an argument that I don't agree with. He would put me in and say, oh, you're exactly the same.
Appeal from people with your worldview is to appeal to us and our view, who believe in rights because of God, and say to us, don't we deserve them too, even though we don't actually even share the view? To which I tell Christians, no, fuck them. Give them nothing because they're appealing to your benevolence. And they should beg for you to be as benevolent as you are, because from their worldview, they have nothing to ground it in. Like you said, you have nothing to ground it in. You just made them up. Why should I believe them? Why should I believe that you have a right to do anything? You don't even believe you have a right to do anything.
Why should I believe in, like...
Okay, that's fair. That's fair if you want to say, okay, this is all we have, that this is a concept that we made up. That's fair, but then again, you are on the same page as the girl saying, well, I want to appeal to the thing that I made up. If you don't prove it, it's just the concept of the only thing. It's not the only thing, clearly, because we base laws on other things. Other countries have based laws on other things. I'm not even saying God doesn't exist. I'm saying that Christians do not have the argument, the philosophical ground to say my belief or my grounding is stronger than yours, unless you are willing to say that you can prove the existence of God. That's just what it is. I can say, yeah, I ground all my thoughts are always correct because I ground them in blue blah. That's the only thing you can base laws on. Wouldn't you? Okay, well, what is blue blah? Would I not need to define that and show that he is? Okay, prove it then. Prove it then. I'm absolutely willing, as I have been every single day, to accept this claim. But I need the evidence. You don't just get to say it. He simply is. And so is blue blah. And blue blah is stronger than God. Checkmate! Bingo! Got him! You should all be blue blahbarians now. Because I've just established that he simply is greater than Yahweh. How so? Make the argument. Make the argument. I've been doing this for years. And I've always said I am open to this. I went onto the Speakeasy platform where there was a whole panel of 9 other fucking people being like, blah, 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 about this. Nobody can prove it. And that's okay. It's okay. Christianity has a lot of awesome shit that I do think society should be based on. But you're not there yet. And maybe one day you will be. Just like maybe one day the feminists will be able to take over men. Maybe. But until you prove that, you are on the same page as Ian. What do you mean? That's the basis of the universe. That's what supersedes God. It's axiomatic. Right. You're never going to prove God. And I've already showed that, yeah, it's blue blah, actually. But I've already showed, based on the same logic, that Christianity is lower than blue blahbarianism because I said so. If you can articulate why my argument for blue blah is incorrect, while the argument for God is correct, coming from Andrew, I'll delete my channel. Not gonna happen. Empirical evidence that leads to the only rational conclusion being that.
Why should I believe that you have a right to do anything? You don't even believe you have a right to do anything.
Why should I believe in like divine command theory and that because God says it is, then it is?
That's the beautiful part of the argument. You don't. Because if we're operating off of your view,
why should I?
I'm just gonna grant that's false.
That's right. We've all been blaspheming. We've all been blaspheming against the overlord. I think. I was gonna say that deserves him a treat, but god damn, warehouse junkie coming in with the big $10, and I think you already right. Yes, sir. That makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you, sir, very, very much. Again, I'm willing to. I will delete the channel if anybody can prove God, but they can't, so I'm not worried about it. Thank you, sir. Everybody put warehouse junkie in the chat. I think with that, we might just be able to finish this. I don't know. We'll see.
Because
we'll
if
see.
we're operating off of your view,
why should I?
I'm just gonna grant that it's false. Who cares? If we're both building it,
Prove eternity. What's eternity? What's hell? Oh, we're just saying things now. Right. No, I'm not going to hell. I'm going to Blue Blah's eternal realm. How do you guys not know this? This is just the basis of the universe. It's pretty crazy that you think there's a book out there that can deny the true basis of the universe. Weird. You guys are blasphemers, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you don't have the information that I have, and that your heart has been so hardened to the truth. And then, unfortunately, you will spend eternity in torture. Or wait, no. Sorry. Blue Blah, I forgot. Yahweh is a dick like that. Where if you don't believe in a lack of evidence, yes, he would like that filled. Thank you very much. Just because you don't believe in it doesn't mean that you go to hell. So, Yahweh is pretty cool, but he's a dick. But Blue Blah is nicer and more powerful. Prove me wrong. You can't. And plus, exactly, Blue Blah is quite the looker. Been there. Amen. It's almost like it's not that simple now, is it? All right.
I'm just going to grant that it's false. Who cares? If we're both building it off of a house of sand, and I just made up divine command theory, and you just which, by the way, I don't believe in divine command theory, but if I did.
I'm sorry.
Okay, if I did. If I just grant that I made it up, it doesn't help your position a bit.
What is divine command theory?
It only helps.
God said, well, Ian asked, what is divine command theory? God said, therefore it is.
It helps my position. Hang on a second, Ian. 1 second. It only helps my position. Sure, I made the whole thing up. How's that helpful to you?
See, and that's the difference between me and her. Because I am not one of them. Despite the way he treated me in that fucking debate thingy.
Well, I'm asking, how do you intend to spread this to people that don't believe in your worldview?
With this argument. Because you're going to have to appeal. You're going to have to appeal to my worldview, whether it's.
Oops. Nope. I'm appealing to Blue Blah. That's what I'm doing. And you are failing to prove me wrong. In fact, everything that you say seems to go exactly within my worldview. So it seems like Andrew Wilson is proving that not only does God not exist, but the one true God is Blue Blah. I knew it would take some time, but I knew it would work eventually.
Because you're going to have to appeal. You're going to have to appeal to my worldview, whether it's true or not, because it's the only one, right? Which I'm going to postulate. I'm going to ground rights in.
So I'm going to let it play for a little bit more, but we get this question all the time. What proof would I accept? I don't know. I don't know what God is or what God could be, or I don't know. What proof would you accept of Blue Blah? I don't know. But if God exists, would we all agree that God knows what proof I would accept? Or do we think that God doesn't know that? Because I've been looking. I've been praying. I've been keeping my heart, my mind open. Genuinely. I did it live on air multiple times. And I mean, okay, if you want to decide that was fake, I don't know what else to do to convince you. But if you've had real conversations with me, you know that I'm not out here trying to say, oh, this is all, bullshit just for shits and giggles. I genuinely care about the truth. And if Yahweh is the truth, I want to know that. But so far, I have no reason to think that is the case. Shout out to Adam Captain, the moral felon crew. Welcome to the party. See, at least you put TIJ. I don't want to be a dick. I don't want to be like uppity. I would just appreciate, because of the fact that if you search on YouTube just Indian Jesus, my shit doesn't come up. But if you search that's why I capitalize it. If you search the Indian Jesus, all my shit will come up. So just not a big deal. But if you're going to use TIJ over IJ, I would appreciate that. All right. Angry said, if Morty was dying and you asked God for one more day with him and then Morty lived an extra day, would you believe then or no? Just a coincidence. Just a coincidence. Wait, I like this one. You're already confirming Blue Blah as God. If Blue Blah created the reality, then Blue Blah is God. No. I'm saying that as a word so that you can understand what I'm talking about. I'm comparing Blue Blah to the God that you're talking about. So whatever God you're talking about, Blue Blah is stronger than that because Blue Blah is the strongest entity in existence throughout history. Get it?
You just got done saying rights are not grounded in fucking anything. So if that's the case, fine. I lied and made the whole thing up. But rights aren't grounded in anything anyway, so it doesn't help you a bit. If I take them away.
But you think they're grounded in the divinity, and so I'm saying that a lot of people
So you're
in a
appealing to
world
my
that's
view
in
again?
yeah, so I'm appealing to your view. And in a world that's increasingly secular, how do you intend to persuade people? Do you think that Christians ought to be using force or persuasion?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
That's a good question. Broken clock, right? Twice a day, right?
Sorry, me? Why do I need to do anything when the view of my opposition is that they have no rights, can't ground?
All right. Well, JJ or TIJ, either way. I don't think he proved himself to you, but I really hope you can find what you want. I mean, so do I. I mean, it's very clear to I think most of you, but obviously to him, if he exists, that I want to find him, and I am doing what I know to do. I was brought up in the Catholic Church, as many of you know. I was confirmed in the Methodist Church. So different looks, different experiences. Most of my life has been in the church as a full believer, not ever thinking that atheism could be something that somebody could think. But I stuck to the principle of following the truth. And you guys can too. Just open your minds and open your heart. And one day, I promise, you'll get that message from reality. You just have to have faith.
I'm not saying that you need to do it. I'm asking you how you intend to.
This is how I intend to do it, by pointing out that you live in your whole house is built on sand.
Persuasion.
And you have to.
Amen. Oh, then we got another no true Scotsman fallacy. Oh, that wasn't the real guy. So all those people who are believing in the Catholic Church, are they not real Christians, or where are we going with that one?
That you live in your whole house is built on sand.
Persuasion.
And you have to literally appeal to me. Well, even if I used force, you have no appeal against that. Nothing's grounded in anything. It's all made the fuck up.
Sure. Yeah. Like I say, I sleep fine at night knowing this or whatever. I guess I would consider I'm like a moral anti-realist. I don't believe in these sorts of
and that's why you have to. And you guys always have to appeal, you moral anti-realist, to moral realists who believe in moral facts, because that's what prevents us from enslaving all of you.
But answer your question.
But hang on. Isn't that true?
If a God, why can't he respond with a damn leg back? How is that not the question that you ask yourself every single day?
That what prevents us from enslaving all of you is you're appealing to our benevolence as moral realists.
That's what I thought.
You mean Christians? What prevents Christians from enslaving everybody else?
Yeah.
I don't believe so, but okay.
Yeah, they're not appealing to their Christianity and Christian ethics to just not go ahead and enslave all women and stuff them in cages. Just stuff them in there.
No, I don't think so. No.
Why not?
I don't think that has necessarily been the basis for people arguing for equality or whatever. I don't think that you're presupposing that it's always been by virtue of like appealing to Christian benevolence ethics, etc.
Never seen any appeal that was not dogmatic and religious for why women have rights ever in all of human history. They always appeal to a God. They always appeal to a higher power. They always appeal to something external to them. You just got them saying it's not grounded in anything. You made it the fuck up.
So did you?
Completely made up. It's not grounded in nothing. Then you're appealing to Christians and Christian benevolence and their view. Even if it's not true, you're appealing to their view that they believe.
Okay, but Angry, even if that's the case, okay, maybe you needed to lose your leg so that your life would be saved. That doesn't mean that he can't make it grow back. Unless you're claiming that God can't grow back limbs. When we have animals who can do that themselves. What are we talking about?
If it's true, to not just stuff you in a cage. And if you said that's wrong and they asked you why is it wrong, you'd have to say, I don't know. It's not grounded in it.
And fair enough if you believe that. I'm not going to obviously I don't know the exact situation. And fine, if you think that that's maybe you believe that you could never have something along the lines, you can never have the life that you deserve, or something along those lines. I'm not trying to read your mind. I'm just trying to, quickly steelman where you're coming from. Of course not. Of course not. Why would that be a thing? Can God either not grow back limbs, or can he not save people without maiming them? Right? That's my point. My point is that without God, animals can grow back limbs. You have God, says you, and you can't grow back limbs.
Anything. I just made it up. And that's the most persuasive argument on planet Earth, in my opinion.
I think that the founding fathers sat around and had this conversation, and they're like, look, we know through all human history, rights were dictated by who had the guns, who had the strength. We have to change that because it constantly, Goblin King switches hands, the next strongest guy overthrows. Oh, so they're like, let's say it's from God. Or they really believed it. I know they were like Christian dudes. Not all of them were like Catholic or anything. I mean, they were all their own. Thomas Jefferson wrote his own Bible. What's that?
I said very few were Catholic.
Yeah, so they said, let's just appeal it to God. Whether or not it's true, I don't know. I don't know what God is.
But they knew that the moral order depended on a Christian worldview. The more you go into like.
Have you ever heard of somebody coming back from the dead?
Arbitrary kind of reason for rights, even if they weren't Christian. I think, was it John Adams that said a democratic republic is only fit for a moral and Christian society?
There's actually several foundational contributors who talked about how a morality.
Okay, so if he could bring someone back from the dead, then God should be able to do anything. So either he's not able or he's not willing. That's not how logic works. Can you disprove blue blah? Go ahead. You disprove blue blah. Disprove Thor. Disprove Odin. Go ahead and I'll do the same thing. I'll wait. Oh, you can't, because that's not how logic works.
There has to be a shared sense of morality inside of a public in order for there to be a republic.
Mm-hmm.
So that's true. I think that's true of any society. I think there has to be some shared.
Medically dead is different than spiritually dead. I think. Well, I mean, maybe not, but dead is dead. If you're dead, people don't come back from being dead. That's the main headline of what dead means.
Glue, right? Here we used to have like patriotism. We used to have all sorts of things that were a shared glue. That's all gone, right? Now I have to share my country with communists. Right. And it used to be that we persecuted communists. That was so base. We get back to that. Can we get back to fucking persecuting the communists? But
yes. But you have to work with people like me who understand some of the stupid shit that they say and a lot of the good shit that you say, because the two of you are never going to fucking hold hands and shake hands. But I can do it. I can be the one to save America. Shout out to Warehouse out sponsoring himself. Thank you so very, very much. So I actually don't like this this question, because the fact that something cannot, if we are to accept that there is a God for the sake of argument, then it is not something, it's not a failure of God to not be able to create a square circle. That's just definitionally not a thing. And so under the worldview that a God does exist, the rock which he cannot lift cannot exist. So fair. I mean, it's a good question to get the ball rolling. But when you get down to it, same thing as asking, can God make a square circle? And so if you do ask, Adam, I know, that's why I'm telling you. but yeah, it's a good starting point. But the point gets like folded on itself, where it's like if that's a logical impossibility, not a physical impossibility, then it doesn't work. And so, according to the people who believe, then God can do anything which can be done. And so, nope. But God would be bound by logic. Hey, again, out sponsoring his goddamn self. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure definitionally, by definition, definitionally, definitionally is an adverb meaning by definition or in a manner relating to the precise definition of a term or concept. It is used to emphasize that something is true or inherent based on its defining characteristics, often replacing phrases like according to the definition or essentially. Shall I continue? Didn't think so.
But the point is like this type of poison, in my opinion, is so invasive to the fabric of the United States that people who literally tell me they can't ground anything in nothing, know that they can't ground anything in nothing, that there's no such thing as moral facts, then tell me it's wrong if I stuff them in a rape cage. And it's like, what are you talking about? That's the stupidest shit that I've ever heard in my life, but that's my opposition, unfortunately. And so they appeal to the benevolence of those like me in order to prevent us from doing the thing that they don't want, that they don't even believe we shouldn't do because there are no moral facts. That's the retarded state of the world that we're in.
And Andrew is very magnanimous for not stuffing lowly communists like me in gulags and whatnot.
Did you?
Pretty much, yeah.
You always.
Yeah,
So
I mean, hey, we diverted with the religion stuff, but if you want to ask me if we should lock up commies, no, of course not. Not just for being a commie. Just wait till they do something.
From your view, how is that anything but benevolent? Why shouldn't?
Okay, prove it. I'm willing to accept the claim that God is physics. How do you confirm that that statement is true? And then, while we're stopped, I'm trying to let it play. But Sam, I am in no way trying to dispel your experiences. Your experiences are your experiences. What I'm claiming is that there is a possibility that whatever experience that you absolutely did have that you are attributing to God may be attributed to something else. So that thing really happened, but you don't know that it's God. You just don't know what it is, so you call it God.
As a moral anti-realist, why shouldn't I do that? What would make that immoral? Tell me, what would make it immoral as a moral anti-realist for me to stuff your ass in a gulag? What?
It's a more consequentialist outlook that I think that based off the outcomes.
Wait, there's no moral facts, right?
No, they're not real facts now. But,
so then there's nothing I'm really doing that's immoral, is there?
No.
No.
Oh yeah, it's highly. No. I disagree with you.
Stuffing your ass in a gulag, is that immoral? No.
It's immoral.
Fair, Rico. But I am so certain that the people who are making this claim have not read that, because then they would just say, well, Spinoza said this. And I'm not going to do the work of the other side of the debate. So, yeah. And like, okay, so you didn't claim it's God experience. Okay, yeah, fair. So like sorry, I was assuming that you were folding those together. But yeah, like those experiences are real as fuck. I've never personally had something specific like that. But I've had like experiences with like UFO type things where I don't know what it was and physics doesn't work like that. I've had all those types of experiences. Don't forget, I also spent 22 years as a full believing Christian that didn't have any concept of the world besides being a Catholic Christian. And so all I'm saying is Clarke's third law. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic or religion.
But not under the same framework. I'm not using the same, like the moral realist framework to say that it's wrong. It's wrong for other reasons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you believe in objective truth?
No.
No. Is that true? Okay. So you don't believe in objective truth.
Are you like a math realist?
Hang on, and I ask you if that's true, and you say, no, that's not true either. So I can't believe anything you say. and you don't believe that there's any such thing as rights, but it's wrong for me to do something bad to you, even though there's no moral facts. Fucking genius. This is your opposition, ladies and gentlemen.
And so he's saying, again, this sounds really good when you have the perceived opposite of, oh, I have all of the numbers, I have all of the answers. But he doesn't. Nobody does. That's why they call it faith. He wants to stretch his faith into knowledge, and it's just not that. Yeah, your faith is a lot more well established in terms of what the rules are and what the history is and what the tenets are. That doesn't make it more right.
These are the communists who are taking over academia and teaching your kids.
I personally hate commies. Just saying.
So wait, what's your, what if you believe that, then I think that goes to show that there are, more powerful means than simply force to be able to enact your political will amongst the masses and the population. You're saying,
I had this experience on acid, and it was fucking crazy. I was sitting on the floor in my house. I was living with a bunch of people, and I saw myself float out, and I could see myself sitting there. I could see my friends sitting there. I could see as I floated out into space. I couldn't see anything anymore, and I was able to look down that way. And for an eternity was like a movie tape of my life, like the actual film of my life. And I could look that way, and I could see the future. I couldn't see what the panels were, but I could see that the tape of my future was there. That happened. That happened to me. But that didn't actually physically happen. And so all I'm suggesting is perhaps for people who believe that, near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, and stuff like that are directly connected to God, I'm just saying it could be something else. I think it's astral with an AL, right? Astral projection. I don't necessarily believe in that, but what the fuck do I know? Why don't you prove us that your blue balls God is real? I just did. I used the same logic that you guys did to say that your God is real. What proof did you guys give that I didn't give? I think we're on the same page. Everything that you guys have presented, I've presented exactly the same thing, except that blue blah is stronger and nicer.
Saying that there are soft power and institutions that you can access that can erode these sorts of protections for Christians, for moral people, etc. And there's not even a single drop of bloodshed. There's not a bullet shot
if they
ever.
wanted to be.
But there
could be if we wanted it to be.
Not,
and you got to appeal
what's
to. You got
happening.
to
They're
appeal.
using soft power, and that in and of itself is pretty
But
strong.
what will win, soft power or force? In the end,
force will win. But I'm saying that I don't think that even under his view, he's not discounting that there is a significant advantage in having these sorts of soft power and having access over these institutions, even if they're, academia or whatever.
There is,
media,
but the only
or
reason
culture,
it works is because you're appealing to people that say if you kind of just come in here with force that's wrong, and we have a moral order that would tell you that it's.
But it still works.
So what you're doing is, and what a lot of women do, we can maybe go back to the feminism thing for a bit, is appeal to.
Okay, I'll do that when you tell your God to turn my lights on and off. And if it's not that hard, then he should be able to do that, right? So you go first. We're waiting. God, in case you weren't sure, Matthew Barnum is talking about me. That my lights are the ones that you need to turn off. We got one over here. We got one over here. We got one over here. You can hit the TV. We got that one over there. We got the kitchen. Just knock any one of those lights out. And then we're going to show the proof of blue blah. Come on, bro. We're waiting on you. You're holding up the show. Shouldn't be so hard because God's so strong, right?
Stupid.
Maybe you're not catching this, but I'm using your own lack of logic against you. You're asking me to prove a God that doesn't exist while claiming a God that you can't prove exists. Stupid. And you don't understand that you're doing exactly the same thing that I'm doing, except I'm saying blue blah and you're saying God. It's the same thing. And guess what I've noticed? The light stayed on. I guess God isn't real.
To emotion and say a morality, an objective morality, to say it is wrong to enslave other people. It is wrong to use violence against people because they don't believe. And this is what the left has done. This is why they've worked.
Convenient.
Because they
just to let you guys know, blue blah would. If God actually did that, blue blah would have, hit the lights.
Appeal to the goodwill of Christians, particularly women, and empathy.
Sam is right. You're not.
That says, oh, I feel bad for this immigrant who's just murdered an American child or a nursing student. The amount of tears that were wept for somebody like Lake and Riley over some arbitrary person they don't know that isn't from this country, a small child that hasn't, like a 5-year-old who supposedly was taken in by ICE. It's unbelievable. It's
Why? Why would I believe that I have a brain? Maybe does it have anything to do with the empirical fact that every single human in the history of humanity has had a brain? Also, there are plenty of different operations where they fucking open your skull and look at your brain. But yeah, for me personally, I've never seen my brain, but my faith is much stronger because I have empirical evidence behind it. Do you think that the claim that humans have a brain and God exists are of the same level? Come on, you don't think that. You don't think that. Don't be Ian. Don't be Ian. You don't think that.
Supposedly was taken in by ICE. It's unbelievable.
What am I proving? What am I proving? Because I thought all of the things that, as soon as you guys prove anything, Blue Ball is willing to do anything. But I'm not going to ask him just to do a show for you guys if you're not willing to do it for me. That's not fair, right? Goddamn right I am.
5-year-old who
and surprisingly, I still think Christianity is awesome. Just don't believe in all the things. Welcome to the party.
Supposedly was taken in by ICE.
Again, I will do so as soon as you prove your God. I will use the same method. You prove your God, and then I will do the same thing. Oh, you can't, because we both made it the fuck up.
It's unbelievable. It's selective empathy. It's empathy in this broad. I'm not saying compassion isn't there, but these women have this empathy for broad, abstract people more than the people closest to them, more than the family. This Renee Good woman put her own family in jeopardy. She is now has her son or daughter.
How do you know that? Blue Block came before God.
Daughter is without a mother.
I'll keep going. I mean, you're digging a real deep hole, but I'll keep going.
Because of this abstract idea.
No, he's being antagonistic. I would never call Yahweh some mean names because I didn't like the argument that was being put forth. But, no, it's not. And I will prove it to you as soon as you prove that your God even exists in the first place. I don't know why just do it. You're so sure, right? Just do it. Go ahead. You invented God. Prove that I invented blue blah. Oh, so you're just saying things without any justification. I understand you believe these things, but there's no verification for them. Do you believe that our human population is increasing or decreasing, going to the past farther and farther? Well, hold on. I don't know whose fucking show you think this is. I was about to answer it, but you can fuck off. I don't know who the fuck you think this is.
Of that we should protect some boy that she doesn't know. I think empathy is...
Okay, fine. Prove it.
should work in the particular. If you're going to put yourself in someone else's shoes, know who that person is. But this kind of broad abstract, we should feel good. We should feel for everybody. You can only do so much. And she put some broad abstraction of children in cages, whatever the moral appeal was, over her very own family.
So you don't think it's virtuous to have concern for other people, even if you don't know them?
No, I think that's compassion. I think,
fair, but then that is in a realm of we don't understand.
I think there's an order of virtue. I think she misplaced her priorities. She misplaced her emotions. She misplaced who she should be caring for first. You have a child. Are you going to put that child's...
The existence of God, the only thing that I've been asking for proof of for the last 4 years. The only thing, the same thing. Please just prove it. You guys are so confident. And yet everybody fails to prove it. That's okay. You're allowed to believe in things that you can't prove to me. Just don't get mad that you believe in things that I think are made up.
Life at risk to go fight for some cause where you could potentially die and leave that child alone? Are you going to go fight for some abstract cause and abandon your child for that?
So your argument is that her duties were misaligned.
So it's almost like there could be a thing that you're all calling God and you're all appealing to different things. Is that what you mean? Exactly. It's almost like I know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. And I've had this argument 7 bajillion times, and I can do this in my sleep.
Out of order because she was prioritizing other people's kids, strangers, etc. over her own personal family. But I don't think that Renee Good woke up that morning thinking that she was going to be shot in the head 3 times, even with the action.
Well, she should have. If you're going to fucking do dumb shit like that, then again, you have to think that that's a possibility. That doesn't mean she deserved to die. Again, I will give the hiking example. If you go hiking, one of the things that may happen is that you might break your ankle. That doesn't mean that because you decided to go hiking that you deserve to have your ankle broken. Similarly, one of the things that can happen when you go and antagonize law enforcement, federal law enforcement, while they're on an operation, is that you can get shot in the fucking face. It doesn't mean you deserve to die. It's just one of the things that can happen.
That she was
but
taking.
Why would you take that risk? You know you're going to an armed conflict where there's force, where there's a potential...
an armed conflict?
Oh, there's ICE agents, there's people with guns around. I would never...
Well, yeah, but I view that differently as an armed conflict.
It was God.
This happened in like a cul-de-sac, right? Or like a suburb?
Fair point.
Yeah, but why would you go into potentially dangerous...
I don't know. I don't have a... I don't know.
Situation. The tensions have been known to be heightened in Minneapolis, right? Why would you just...
All of them? What do you mean? Of course he would answer them. They're my prayers to Blue Blah. He's answered all of them.
Abandon your duties and responsibilities as a mother to your child to go fight for some abstract cause where the reality is you're not going to make much of a difference.
So, well, there's...
See? Unfortunately for you, my brother is 45 and is also a Blue Blah believer. He's the one who showed me the truth. So I've got 45. What now? And Tony, I'm obviously being facetious in all this. The point is that all of the things that you're saying can be used for any other thing. All of the arguments that you're using is the exact arguments that Muslims use for their God. That people who believed in Ra, the sun god. It's the same idea. And I don't think that it's that necessarily we should be trying to take that away from people. If you're trying to throw it in my face and say, you're wrong, okay, I mean, I'll engage with it. But that doesn't mean that you're right. You don't just get to say things without verification. Well, I mean, you can, but it doesn't do anything. So again, nuh-uh, you're wrong. Same thing. Are you getting it? Well, I have 3 books. Yeah. Blue Blah has 3 books, bro. Every fucking step. Blue Blah is better than your God. Why should I even care what that book says? How do you know that that book has any relevance more than a Spider-Man comic? I understand you guys believe this stuff. What I'm saying is that you have to accept that is that which you believe, not that which you know. So we're going to put this aside. We're going to finish the rest of the video. I think I've made my point. I think you're either going to get it or you don't get it. Let's move on.
I guess two things that I have to dispute with that.
Yeah.
For one, again, I don't think that she views this as sort of like an all or nothing thing. I don't believe that she thought that as she was doing that, she was going to be abandoning, or one, she didn't anticipate that she was going to be shot in that 3 times. Two, I don't think that she believed that by making that choice, it's mutually exclusive, and therefore by going to this ICE protest, that she was going to be abandoning her family, for one. So I think that kind of explains her subjective, rational state of mind. But then the second part of your question was like, why would you do that? And it's the same reason that Kyle Rittenhouse decided to take up arms and head to Kenosha and take matters into his own hands as far as he saw, and try to defend the police, defend buildings or whatever, because he had a superseding moral principle and duty that he felt he was compelled to act on.
But he didn't have a family.
Kyle Rittenhouse didn't have a family?
No,
he didn't have
father.
kids?
He doesn't have a father. He's not a father. I wonder if that would change his decision-making process to go into a risky situation.
He has a mother.
Right, but he's not responsible for the life of another human being right now. Or
Didn't say it was the same thing. I said it was the same logic.
At that moment that he made that decision.
So
that very based decision.
What do you think? What do you think? Yes. But once we moved to the Methodist church, I was in 7th grade, and my mom wanted to get, my brother, my sister, and myself more involved in the church. Come on! I really do got to take the plastic off that fucking thing. It's been like 2 years and I still have the plastic on it. But yeah, we were in the Catholic church, and it's very typical fucking boring shit that no kid would be interested in. And so I was like, well, how about we try to get like a youth service going to get the youth involved. And Father John did not like this idea for whatever reason. I don't know why. But we tried to, we meaning the family, tried to get this going. And the furthest that we could get was that on the Wednesday night mass, kids could play the music. Now, when I say kids could play the music, I mean me on drums, a guy on violin, and 3 or 4 girls singing. So that was the extent of youth that was changed from mass to youth mass. And so I want, obviously me and the other people didn't care anymore about it. We weren't taking 60D seriously or anything like that. So we moved churches. We went to the Methodist church, and again, in terms of the closeness to what the ecclesiastical whatever, in terms of believing in Jesus Christ as my savior, believing that God, believing in the Trinity, all of that stuff, I really did believe it, and I got more passionate about it for a long time. And it just so happened that I met my my first long-term girlfriend at that church. It's her fault. I was planning to save myself till marriage. Looking back, that was probably never going to happen, but it's her fault. She used her feminine wiles. Point being, yes, I was forced to go to church as a kid, but there was a very long and more recent period of being a Christian where it was my favorite thing. It was my favorite thing. Because this is before I could drive. This is, not really allowed to, go out on dates and stuff like that. I don't really have money like that either. And so when we would go to Sunday school, then I get to sit and just hang out with my girlfriend for a little while. Then on Wednesdays, we go to youth group, and we're playing fucking manhunt all over the church, and me and her are hiding in the fucking boiler room doing this, that, and the other. Is that what God would have wanted if God does exist? We'll put that aside. Point being, yes, I hated it as a kid, but more recently, I loved it. I loved it. The fuck are y'all saying here? Father Tom, it's those one syllable fathers, right? Then I said no bread lines, or there's literally about to be bread lines. Well, that's communism, boy. Okay, so what's the right church? You just have all the answers. You'll have all the answers. The level of arrogance to think that you just know all of the things about my life is crazy. So wait. If you're saying, so then all of the people who went to my church are not really Christians? How does that work? If I went to the wrong church, that means everyone there, including the priest, wasn't Christian? Or how does that work? No, I mean, I did when I was young because I wanted to just like go sleep. But no, I think that it was a good basis. Now, as an atheist, having that Christian background is very important because we can see, I mean, okay, it's him on the screen right now, but we're talking about the girl he's talking to. We can see what happens when you don't have a strong moral foundation. That doesn't mean a man came back from the dead. Drummers. I had a screen name back in the day on AOL Instant Messenger. That was drummer with a J, JRUMMER, and then a bunch of numbers like we all did. I mean, it was bad. It was bad. It was bad. I don't know where y'all get the fucking audacity to make such strong claims about people that you do not know. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, it's almost like I'm doing it on purpose because I don't like how you came in.
Vision.
Yeah.
It's almost like you're asking a question, demanding that I answered it, and then you answered it yourself, and then you're still asking the same questions. That's boring.
So then single people, you're fine with doing this because they don't have a duty to their children because they have no children to speak of, or no, that wouldn't be okay either.
Well, no, my risk calculations of what I do on a day-to-day basis are much different than probably a woman with children. Yeah, absolutely they are.
Different, but if Renee Good had been single, would you be saying, oh, well, it's okay because she wasn't in violation of her moral duty to her son?
I would say that the calculation would be different.
In what way? You're just saying it's different, but in what way would it be different?
Well, she's not considering she has to take care of a family when she goes home, or she has a moral responsibility for her son. So I'm going to be more risk tolerant to go into situations that's highly charged, where there is the possibility of force, where is the possibility of her getting hurt. And she didn't back down. That was the thing. They were very antagonistic to these ICE officers.
It just seems like a red herring because I think that you fundamentally believe that she was fighting for a cause that was not righteous and that is unjust. And why not make the criticism on that grounds instead of saying,
no, because that's not the criticism at all. I mean, that is true that we think it's a stupid issue, but there are ways that this is America. You have the freedom of speech. You have the freedom of assembly, just not in the middle of the fucking road, in the fucking in front of federal officers while they're on an operation.
Stupid. Well, it's actually immoral because she has a duty to her family and to her son. Oh, I'm sorry. What did you think it was?
I just think I think her priorities are disordered. I didn't say it was immoral.
Okay. Well, her priorities was disordered, but again, then the disordered priorities just seems like a red herring to me because it doesn't really seem like that.
I did, but that was what we were taught: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
That's the thing. But you're really sanctioning her for or indicting her for. It does seem like the issue is that you don't really think that the cause was just. Because if the cause became just enough, then it would reach a threshold.
Three gods. It's a trinity. Come on. You know this. What are we doing here?
Where suddenly you would say that the duties maybe there could be leniency as far as them being reordered.
I don't think so. I don't think any social.
It's almost like I know what your beliefs are, and you have no fucking clue. Not you, Full Metal Chad, but just generally speaking. It's almost like I know what Christianity is, and you have no fucking clue what's in my mind, yet you are claiming to know, while I am not trying to sit here and claim anything about you, because I'm very aware that you're a fucking stranger. I don't know you. And just because you see my face on your phone or whatever, doesn't mean that you know me. It's not complicated. And if you stop trying to tell me what I believe and engage with a conversation, then you will see that there's way more benefit. The conversation can move. Like I've said, I've had this conversation a million times, and it can go beyond this. But y'all are just stuck. You can't get past it. And that's okay. There's probably a bajillion things that you know a lot better than me. This is just not one of them.
Cause
and your family or you as an individual.
I don't think there's any social cause worth risking your life for and risking leaving your child without a mother. I don't.
So how do you feel about ICE agents then? because they're putting themselves in a risky, difficult position. These ICE agents have.
Yes, but we have voted for them to do that, and they have chosen to be the specific authority for that. Are you really, 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 really trying to compare ICE agents or federal agents who are tasked to do a job and just random people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about and trying to fight them?
Come on, man.
Family, they're going out
They're
there
men.
with guns.
They're not charged
to
with
their family,
They're not charged with the nurturing and taking care of their children.
but they
They're
still have
charged to
moral duties
protect.
to their families.
Hey, shout out to Bo Metal Chad becoming a member. Shout out. I'm pretty sure. Come on, more. Take it, motherfucker. You see how bougie this motherfucker is? He's like, put it right on my lips, please. Shout out to the new disciple. I think you're already in Discord, right? If not, let me drop that link and make sure. Of course, it is free for anyone to join. But if you are a member, you get full access, including the after party. I sure hope I seem like not a leftist. I sure hope so. Because I'm definitely not. There's a difference between atheism and leftism. And I am the perfect example. This? Nicotine? Nicotine?
With the nurturing and taking care of their children.
But they
They're
still have
charged to
moral duties
protect.
to their families.
They do, but they have different capacities. Like we said, they're more forceful. They're more likely to be safe in that situation than a woman is.
You're just saying they're different. They're different.
They
And
are different.
I agree that they're different. But why this leniency for men to be engaged in these sorts of behaviors and not following their duty of not putting themselves in situations
Because it's their. They have. Do we all remember the girlfriend? Oh my God! Why did you use real bullets? Because they know what the fuck they're getting into. They signed up for that. That's why it's different.
Different
wind up
roles
dead,
because
but
fathers and
women
mothers have
can.
different roles within the family. Their charge is to protect and defend. A mother's role is to nourish and
So male ICE officers, okay. Female ICE officers, how do you feel about that?
Okay, good question. I mean, I don't think that's a fair comparison, but decent question.
I would probably argue it's not. I mean, do you have a family? Is she
A female ICE officer with a family, do you think that she's engaged in something immoral?
No,
I wouldn't have said immoral, but that is an interesting question.
Is she
a female ICE officer with a family, do you think that she's engaged in something immoral?
No.
Remember, guys, if you are on the vertical stream and you don't want to be on the vertical stream, always, I will have the link to the regular landscape stream pinned to the top of the chat.
I didn't say it's immoral.
Sorry. You're right. You didn't say that. You did say that their priorities are misaligned, right?
Okay, let's use that.
Okay, would you say that the female ICE agent with a family has misaligned priorities?
Yes.
Okay. If Kyle Rittenhouse had been a woman or a teenage girl instead of a boy, would you be condemning them?
I'm not condemning anybody, but I would say, does that
or indicting their character, their actions, their choices because it was a girl doing it now instead of a boy?
Does that girl have a family?
Yes.
Then yeah.
Then it just comes down to it really just comes down to whether or not they have kids. And if she didn't have a family, then you wouldn't be criticizing them.
Interesting. So I want to see what you guys say again over on the landscape stream. The female ICE agent with a family, according to what they're saying, are her priorities out of order or priorities not out of order? Solely based on the fact that she's a female ICE agent with a family. I mean, she might have, other priorities out of order, but just based on that.
I would say it was a stupid move, but I don't think I would be as maybe judgmental. Correct.
Okay.
You're talking about people getting whipped into a frenzy, like a moral frenzy to go fight for some purpose that they barely understand. And I keep thinking like the war in Iraq, weapons of mass destruction. They rallied the men to go fight some.
Unfortunately, I think it's more than 50-50, but I'm trying. I'm doing my best.
Conflict. They garnered my empathy with 9/11 and then they used it for conflict. But do you think that feminism, this whole bet, has made it so that they're drawing women into that frenzy? Because seeing women out on the street marching like this, it feels like it feels like the United States is being manipulated by the world through the internet. Like liberalism is being obliterated with new ideas. And so I do think that people are like, yes, break up the family, poison yourselves, eat bad food. This is how we'll defeat.
This is what we're looking for, man. Just people who care about truth. And maybe one day before the stream is over next week, you'll prove me wrong, and I'll be like, well, shit. I guess I'm a Christian now. I don't think that will happen, but I'm 1,000% open to it.
You from within. But I mean, the argument I'm getting is that feminism has led to now enticing women into this toxically empathic state of being. Whereas they used to not give a shit. They wouldn't go out. They didn't start the French Revolution. The women were the ones that went out because when the food runs out, they went out there with their cookware and they were pissed off. But I mean, that was a really big deal. They ran out of food. You know, the women stepped up.
Oh wait, was he not talking about ice? Was he talking about like Gaza or something? I missed it.
I'm asking you about your argument. Are you saying that feminism is making women crazy? Is making women severely empathic to a fault?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's appealing to. I think there's positive attributes to male quality.
I mean, I certainly would have a lot of questions. Not just the fact, but I mean, that would certainly be like, okay, I would like to investigate this and see, is there, maybe you have some mutated gene that it takes, I don't know, how long has it been? It takes 20 years, but your body, do you know that that's not the case? That's what skepticism is all about. Believe nothing except that anything is possible. Well, I can't do both at the same time. Ugh. Even my puny arms. Believe nothing except that anything is possible. So, no, but it would definitely be a good start. I would, let's put it this way. If your leg grew back, I certainly would not be like, that's definitely not God. That is not how I would approach it. Did it? All right, let's finish this up. I'm ready for the after party.
Female qualities and vice versa. You can have what you call toxic empathy. I don't like the word toxic in general. I don't think, masculinity is toxic. I don't think
not even as much, right?
Femininity is toxic. I think them aimed in the wrong direction leads us to chaos, as opposed to order and compassion in the right direction. I think these women are placing their empathy in the wrong direction because they don't. It is natural instinct.
Oh, so you know all the things that are true and all the things that are not true. If there is a God, please never, never, never make me this stupid. Or sorry, you're up here, right? This stupid.
It is biological.
I know all of the things.
Difference. It is natural instinct. It is biological difference.
I am both. You're right that skepticism does not equal atheism. And it is not pedantic, but I am an agnostic atheist. If you really want to pin down which is more appropriate, then all right, we don't need to make fun. All right, we don't need to make fun. No, but I don't believe those are mutually exclusive because Gnostic is knowledge and theism is belief in a god or gods, and I am neither, and those are not mutually exclusive. So I don't know if there's a god, and I don't believe that there is a god. So an agnostic atheist, but people see atheism as the affirmative belief that there is no God, and it's starting to become one of those things where, like with the word literally, where literally used to literally mean literally, but because everybody said literally, this is literally the worst day of my life. Now in the dictionary, literally means figuratively, the opposite of literally. So if it keeps going that way, I will drop the atheism, but to be more technical and accurate, I'm an agnostic atheist. When it comes to a theistic God, I do not know, and also I do not believe. But I can be convinced otherwise.
It is natural instinct. It is biological difference. Women are more empathetic. They're more agreeable by nature. These kind of 5 personality traits
Oh, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. He thinks he's smart, but he doesn't get it. Oh, poor baby. Yeah, you big smart, big smart.
And I think they have been manipulated to feel things, to redirect what would normally be directed at a child or a family to these kinds of abstract social justice causes.
So what is
I
your
think they've been
prescription for these women? I'll go back to
What the fuck kind of question is this? I'm an American-born American. What the fuck are you saying? I know you're not calling me a retard, right? I know you're talking to somebody else, right?
the female ICE agent with her family.
To these kinds of abstract social justice causes.
So what is
I
your
think they've been
prescription for these women? I'll go back to the female ICE agent with her family. Do you think that any female ICE agent who has a family ought to resign from ICE?
I don't think that most women, because of their differences, because of their physiological tendencies, the way they think, the way they are in their femininity, would want to be a female ICE agent. Now, if they do,
they
that's
exist.
fine.
So do you think that they if they exist and they have families, do you think they ought to resign? Yes or no?
I'm not going to force them to resign. I wouldn't
I'm
do
not
it.
asking if you would force them. I'm asking if they ought to resign.
But they're there already. I don't know.
That's not the question, Blondie. That's not the question.
They ought to resign.
But they're there already.
In your personal opinion, Blondie, do you think that if a woman, right, that's what they're still talking about, the woman who has a family is an ICE agent, then in your humble opinion, should they resign? I think that's a fair question.
Resign, yes or no?
I want to is the way the female ICE agents. Now, if they
But
do,
they
that's
exist.
fine.
So do you think that they ought, if they exist and they have families, do you think they ought to resign? Yes or no?
I'm not going to force them to resign. I wouldn't
I'm not
do
asking
it.
if you would force them. I'm asking if they ought to resign.
But they're there already. I don't know. They made the choice.
Hang on.
I'm not asking you to make a descriptive
To be fair,
observation.
she's asking a direct question. It's an ought claim. She's asking yes or no from your view. Okay.
Then yes.
You think they ought to?
Yeah.
Okay. And you see this, like, this kind of cuts against your kind of vibes argument because you're finally drawing lines.
Yeah, that's what it really depends on, like, if you're using, I mean, the way that atheists typically, at least since the new atheism movement, use the word is A being not A being without, or like the opposite, I think is the word I'm looking for. But like, so just with A being without. So like amoral meaning, it doesn't have moral claims to it. Apolitical meaning it doesn't have a political side. Atheist meaning doesn't have a belief in theism.
In the sand with what professional, achievements that you're willing to accommodate women making in this society, and you draw the line at female ICE officers
Risking
with
your
family,
life,
for example.
yes, I would say risking your life. There's a higher risk that your life is in jeopardy as an ICE officer than there is as a doctor in a hospital doing rounds.
Do you extend this to female police that have family?
Yeah.
So there should be a police force that's entirely comprised exclusively of and only of men.
Depends on their role in the police force.
Yeah, you can be a dispatcher if you want.
Are you talking about a higher risk kind of role? I'm sure I don't know much about different roles in the police. I mean,
Put a one in the chat if you are totally fine with no street cop women. Only men, only men interacting with the public.
Army, can women do certain things?
You mean like payroll clerks
kinetic,
and things like that? I'm
not
guessing.
just that, yeah. Or
well,
PI,
I'm not even talking about the more kind of like, to the extent that a blue collar job like police work has like white collar aspects. I'm not talking about the paper pushing or the admin stuff. I'm talking about people that go onto the field, effectuate arrests, are actually out in the community enforcing law. You do believe that should be comprised of any women?
I think there are, yes, it can be comprised of women, but I'd be curious to know how many women choose that path.
So how come female ICE agents with families, you're saying that's a no-go, they ought to resign in your view, but when it comes to the police force, domestic duties, law enforcement, etc., that can accommodate having women within its ranks? Why is that?
I'm not saying it can or can't accommodate. I am saying
you believe that
the exceptions do not prove the rule wrong. That's all. You can have, if they could, first of all, if those women can live up to the standards of what needs to be.
I'm not saying that they disprove it.
Fair. I could be convinced to be an agnostic non-theist. If that, I don't think that crosses anything. I don't think that's like an undue concession. So there you go. It's almost like Lutz will change his mind. You know, obviously, for brevity's sake, I might still refer to myself as an atheist. But going forward, you know, you make a point. So I'll be an agnostic non-theist. And I have been trying to think of a way to express that, despite the fact that I don't believe in a lot of the truth claims, that doesn't mean that I don't think Christianity is good, that we have a better system already set up. Like, that's what I think I'm trailblazing, is trying to be the guy who could be like, all right, look. Christianity is great, but let's see if we can do better without shitting on Christianity, because it's created so much of what we love about society today. Maybe we can. Even to that, I will say, prove it.
I'm asking you to delineate and explain why, in one case, with the female ICE officers that have families, you say they ought to resign. But when it comes to the police force, you're not calling.
Okay, I'll bite. Even if I could not be an atheist anywhere else, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Are you saying that because people are killed for telling the truth in other countries, that the truth isn't the truth?
Stupid.
Why are you watching a gay channel? What a loser! He's watching a gay channel! Oh, you're gay! You're gay! You're gay!
You say they ought to resign. But when it comes to the police force, you're not calling for female cops or ones.
Tony, thank you for hanging out, brother. Very much appreciate the back and forth. You know, that's what we are here for. So glad you are here. Make sure you hit that subscribe, brother. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. Let's finish this up.
When it comes to the police force, you're not calling for female cops or ones that have families.
But you
to
forced
resign.
me to a binary to say, should they resign or not? I
forced you to answer a hypothetical question, and
Right,
I'm asking you claims about your worldview and your normative claims.
Which is fair.
That's fine. I get it. But what I'm saying is, how many women are actually as ICE officers, right? You can have exceptions to a rule. I don't know. So maybe I'll have to back away. So would I ask them to resign? No. But the thing is how many, I just don't think that you want a majority of police officers or ICE officers to be women. The fact is, those are roles better suited for men. Are there some women that can fill those roles? If they are as strong as men, if they meet the requirements, sure. And if they want to, I can't force a woman to say,
force a woman
who has children, don't do that. I do
you
think.
can, but if you could, you would call on them to resign from ICE. ICE is already struggling with recruits, even getting men, even with all of the generous benefits.
I wonder, I think that has directly to do with the work and not anything to do with the kind of fucking bullshit that people like you and the people who watch your channel are doing to them, right? It's just because they feel so bad about the poor immigrants, right? That's why they fucking got a job with ICE. The reason they're hurting for numbers is not because they care so much about the fucking immigrants, you fucking retard. It's because people like you are throwing shit at them and making them make split-second decisions and killing people or being killed themselves.
It's that they're offering, and under your worldview and your normative claims that you've laid out in this conversation, you would be fine with working against the goals of the admin that you voted for and supported, and whose policies you champion. You'd be
only if those women could meet the standards.
Let's say that ICE, 40% of it, again.
I don't know. I'm just going based on what she said, but shout out to JL. Even if it is, like, even if it is the case that that they have good numbers, like, okay, great. But even if they didn't, that would have nothing to do with men wanting to be in law enforcement or anything.
Comprised of women with families, you'd say it's more important that they ought to resign and work against your goals for the domestic agenda within this United States to be able to prioritize that. And I find that to be futile under your worldview, and I find that to be strange, honestly. I think that at that point, it just seems like you're shooting yourself in the foot, and
I would call on more men
it's
to
not
step
pragmatic
up and fill
whatsoever.
I would call on more men to step up and fill those roles.
They're calling on men, and they're struggling to even get men to recruit, even with the incentives that they're laying out. but it just seems self-defeating to me. It seems like at that point, a little feminism could do you some good, because if ICE were, 40% of it were comprised of women, and that works in your favor because they're effectuating deportations, detainments of undocumented citizens, and you ultimately think that that's a righteous cause, it's a righteous goal. I don't see why you would get tripped up over the fact that, like, oh, well, I want that to happen, but it needs to be men doing it, not women. Then it just seems like you're getting needlessly picky and working against your own interests.
Well, I also think
ICE
is different. ICE is different in what they're supposed to be doing, and now what they have to do.
Yep, it's almost like in most states, we're not having massive protests and multiple shooting incidents because local PD is doing their job. Let's GPT it. What percentage of ICE officers are female as of the latest data? Dun 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 dun. 38. Jesus! According to the best available public workforce data, not broken out by rank or job type, but agency wide. 38% of ICE are women. So, overall, ICE law enforcement officers. So, if we get to the actual law enforcement officers as opposed to working for ICE, then it goes down to about 15%. So, ICE does not regularly publish gender demographics. So, the around 15% figure comes from recent reporting on recruitment and workforce initiatives. Officers can, So. Is all right, let's leave it open-ended. Let's leave it open-ended. How is ICE doing in terms of recruiting people in general? Recent data and reporting show mixed results on how ICE is doing in recruitment. There's been a major push with both significant interest and serious challenges. Major recruitment surge and interest. Launched an aggressive hiring campaign to add around 10,000 new officers and agents. Backs has substantial funding with a $50,000 signing bonus and student loan repayment benefits. High levels of applications, over 150 to 220,000. Sounds like you're lying. The commie is lying. Actual hiring and deployment of officers lag the goals. Okay. Training standards have been compressed. We need more of them, true. So, I mean, it seems like they're not necessarily doing great, but this notion that this girl's saying, oh, they can't even find men, sounds like a lie. Sounds like a lie. Yeah, send it in. What's the worst that could happen?
What they're supposed to be doing, and now what they have to do within kind of what's happening in the culture right now. ICE's main job is to enforce immigration law, right? Now they're being kind of forced into these violent
by Trump,
conflicts.
or how do you mean? Because Trump is the one deploying them and saying that they need to be going to these cities doing all of this shit. So when you say they're forced into this position, who's forcing them? You mean Donald Trump?
No. I mean, typically, if an ICE agent was just to do their job, they would go in, take the illegal immigrants or whomever they're supposed to deport and take them out of the communities, right? They wouldn't be involved in these violent conflicts if there wasn't this
mass deportation program underway, which I assumed you supported. Do you not support the mass deportation program?
I support what they're doing, yes.
Goddamn right.
But you're saying, when you said, like, well, they're doing things that they're not supposed to be doing, I got the impression, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that
they're coming up against conflict where that's not normally in the job description.
It's not normally in the job description that ICE is going to come up against conflict?
No. Not from people they're not going after. Not from random awfuls on the street, you dumb bitch. Obviously, if we're talking about the hardened criminals and sex offenders, yeah, there might be some fucking conflict. Why would you add to... Why... That's what she that's what she thinks we're talking about. Thank you, David.
Well, no, if they're coming up against massive riots and blocking traffic. There's plenty of cities where ICE agents are doing their.
Wait, no, she's the anti-feminist. The other, not anti, but she's the previous feminist, and the other one is the commie feminist
job, and they're not encountering all of this crazy behavior, the whistles, the things that put them into kind of a sympathetic state of mind.
The whistleblowing, people standing on the sidewalk blowing whistles or whatever.
You think that's
it's landscapers. This is the best stream.
The behavior you're
craziness.
You think the behavior you're seeing in Minneapolis and Los Angeles and the rioting that's kind of normal behavior.
No,
people whose emotional and nervous system is well balanced.
You're saying that the people that are demonstrating, protesting against ICE, they're doing so because they're hormonally imbalanced?
No, I'm saying they're not exhibiting.
I mean, maybe. Rico said, when do you usually go live? Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So you should definitely subscribe. And you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. You know, I mean, yeah, again, YouTube is gonna, YouTube gonna YouTube. Don't forget, we're always live on Rumble. And for now, Twitch.
ICE. They're doing so because they're hormonally imbalanced?
No, I'm saying they're not exhibiting behavior. Somebody like Alex Petty, who is
Alex Petty
punching out lights. That's not calm protesting behavior. They are antagonizing people. They are intentionally antagonizing people. They are blowing whistles. They are screaming. They are asking people for papers when they are not law enforcement.
The irony. I don't understand how the people who are in Minneapolis fucking said, how do you not see the irony? How do you not see the irony? Or do you just not care? ICE is so bad because no one is illegal on stolen land, so everybody's okay except who we say is not okay based on how do you at least have like an argument as to why you're more justified to check papers and have borders than the United States of America? No? Didn't think so.
They're not, but who put them in this situation? Trump deployed them, and now it's incumbent upon them to...
Trump's doing what's absolutely legal.
Guys, we're coming to the top of the hour. So my moderation style, as I'm a debate participant here too, I wanted to make sure you had plenty of time to also engage in your views with this side of the table. I think I did a good job of that, and also engage with my views, which you lost on. But
shout out to what's her face, Billie Eilish.
The thing is that I do want to point out a couple of things. First and foremost, I want to give you both kind of a chance to wrap your thoughts up. So let's start with you, Aaron. Like, just take a quick minute and kind of wrap your thoughts up on the conversation that we just had.
They're women in conflict. They're women in conflict. What do you expect? What do you expect? Do you remember how this started? They're like, well, I think you make good points, but, maybe potentially there could be something different. And this is a verbal fight. This is a verbal fight. But yeah, just give them guns and set them out on the street with fucking hardened criminals from other countries.
I think reflecting on the...
just consider it like a closing.
Sure, as a closing statement, I think the conversation that we just had is that if you want to indict my priorities as a feminist, as a communist, or whatever, look no further than the arguments that were laid out by my interlocutor over here that were, to me, filled with internal contradictions, had a bunch of that were, even though I was being indicted for appealing to arbitrary morals or non-existent ones, for going off vibes and feels or whatever, that there were many times, and Andrew even granted this to me, that my debate opponent was doing the exact same thing. And then from there, I would ask the audience and the viewers and participants to evaluate our performances, evaluate our arguments, and see if I'll even grant we're both just going off vibes. Whose vibes are more compelling? My interlocutors over here or my vibes? Can I shout myself out? Or
of course, we vibing, man.
We're vibing, man. Since we're vibing,
Chuck.
I'm a live streamer. I live stream on Twitch and YouTube Monday through Friday. Now you have to ask it.
Yeah.
Would you be interested in dropping the fee that you have to debate Pisco Liddy, the lawyer?
No,
fuck that. I was about to TOS. No, hell no. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. The only reason I fucking watched the Pisco recently is because I had an exact debate. Shout out to Jake Var of Project VO Pod. He was in a team debate about Alex Preddy, and Pisco was on the other side. So I watched that. God, he is fucking annoying.
Do you know why that fee's in place?
No. Why is the fee in place or what?
It's because of how he treated my friend Rob Noor, and he's going to pay the piper for it. And so everybody else in the world gets access to my enormous platform except him till he pays the fee.
So he pays, how much is the fee again?
It's only $4K.
4K. And he has to pay it himself, right? Nobody else can help.
Oh, I don't care if he fundraises.
Come on. At his level, he can make 4K.
Oh, you can fundraise it?
Of course.
Okay, if he crowdfunds.
I don't care. As long as liberals are paying it, he's paying it. I don't care. As long as they pay it,
as long as they pay it,
I will accept it. Now, here, to be totally fair to me, right? That's like a 3-hour stream for me on a normal night. So I don't feel like I'm asking for much. And it's a little bit of penance. He should have thought about that before he treated my buddy Rob, who's blowing up, by the way. He's going to be on Timcast tonight.
Oh!
Shouldn't have treated him like shit. Made me very upset. Made me very, and I'm a very petty, vengeful person. I know it's not very Christian of me. Very petty, very vengeful.
All right. So real quick then, I want to check out just a little extra. Just because a boy was there. Oh, was it both of them? Oh shit! He hosted.
I still think it's objectively hilarious.
That's pretty dope. He hosted.
I have a different take. I'm a little offended.
And Rob was there. So was it just the two of them, or was it the whole? Interesting. Who else is this?
Stop it! That's crazy. Bring it up, Jamie. What's that? Obama monkey? Bring it up. It says Mike Lawler said Trump should issue an apology. This brings up a real point.
We'll just take a little peek here. See what they got going.
I read the story.
I got a host. Chance. You said after the opening, I got to do everything.
What do I got to do? What do I got to do to get some respect in here, Rob?
Stop.
Do another Rogan interview.
Stop insulting our fans of color. Yeah. Number one.
Not until you do Theo Vaughn. We're not going to respect you until you do Theo Vaughn. And...
Come on now. By the way, this is a Kill Tony audition here, right? You know. Yeah. Anyways, Mike Lawler. Right, Mr. Open Border himself. Let's give it's not amnesty. Just ask yourself this: what's more offensive to the black community? I'm not black. I don't know if you can tell.
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked this. Rico. I really do like Andrew Wilson. I think he's great. I just don't. I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in Christianity. And so the thing that you watched, the James from Modern Day Debate, he sent out an email from DebateCon 6, and he was like, "Hey, we're gonna do this thing similar to Jubilee. It's gonna be Andrew Wilson versus 5 atheists." So I was like, yeah, I'll do that. But then he came, and as you can see, if you go back and watch every single one, I'm like, even with the ones with Rachel, I'm like, surprise, surprise, I agree with the prompt. One of the prompts was degeneracy should not be promoted. Why do you think that because somebody is an atheist, that what they believe is degeneracy should be promoted? So you're basically just saying bad things should not be promoted. Prove me wrong in 5 minutes, bro. Can't I win? What are we fucking talking about? So, I mean, yes, I was not happy with how that was set up. I don't necessarily blame Andrew for, it was 5 minutes each for a topic. And so just wasn't a great example. I have been, kind of chirping at both Andrew and Rachel to be like, yo, give me more than 5 minutes. Give me more than 5 minutes and don't fucking make it into a debate. Let's have a fucking conversation and fix the fucking country. I promise you. I will make the Crucible bigger and better. I promise you. Give me 1 hour. Give me 1 hour and I will make the Crucible better. I'm not going to say that there's anything wrong with it inherently. I'm not saying that, and no shade at all. But unless we really honestly think that anybody is at their absolute peak, I can make the Crucible better. Clip it, send it to him. I can make the Crucible better. 1 hour is all I need. 1 hour is all I need. Let's give him a couple minutes and head to the after party.
But if I would find it more offensive that Chuck Schumer's out there saying 71% of Democrats want voter ID, including over 50% of Democrats are blacks. And he's saying that's Jim Crow. So on one hand, we have a little harmless joke that was obviously accidental.
But it's the most racist.
Oh, hey guys, get those fucking super chats in. If we're close to the goal, right? We're close to the goal. Every dollar is another push up. So that's your fault.
The most racist. With the Democrats claiming that even black Democrats are like, sure, I don't have a problem with voter ID. That's Jim Crow 2.0 because, black people are incapable of accomplishing the Herculean task of getting an identification.
Well, Kathy Hochul made that very clear because some of them don't even know what a computer is. So, all right, I am very, very excited to check that out. And maybe, just maybe, whatever, a bit of snow. I don't need the snow. I don't need the snow. I got it all up here already. What are you bitching about? What the fuck did you say? That's not what he was saying. He was simply saying that degenerate behavior is typically reinforced when people don't. I know that, but the prompt is degeneracy should not be promoted. So if you are telling me that I have to debate that, then we have to define degeneracy. So what you think is degeneracy and what I think is degeneracy is its own debate. That's its own debate. Is pride degenerate? That's a different debate than whether or not that which is degeneracy should be promoted. How do we know what we're promoting if we haven't defined what degeneracy is? And so if we're not defining it specifically, then degeneracy by the dictionary just essentially means bad stuff. Atheists are still people, We're still people. We still speak English and use language the same way. Next time you do this, send in a fucking super chat. That's how we gotta do it. I ain't gonna be fucking order me around. The Crucible, I don't need to be hired. I care more about the country than I do about my own brand or about money. I know that I've got enough to do this. Like, I'm going to keep growing. I'm going to keep doing my thing. I'm not worried about that. Also, my dad's a doctor. I'm going to be all right. I'm doing this because I care. Good times. Good times. I would say her name, but she's married with kids now, so we'll leave that out. But there are too many people who definitely know who it is. What was I saying? Yeah, but oh yeah, we're talking about degeneracy. The fact is, it's so much is assumed and so much is taken for granted from Christianity, and not all of it should not be taken for granted, but some of it is taken for granted where it shouldn't be. And I just want to have that conversation. Be like, hey, there's a lot of people like me who happen not to be Christian, but also fucking hate the left and commies and fucking degeneracy and all of that shit. And you are shooting yourself in the foot. Because if you push those people away, most of them don't care that much. So they're just going to go to the other side. I care enough that despite you fucking verbally spitting in my face, I'm still willing to have a real conversation that I think can actually help all of our fucking lives because I care. I'm not a little beta bitch anymore. I can fix it. And when I say I can fix it, I mean I can put the correct information into the hands of someone like Andrew Wilson who can fix it. That is what I mean. Not step aside, Andrew. No. Let me help you. Same. And so on that note, we did not hit the goal, but you guys were very, very generous. Big shout out to all of the donations. Warehouse. We had Jennifer, a.k.a. Arrow. Tony coming in with a $2 make you holla. Jago, Texas with another $2. Guns and Cafe again. Tony again. We had Warehouse again. Full Metal Jab becoming a new member. And of course, our sponsor of the stream, predicting the future accurately, that I will not be deleting my channel because nobody can prove God. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Moni, come on up here. We're doing the sign-up thing. I know that you guys can be doing anything else in the world, and so I really, 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 really do appreciate you hanging out, even if you're, flinging shit, if you're calling me this, that, whatever. I'm here for it. I genuinely care about what we're doing here. And I understand that maybe you don't care as much as it's just some stream to you. Totally fine. But stick around and see that this is really something. We're actually building something. So thank you. Thank you again. Once again, that, of course, is Morty, the Overlord. Shout out to the birdies. And I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.